Well, a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Wolverhampton University. It's the England Netball Under-15s Netball Performance Competition, and this is day one. Well, what a day we have got for you. So many matches to get through, and they're all going to be absolute crackers as we watch the potential future stars of netball here in England. And of course, you might recognise all the teams as I read them out, as we have a look at Pool A, which is what we will be focusing on this court in particular. We do have two courts played for you throughout the weekend, but if you're joining us here, this is court number one, and we'll be focusing on Pool A, and that will include Severn Stars, Manchester Thunder, Loughborough Lightning, North East and Leeds Rhinos. And our first game, as you can see, starting in a couple of moments' time, will be the Severn Stars versus Manchester Thunder. Well, a very good morning and welcome along. It's going to be a fantastic day here in Wolverhampton. So we are just about ready to get underway then this morning. And let's go through then those two starting sevens as we begin this morning. The Severn Stars lining up like this: in centre, Isabel Connington; wing attack, Lucy Drury, who is the captain this morning; goalkeeper, Sophie Hamilton; goal defence, Elisha Lattori; goal attack, Aoife Maguire; wing defence, Madeline McLeod; and goal shooter, Olivia Shelby. And for Manchester Thunder, in centre we have Libby Wolstenholme; wing attack, Emma Fletcher; wing defence, Ella Maltby; goalkeeper, Alice McGrouchy; goal shooter, Ruby Parker; goal defence, Charlotte Wilkinson, the captain; and goal attack, Harriet Jones. And the umpires are Sarah Drake and Sarah Ashton, as we're still searching for that first points of the morning. Manchester look to try and do just that, and there we go. And we're underway here this morning, and I'm delighted to say, joining myself, Bradley Hope, to the left of me, I have Jane Hogan, who is a coach at all levels, I believe. And Jane, a very good morning, and welcome.
Morning. So that first centre pass, Manchester Thunder did get the goal, but Severn Stars got the first turnover, but weren't able to make a goal from it, and Manchester Thunder managed to score. They've now done a turnover on the Severn Stars centre pass, so let's see if they can make this a goal, which they're looking to do. Oh, a fantastic interception there from the goalkeeper from Severn Stars, Sophie Hamilton.
Yeah, well, cracking start to this game. Plenty going on in this opening minute. Of course, the quarters are split into 8 minutes. We'll have 2-minute breaks in between. So they're quick-fire games, and that's the response that the Severn Stars would have wanted early on.
Game equalised now, 1-1. Manchester Thunder will be looking to settle. It's not usual that they would make unforced errors. They're looking to get in there and score from each centre pass. Settle the nerves a little bit. I think both teams at the moment a little bit nervous with their decision making. It
feels like it's playing at quite a frantic pace, isn't it, in the opening minutes?
Yes, if they all calm it down a little bit, stick to the basics. Another interception there from Severn Stars wing defence, Madeline McLeod. But penalty pass given to Manchester Thunder. They get the ball back and look to take it to the goal. So penalty pass or shot given against the contact from the defender. Oh. Obstruction from both players. So they both have to stand by a side. And in it goes.
There we go. And the easy opportunity then for the Manchester Thunder. Well taken. And we're back underway then. And the Thunder can try and see if they can build. And it's be interesting to see if Manchester Thunder can really build on this early start.
Yeah, I think you can see there that they slowed it down a little bit in attack, which played it very carefully, got it into the shooter under the post, and that's an easy goal. It's a nice, very nice feed into the shooter on the move towards the post, and in the goal goes.
So there we go, there Manchester Thunder looking to try and get that 2 points gap restored again. But the Severn Stars looking to obviously get their right to reply straight away. How important is it to really keep on when you've got the chance to go again and make sure you don't get the turnover?
You've got to try and keep possession. The girls have got to open up and look for space, work off each other, and just make the easy pass. Sometimes the ball may have to go to a backup player before it can go forward again, especially if the defence unit are playing really well, putting the pressure on. So you just have to think, have the support from the backup players, and work it round till you can get it into your shooters. It's a nice shot from this Thunder shooter, Ruby Parker.
Yeah, it was a lovely effort there from Parker. And the Thunder, after what was a very frenetic opening minutes, are just regain their composure and playing some lovely stuff at the moment.
Shooters will always look to shoot within the inner circle. They won't look to shoot from right outside. And they want to get the ball to the circle edge to feed into the shooters, but that makes it far more difficult for the defenders to make that interception. As you can see there, the ball was fed from the circle edge, and the shooters have worked it under the post for the goal. So they're playing it around now, looking around. Contact given, so ideal position to feed to the shooters from the circle edge. A nice understanding between the goal attacking shooter to create the goal.
How important is that relationship between the goal attack and goal shooter? How in sync do they need to be?
Very much a partnership. They read off each other in the circle. They rotate, so one might come out of a space, the other one's watching. And sometimes you move to create the space for your teammates. So you're not always moving to actually get the ball. You want to create that space, your teammate goes into it, and obviously then the ball can go into the person moving into the space towards the post.
As you can see on the scoreline, just reducing the deficit slightly, the Severn Stars, but of course the Thunder looking to try and respond straight away. The goal attack, having Jones involved, getting it to the goal shooter, Parker.
Now this is quite a lot, yes, so she looked to the post to shoot, but then the goal attack nipped through for the pass off, and so she could shoot from nearer to the post. That's good play from the Manchester Thunder.
And here come the
So let's see if
again.
Severn Stars can respond.
In defence, Madeline McLeod
Yes,
in the middle.
nice feeding from the goal attack into the shooter. Oh, penalty given though, and this should be in. Yeah.
And it safely is. Yeah. Olivia Selby, the goal shooter for the Severn Stars. Again, really quick, incisive play from the Manchester Thunder, and there is the goal shooter once again, Ruby Parker.
Oh, interception there from goal defence for Thunder, Charlotte Wilkinson. Yes. So this hopefully can be a goal, and really it's her goal for making that intercept. The shooter's put it in, but she's created the opportunity. So they go another goal further ahead. And it's now their centre pass.
So they can really...
Oh!
What an interception again, the goalkeeper, Sophie Hamilton for the Severn Stars.
Yes, and that was created because the feed was from way back, quite a way in. If the feed is put into the circle to the shooters from quite a long way, gives the defensive player more chance to take that interception, which she did.
Well, what a start in this first quarter between the Severn Stars and Manchester Thunder. What do you think? I know it's very early days, of course, but what do you think's been the main difference in this opening quarter?
Well, I think to start with, both teams were a little bit nervy coming through, and the ball didn't go as freely down into the shooters, but Manchester Thunder now have settled with the centre passes and with the flow down into the shooters. They're thinking a little bit more, taking the time and putting the ball into the shooters at the right time. And I think that will be a difference. You just got to, Seven Stars now have just got to do a similar thing. Just look around for their options, create a few more options. So there are maybe 2 forward options going forward with the ball, but always that backup option just to rebuild the attack a little bit if needs be.
Yeah, the goal shooter, Ruby Parker's got off to a great start. And how important is it for the goal shooter to really get those first couple of scores in the bag? And is that just another part of just settling down and getting those early points and giving her the confidence for the rest of the game and the day?
Yes, well, we have to remember these girls are only under 15,
course,
and it's a new competition for them, and they've got to be able to deal with that mentally as well. So they're learning all the time, and if you can get your first centre pass, it can settle those nerves a little bit. But as we could see in that game, all a bit nervous, which you expect. It's all new for them, and as they go on, I would imagine through the day we'll see them settle a little bit. And be a bit more assured with the centre pass down the court.
And just tell us a bit more about your role as well, involving in the netball world. What's your role?
Well, I coach from youngsters through. I've coached players in the pathway. I'm a level 3 coach, and I love this performance element of it, and seeing how netball's developed over the years to the success that the Roses are now achieving. It's great for these youngsters to have that to look up to and to inspire them.
Well, of course, this was all inaugurated last year in the World School Games, and coming here obviously now for Wolverhampton to carry on that programme. It's really exciting again to see all these youngsters progressing, and hopefully a lot of these will be the future stars.
Yes, and some may be and some won't, but they'll still be good players. There's still other levels to achieve. They can play. If they don't play for England, there's the Super League, there's the Premier League. There's lots of different levels where they can play netball and still enjoy it. And if you don't make it, you've tried hard, you don't make it, not everybody does, then that's okay too.
So Thunder looking to get the first points of this second quarter, and it's always important to see if you can get the first points. Get the momentum, we're going lovely.
Yeah. Shooter did make herself available for the pass, but the goal attack was confident to take it from there, and in it went. So now 7-5 to Manchester Thunder, but still a close game.
It certainly is.
So another turnover. I think Seven Stars are rushing it a little bit of panic setting in. Don't need to. And now won it back. So they really need to score from this. Should be looking to. So keep moving it round the circle edge and wait for that opportunity.
Yeah, really good movement there.
And good defence by the Thunder.
Yeah, the goal attack, Aoife Maguire and goal shooter Olivia Selby trying to work opportunities, but good work from the Thunder. The goalkeeper Alice Magrici trying to get the ball rolling now. We're in the blink of an eye at the other end of the courts, and here come the Thunder again.
Yes, and that's netball. And what happened then? The Seven Stars missed the shot, and Thunder were there ready for the rebound. A defender's looking for that rebound, because you don't always expect a shooter to miss under the post, but you've got to be ready for that rebound if they do. And that created another shooting opportunity for Manchester Thunder. However, it's not been converted, and Severn are back with the possession.
Here's the goal attack. Centres making the move, of course, for the Seven Stars. Isabel Connington. So mind, of course, the wing attack. This is Jury for the Seven Stars. She's the captain this morning.
See, she's looking to pass out because she couldn't get it to her goal attack under the post. And there's been a contact just inside the circle. So Manchester Thunder are making it very, very difficult for the Seven Stars to get the ball into their shooters. So they're doing a great job in that circle. Lots of communication, as you can see. Goal defence from Thunder. Charlotte Wilkinson, who's the captain, was just directing play there, talking to her players on the circle edge. And again, the rebound by the goal defence, Charlotte Wilkinson, which gives possession back to Manchester Thunder.
And that all came around some fantastic defence, didn't it, from Manchester Thunder. They really worked hard, didn't they, to reclaim that ball.
They did, but so have Severn Stars now, responded. They lost possession, but they've worked hard to win it back, and now they're in possession of the ball again. So although it's not easily going into their shooters, they're not giving up. They're fighting back and winning the ball back to have another go.
Yeah, they're certainly trying to work hard, and really good movement again, but again, defensive pressure from the Manchester Thunder. They're an opportunity now here for the Stars.
That was lucky there, because that was a little bit of miscommunication between the goal attack and shooter, but now she can get it into or under the post, and their hard work's paid off to win it back and get the goal.
Yeah, it certainly has. And the Stars.
Their centre pass. And in goes the shot.
It's really been the pressure from the Stars, hasn't it, in the last couple of minutes, really putting it on the Manchester Thunder. It'll be interesting to see how they respond.
Manchester Thunder, they want to respond with a goal straight away from the centre pass. Unfortunately, obstruction given by the goal defence, so it does give her that opportunity to step in a little bit nearer to goal and put the shot in.
There's Harriet Jones there for the Manchester Thunder.
So Severn Stars had lost possession, but they're putting the pressure back on the Manchester Thunder to try and win the ball back and stop them from scoring. Footwork's given. Basic skills of footwork. Coaches probably won't be happy with footwork decisions given against their players.
Yeah, just for any new watchers who are joining us today, just to explain just briefly about that footwork rule, if you can, in your best words.
The footwork rule, once you've got possession of the ball, the foot that you deem to have landed on, you can only pivot on, you can't move. So it's very difficult if you're jumping really, really high for a ball. You've got to work on your balance so that you are controlled when you land. So that you don't lose possession. And another goal in for the Severn Stars. Only one goal in it now.
It is, it's close. It's been almost again, it's just twist and turn, doesn't it, in the opening 2 quarters. A minute left of this second quarter on our clock.
And while ever games are close like this, it's the players, especially under 15 level, they get nervous, and that means they might make a wrong choice of pass or do these basic errors like footwork. So they've just got to settle and keep going, but the pressure's on when there's only one goal in the score. See, rushed that feed into the shooter a little bit. She wasn't quite ready to get it, and just a little bit of composure there, because it was a lovely take on the circle edge from the centre. But she just rushed that feed into the shooter then.
Well, they build this attack up nicely, the Stars, and try to work themselves into an angle. Well, that brings an end to the second quarter, and well, what an opening game we've had here on court number 1. The Severn Stars and Manchester Thunder have given us a game that's really been nip and tuck all the way, and in these tight games, it's just those fine margins, isn't it, that can make all the difference.
Very fine margins, and that's where you need the mental strength to start with. Concentrate on your own performance rather than the scoreline. think about, well, what do I need to do? Adapt your play, try and read what your opponent's doing and make her do something different defensively. Or as an attacker, adjust your play. So if you're marked by the defending player on the first run, you might need to change direction to get free for the ball. And it's just reading the game a little bit and changing small things and keeping composed at the same time, which is hard, it's difficult.
So just a reminder, of course, this is just only game 1 today here on court number 1. So much more to come. Next up, we'll see the Loughborough Lightning taking on the North East. And a reminder, all the action here on court number 1 will come from Pool A, which will include Severn Stars, Manchester Thunder, Loughborough Lightning, North East and Leeds Rhinos. So it's just all pool games then today, and then join us tomorrow as we'll move on to the knockout stages as well. But what a start we've had here between the Severn Stars and Manchester Thunder. And in Pool A, it's there's some really good sides in there, isn't there? Severn Stars, Thunder, Loughborough Lightning, North East and Leeds Rhinos. There won't be any easy games.
No, and it's nice to see as to what level all these players are. It would be great actually for netball if all the matches are as close as this, because it makes it much more exciting to watch, much more challenging for the players on the court and the spectators. So we will see as the day goes on. Manchester Thunder I would be considered as one of the stronger teams, and Severn Stars won a competition at this age last year. So we have got 2 of the expected better teams on court at the moment, sort of setting the standard. So, as we can see with the score, that's reflecting that.
Absolutely. And of course, as we look at the as the Vitality Super League, of course, that's just been, of course, last year. You had the Manchester Thunder, obviously the current Vitality Super League champions, and yeah, do you feel that that team and that as a club they're just progressing really well? I think that's the 3rd Vitality Super League title, I believe, the Manchester Thunder.
Well, the Northwest is a very, very strong region for netball, even down at junior level in the junior clubs. You've got the likes of Tameside and Oldham, and if you look back at national junior club competitions, Oldham have won it so many times, and they're always one of the teams to beat. They set a very high standard, but there are teams now coming through that are challenging them, and that's what we want over the UK as a whole from all the regions. Aim to get that standard, and it's only going to improve the players going forward as a whole. So just at the break then, what do you, as a coach, what do you say to the team when, if you're behind, for example, like the Severn Stars, what would you be focused on just to get yourselves back into this if you're talking at the break? Well, I'm always a really strong believer in no unforced errors, and when I say unforced errors, you mean things like footwork or obstructions and contacts, and you try and do the basics well, but you must look to give options for the person with the ball, so they have the choice to make, and they can't make a choice of the right pass if the options aren't there of people to throw to. So again, there's good defence there by the wing defence at Severn Stars straight away. On a Manchester Thunder centre pass, and they've scored the. So they've levelled the game on a Thunder centre pass, and now it's their centre pass to create an opportunity to go 1 goal ahead. So that's.
How important is it to take those opportunities when you've got the centre pass again?
Very important, especially this close game. And again, the pressure's on because the shooters, who have to be very mentally strong and are still learning, but they know that it's their job to put it in. So. So Manchester Thunder score from their centre pass to equalise. Now can Severn Stars. You really do want to score from your own centre pass, and getting a goal from the opposition centre pass is a bonus. And if you score from that, you're 1 ahead.
is the sort of analogy, would you say, almost like a break in tennis, would you say, in terms of getting it back that,
Yeah,
in terms
very
of the
much
centre pass
so,
in
because
that way,
yeah,
that sense?
you would work on your tactics and scoring from your centre pass. So you may have different tactics for your centre pass. You might have a very fast wing attack who is sprinting out for the ball all the time and can always get out and receive the centre pass to move the ball down to the shooters. So you've worked on your tactics, but you've got to have different ones, because the opposition are going to look at that and think, the centre pass is going to the wing attack all the time. We need to do something about that. So I know these teams haven't been together for too long, so they haven't had a long time to train as a team and work on a lot of tactics. That's a lovely shot there from the Seven Stars goal attack. Aoife Maguire from quite a good range out.
Instant response, so it's almost one of those games where it's just sort of like you score, we score at the moment, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, that centre pass there is good pressure from Manchester Thunder, because they forced the centre pass to go back to the wing defence. So really, you'd like your centre pass to go forward. Again, Harriet Jones from Thunder reads the ball really well there and has the confidence to go and take the interception. So again, you would want to try and create a shooting opportunity from that, which they haven't. And Seven Stars have got the ball again. Wing defence then comes in, Ella Maltby, to break down the attacking options of the Seven Stars. Seven Stars have the ball. Luckily win the back line. Now that's a clever one there. The goal attack used the post. That's something quite new that players use from the back line. They use the post almost as a player, because it is part of the court, to pass, in effect, the ball to the post, get on court, which she did, and score the goal. Now that's the good example of a long ball going in. The ball's in the air for a long time, which enabled the goalkeeper to take the interception. Really do need to try and work it to the circle edge and feed the shooters from there. It's much harder for the defence then to win the ball. That one got in quite easily though. Nice goal.
Yeah, plenty of space and
Yes.
Easy work in the end. And let's see how the Stars reply straight away. It's been a bit of a quarter like that, where it's just been both sides just responding. Good movement in the centre of the court, and it's with the wing defence. Centre.
So a penalty given there, so it did give Seven Stars the opportunity to actually feed the goal in from the circle edge, which they've done. Oh, unlucky there for the goalkeeper. Jumping up to try and intercept the ball, but penalty was given too close, so they got the penalty shot.
Good link up between the goal attack and shooter again, and again, these girls at the age that they are, they're just showing so much composure, aren't they?
Yeah, they're starting to show but resilience, I think.
Yes.
You know, if they lose the ball, we don't give up, we get back in there and we want to try and win it back, and that's what you want to see. Don't dwell on the fact you've lost it or a mistake's been made. Get back in there and win the ball back for your team, which both teams are doing really well, actually.
Yeah, they certainly are, and again, lovely build-up, and just...
Ooh.
Very close.
Unfortunate goalkeeper Sophie Hamilton trying to just get that rebound. And then a penalty given, so a pass or shot. So Thunder now the opportunity to take the lead again, but giving it away. So can Seven Stars respond? Good choice to the free player. So they've had to put the pressure on, had to pass the ball back, as you can see, to a backup player. But if you can be patient and work in ground, that's fine. You just got to maintain the possession though, and then wait for that opportunity to come up going forward with the ball. So don't panic. So a contact there given against the centre. It's created a nice space there for the ball to go into the goal shooter. So well played, 7 stars.
Yeah, would you say that's good? How's that process then happened? That was a really lovely build. It almost came from nothing. There was the pressure came early from the Thunder, and it was really nicely worked. You were saying about patience. That's such a key skill, isn't it? Yeah,
the patience. The 7 stars worked it round, and Thunder, yes, were defending very, very hard. But if you're just patient, that opportunity will come. As long as your teammates keep moving, keep offering for the ball into a space, it will come. But it is just patience. If it takes 30 passes to get it in there, but you've still got possession, then the opposition can't do anything with it. A good response from Thunder, though. And 12 all. As you can see, all the passes down the court, they're pressured really from both teams. It's every pass has pressure put on by the defenders. She's had to turn around, look around, couldn't go in. Looking round again, and remember there's only 3 seconds to actually pass that ball, make a decision. So Manchester Thunder did really well there to stop 7 stars scoring towards the end of that quarter.
Yeah, it feels that the intensity in terms of that defensive pressure is really upped in that quarter we've just seen. Is that something that, as a coach, you really work on, is that intensity in defence?
Absolutely. You never give up, I would say. Never, ever give up. You keep working, working, working. And it might be that you're working your player really, really hard. And if you can work hard and really track your player all the way and put the pressure on, it can force that long ball, which gives your teammate a chance to make the interception.
So going into the final quarter, it's still very, of course, very close on the scoreline. What would you be saying then going into the final 8 minutes? Of course, you want to give it everything going into the final 8 and really push, but you also don't want to get worried that you can get caught and lose some points in your own defence.
And I think both teams are defending really, really well and putting the pressure on. And what is really important is that once you've won the ball, which both teams are doing, you have then got to score from it, because that is your opportunity in such a close game like this. And this quarter now, we may see panic stations for the last quarter and see what happens. Be interesting to see really who can keep the heads, I think. But do what you've worked on, stick to your basics, use the space on the court, and keep those passes accurate to a player who is moving into a space. And of course you've got to be moving away from the defender. But the defensive pressure from both teams is excellent, which is why it's making it so difficult.
Of course, it's quite a unique competition since you've been playing a lot of games, of course, throughout the day, in terms of how to manage the energy levels.
Yes,
of course, today. What would you try and say to coaches or to players in terms of managing those levels?
Well, they've got to take on lots of fluids throughout, and they'll be eating little often of foods to maintain their energy levels. And again, after this, they'll go back, but they'll have to cool down a little bit and relax a little bit. But it's the mental one as well. It's getting the mental pressure. The first game is always very difficult to come out, to get the feel of the whole competition. And both teams have had a tough one to start with. So it's again to get that work on the mental strength, the mental relaxation, and learn from this first game, physically and mentally.
Absolutely, got plenty, of course, more games.
They will be tired after this. They've all given everything, haven't they?
They really have. It's been a really intense, high-energy game. It really has been. They've both given absolutely everything to get these early points on the board, of course, which could prove absolutely vital. It could really give them a bit of a momentum boost, of course, for the rest of the day.
It could, and hopefully these teams have worked on the fitness throughout the training. They'll have been training with the clubs. They'll have been training maybe with the counties and in the Super League hubs that they're training now. So they should have been working on those fitness elements and be prepared to last the weekend of play. But it could be just one interception that changes this game. If that defender can keep going, the attacker might be a little bit tired. She really tracks her hard, makes an interception. That's one goal, and you've won the match by one. Crucial in these tournaments.
Certainly is, and it seems like it's going to be crucial in this match as well.
So again, the pressure's on, the ball's not going in easily. Thunder are making it as difficult as possible, but Severn Stars have got the penalty, which unfortunately she missed, and the defender got the rebound. I think the Thunder defender, Harriet Jones, has done a great job with the defensive rebounds in this match. She's been in the right position every time if the goal's been missed. But they'll probably be looking at shooting stats as well for the teams and see what those stats are like. You would expect even at this level for under 15s, if they get the ball under the post, that it should go in. But again, mental pressure, defensive pressure is a learning element to deal with.
Yeah, the superb element we've seen in this game is actually both defences have held up really well and really put the pressure on the goal shooters and goal attacker. But the composure was there, and the composure was right, and the Stars just crept in front.
Yeah, so even though the Thunder are winning it back a lot of the time, Severn Stars are winning it back too and managing to keep the game level. Deemed out of court, so this is Severn Stars' opportunity now. It's crucial. It's the last quarter. Every possession, really, you want to create that shooting opportunity, and then you want your shooters to put it in the net.
Well, how much is sort of game management as well come into these final few minutes? Is there a way of sort of thinking, let's just keep possession, because obviously if we've got possession, they can't score? Is that a way of thinking as well?
It can be a way of thinking, but when it's 12-all as well, you've got it. Again, this patience, which unfortunately if they've thrown the ball, it's gone out of court and they've lost possession. So great pressure from the Manchester Thunder. But you are now aware of the time, the clock's ticking. You haven't got another quarter to come and put it right. So this is where the players have got to think for themselves, make the right choices on the court, and work for each other. So again, Manchester Thunder lose possession. Pressure from the Severn Stars.
Every turnover is just so
really
important.
Is anybody's game. Oh, unfortunately, lack of communication there between the attacker and the shooter. She thought she was going to the back space. Goalkeeper was there to pick the ball up and get her team the possession again. I think that there was really passed the ball, overstretched the centre, couldn't keep the control. I think she was probably worried she'd go offside, and as it was, she couldn't catch it, so lost possession. Again, though, it's coming back down the other end. Severn Stars have now got the ball back again. So it's very exciting.
It really is.
Who's going to get the goal first?
It's end-to-end stuff. It really is fascinating to watch. A brilliant opening game here at Wolverhampton University.
Here we go again.
Is this maybe that, I know we've talked actually a lot in this game about both sides really having that composure in front, but is it that mental side of it, maybe that just that fatigue maybe kicking in the first game?
It could be the fatigue mentally and physically. It could be that players aren't offering so much. They need to come towards the ball a little bit and not keep running away, because if you run away from the ball and the person with the ball has no options but to throw the long pass, then it's much easier for the defence to intercept. So you've got to move it, offering towards the ball. That was a nice move though, switched it round the circle edge. Used the centre round the circle edge, and she could feed it in, which does make it more difficult for the defence to get the interception. Now this has to be a goal for the Severn Stars, and it is.
It certainly is.
And their centre pass, which is great. So this is their opportunity now to go 2 up, which again will put pressure on Manchester Thunder in this last quarter.
And if the Stars do feel if they get this next score, and the Manchester Thunder will then in their minds will have to go out and attack, they'll open up more space potentially.
Yeah, well, they would need to get the score from their centre pass, but then if Seven Stars score here, they're 1-up. All they have to do then is score from their centre pass. But that's easier said than done, isn't it? In this game.
It's easy for us watching up here, isn't it, in the commentary box? No, but they've really put on a good show, and the Stars have now got a great opportunity to try and finish the game off, and that will really put the pressure now on the Thunder going into the final stages.
They must score from. They really want to score from this, and Seven Stars have got to work really hard to stop them doing that. Well, they have managed to get it into the shooter. Is it going to go in? And it does.
Brilliant
very
composure.
Accurate shooter, Ruby Parker.
Yeah, she's had actually a really good game as Ruby Parker. She's been very composed, hasn't she, when the opportunities come?
Yes, it'd be nice to see what her shooting stats are, actually. She's, and that's what you want, your shooter to be nice and composed under that post, putting the shot in. Crucial now, though, for Seven Stars to respond, which they have.
They certainly have, and the Stars are pulling ahead at the moment with only seconds spare in this final quarter.
Oh, that got in very easily. That was a really good move from Manchester Thunder. Move down into the pocket of the court, and the shooter there just to turn and get the ball.
Well, after a bit of a lull in terms of scoring, it's suddenly just exploded into life in the final minutes.
And Seven Stars have given away their centre pass. Good defensive move. So they've taken that advantage back from the Seven Stars. Oh.
And that will bring an end then to our opening game on court number 1. So here we go then, game 2 here on court number 1 of day 1 here at Wolverhampton University. The under-15s netball performance competition put on by England Netball. And our second game sees Loughborough Lightning take on Netball North East. And you're joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and to the left of me, for the first time this morning, I'd like to introduce Pauline Knight. Pauline, how are you doing this morning?
Good morning, Brad. Yes, it's an exciting day today. I'm really loving it already.
It's been a fantastic morning. First game was an absolute belter to get us underway this morning between the Severn Stars and Manchester Thunder. And I'm sure in for another treat as well between these two sides.
Yeah, there's already been a turnover, Lightning turnover, that north-east centre pass. And it's now Lightning centre. But again, another two more turnovers. I can't even get the turnovers out. There's so many turnovers going on this morning. But as we said earlier, it's about, not making mistakes by these players. And the basics have got to be correct and try not to make any errors.
How important is that start in the first quarter? Really get that momentum going.
It's really, really important. And North East head coach Joyce Poynton has already said that, she wants to stamp her authority right from the beginning. So at the moment that hasn't quite happened, but let's see, they're a new franchise, so let's see how they're going to go.
Yeah, they're based up in Durham, have a really good relationship with Durham University. And there we go.
Great goal by the goal attack, Izzy Burgess.
Yeah, good response for Netball North East. And I think that's what they'd have wanted, especially it felt like that first minute, it was just an onslaught from Loughborough, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And there was a few turnovers there, but it's about doing something with the turnover. So once they've got the ball, it must be about trying to score and put some goals on the board.
So first we'll look to see how Loughborough really build from their own third, and it's good pressure early doors from North East, and audacious effort from the centre. It's been
called as a contact by Rob, the umpire, and another turnover from North East. So I think these girls like that first game in Thunder, and they just need to settle down. They're most probably nervous. It's a top performing tournament.
Yeah, you can really see an eagerness, isn't it, to really get to the ball first, put that pressure on early. And North East looking to turn it around in the opening couple of minutes.
I'm not sure what happened there, but there was not an option available to the goal thrower at that point, the ball thrower.
Hannah Hicks, the goalkeeper for Loughborough, starting it off from a defensive third, of course. Well worked. This is a nice patient build-up, isn't it?
Yes, nice passage of play. They just got to put this away. They're trying to get that ball closer to the post, but it hasn't worked. They've given the ball... No, they haven't given the ball away. It's still Loughborough Lightning in possession, and they're trying to work it round to get the ball closer to the post.
Oh, just over the edge.
It's a turnover by the goalkeeper, Danielle Walker. And it's back in Loughborough Lightning hands.
And those, in terms of as a coach point of view, those the turnovers you're really trying not to give away in your own defensive third.
Absolutely. I mean, as soon as a goalkeeper goal defence gets a turnover through either a rebound because it's a missed shot, it's obviously possession for the opposition, and all they want to do is get the ball down court and get a goal for their own team. But I'm hoping that it's just nerves at the moment. It's one goal each, and it's over 4 minutes of play. So let's hope they settle down. It's Lightning centre. It's a turnover, so that was footwork. But what I liked about that was the girl who did the footwork then got back in and defended. And that's what it's all about, certainly, at all ages, but it's really good to see it at this age.
I was about to say, in terms of that mental switch to suddenly just change, and you've committed a fault, but you've you've got the awareness to get back into position.
That shows a lot of mental strength by an individual player. And the goal shooter there took the ball with one hand, and we try and encourage these young players to take the ball with two hands, and that way if a defender comes flying in to take the ball, the umpire may deem it's a 50-50 ball if you've only got one hand on it. But if you've got two hands on it, you're more likely to be pulled up for contact by the defender if they come and try and take the ball. So I would encourage all these players to take the ball with two hands. So it's 3-2 Loughborough. Oh no, North East. So North East have settled down a little bit now. Lovely hard luck. She put her foot out of court, but she made a lovely interception there. And both teams are trying to work the ball to the circle edge before they feed the ball, because there's more errors that can happen if they feed the ball from a long way out. So this is good play from Loughborough Lightning.
See if they can finish it off, and they can. Yeah. That's a much better composure. And after almost a bit of sort of deja vu, really, compared to the first game, it was a frantic start, and both sides sort of seem to have settled into the quarter, haven't they? As the minutes have ticked by.
Yes, it's taken them a few minutes, but yet there's yet another turnover. North East had a turnover again.
Lovely play. That was super movement.
These North East shooters got to put this ball away, because the defenders for Lightning are so tall and have got such good elevation. They're going to get a lot of these rebounds. So it's really important that these North East players put this ball away. There you go.
There we go. That's they must be hearing you, Pauline.
Yeah, they must have heard. That was Kate Murphy for the North East.
So good opportunity now here for Loughborough. What was they trying to attempt there? Was she going for the score?
She was looking to shoot, then she was looking to pass. So we have fake passes in netball. So you don't want the defender to know who you're actually going to pass rather than shoot. So you pretend to put the ball up. That was a lovely goal from the goal shooter again, Kate Murphy. So the North East have started well. They're now 1 goal ahead of Lightning. It's a lovely goal from the Lightning goal attack, Lily Smith.
Yeah, the North East just seem to have just regained that composure, haven't they,
yes,
since the opening couple of minutes, and they're getting the points in the bag, aren't they now?
They are now. And that was really good by the centre. She could see that the attacking wing attack and the goal attack were heavily marked. So she tried to put the ball back. So that was, they make some good decisions, these young players.
Yeah, in the opening couple of minutes, we saw a lot of turnovers. It was very, as we were saying, sort of quite frantic and almost played at 100 miles an hour. What would you say when you're in those couple of minutes? Is it easy to get your message across to your team, just to say, just calm down and be composed and stick to the basics?
And you've hit the nail on the head there. It is only a couple of minutes that you've got to speak, and you've got to try and convey all the messages. And the first message there, as the head coaches are mostly saying, just calm it down and cut out the errors. Because all these turnovers are generally caused because they've been unsettled in their play, and they need to just get that ball, put the ball in front. The timing of the pass, the timing of the player moving onto the pass has got to be right. And I think the last couple of minutes in that first quarter, I think both teams settled down a little bit more, and hopefully they'll come out now into the second quarter and we'll see two more settled teams.
It's interesting at this age, some of the netball that's being played is just, even we've only seen a game and a quarter in the second match, but you can already see the skill level is incredible.
Oh, it's phenomenal netball being played. And when the girls walked in this morning, I saw the Surrey Storm team. These girls are under 15, and many of them were 6 feet tall. Well, they appear 6 feet tall to me. The physicality of the girls is tremendous. They are really, really true athletes. Even at this age, they are really very good athletes.
Is that something that's really developed over the years with England Netball in terms of getting these girls from a youngish age to really develop as athletes?
Yes, the pathway over the years that I've been involved in netball has changed, and the girls are being looked at from an early age. However, you know, there are still routes into the pathway. If you're not involved in something like today, that doesn't matter. A lovely goal there by Lightning to equal 5 goals each.
Let's see if North East can respond. Do you feel these are important times, especially at the start of the quarter? You don't want to turn over the ball from your centre pass straight away. No,
because if there's only 1 or 2 goals in it at the very end of the game, that could be a most crucial moment, has been at the very beginning of the game. And one of the hardest things to do, even as an adult player, is to turn over the ball and get that mindset thinking, I'm no longer defending, I'm attacking. And that is when a lot of teams tend not to be able to hold on to the ball, because they were defending and it's getting back into that attacking mode. So again, they've turned over the ball and there's been another turnover by the North East. I wasn't expecting this from the North East. I thought that perhaps Lightning might run away a little bit with this, but I'm wrong. They're playing very well, the North East. They're tactically, they're trying to get that ball to the edge of the circle to put an easy ball into the shooters. And it was a lovely goal.
It certainly was.
By the goal shooter again, that's Kate Murphy.
And Northumbria, after a hectic first quarter, have really settled in, but really nice from...
But again, that's just, Brad, that emphasised my point there earlier. They've just made an interception and they give the ball away. So it's now North East possession again, even though Lightning had a tremendous interception by their defence. But North East have now got the ball there, 1 goal ahead. If this goes in, that's their 2 goals ahead.
Let's see if she can do just that.
Yeah,
she can as well.
2 beautiful goals.
Do you think that's just that game management sort of, or maybe not game management, just sort of taking a second just to breathe and then make the right decision?
Yes, and it is, and it perhaps North East are settling a little bit quicker than Lightning, and Lightning, hopefully Lightning aren't panicking, but they just need to settle and play their own game.
Well, now a chance to see the North East, see their defensive third hands put on the pressure from Lightning, and at the moment they're doing relatively well as well.
They are doing very well. I'm not sure that goal shooter was ready to receive that ball. Her head was down, so I don't know how she could have seen that ball. That might be why the defence picked it out the air. But there needs to be options available to the ball thrower. The options, there needs to be more than 1, 2 is good, 3 is excellent. The more options that are available, then the ball thrower can make a decision as to who's the best person to throw the ball to. But again, there's a lot of interceptions in this game, a lot of tips. And that was a nice decision by the centre to the goal attack. Goal shooter's holding, that's a lovely hold by the goal shooter. But she's not able to put it away.
Again, another opportunity here for Lightning, the goal attack, Lily Smith, and that's just what they would have wanted after missing that first earlier chance.
So it's 8-7 now to the North East. They had an opportunity to make it 9-7, but they didn't take it. So just 1 goal in it, but again, North East have got the ball. And this is just so crucial. These goals underneath the posts should be going in even at under 15 level, because it's like an interception on court. As soon as you make an interception, you're back in to attack. So North East have now got possession again. Yeah, lovely move. It was a misunderstanding there between the goal attack and the wing attack. The wing attack did a beautiful roll around her wing defence to get free, but she ran straight into the goal attack. So if they had been playing together for a long time, that may not have happened. That goal attack would have known the wing attack was going to do that. Another interception by the North East.
As a coach, that's something you look at then in terms of forming those partnerships. Of course, the goal attack and goal shooter is it's a vital partnership, of course. But is it not just in the game management? Is it in terms of just mentally as well? You know what your goal shooter and attacker is going to do.
And if you look at our England Roses team, I'm thinking the two H's, Helen Houseby and Jo Harton, they know each other's play really well. Yeah. They know what each other are going to do. So the combination, it's really important for any level of play that you know what your players around you are going to do and what they're capable of. At the end of the day, these girls are under 15. They are very, very good players. And perhaps they haven't played together as long as they would have liked to have played.
So North East really advancing
really
into it.
Storming ahead now, 10-7.
Good lead. 10-7, and at the moment they're putting all the pressure on the Loughborough Lightning. They can't just get a breath at the moment. When you're in this position, Pauline, in Loughborough's position, what do you think how do you think mentally, what do you have to do to get out of all this rut you sort of got yourselves into? It's 11-7 now. How do you get out of this psyche?
I think they have to think about their basics. So that pass worked, but it only just worked to the goal shooter. I felt that she was really stretching the goal shooter. And I would say, talking about percentage now, it's got to keep possession of the ball. You cannot score a goal if you don't have possession of the ball. There's so many turnovers in this game, and they have to make sure that once they've turned over, take a deep breath and then set it up all over again, as if it was a centre pass.
Here come Lightning, and although still have possession.
Yeah, she seemed to have made contact there. But again, who was that ball to? There was no one from Lightning coming forward from the shooting end to receive that ball. The ball went in. I suspect she's been told to give a first-time ball, but there wasn't anybody there to receive it. And again, the ball's going into the shooter. The defenders are so tight on their marking. It's really difficult for the goal attacks and goal shooters to be definite in their movements.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely. Another lovely goal. This North East team are really a cracking team.
Yeah, they just seem so clinical, don't they, at the moment?
Yeah.
Every opportunity, after the opening couple of minutes, every opportunity they get given, they're putting it away, which is proving vital at the moment.
And it's another turnover to the North East. That's a repossession by the centre court player. She dropped the ball and she mishandled it. But, you know, again, they're young girls. They will all learn so much from today and tomorrow. They will learn about the pressure, the mental pressure, the physical pressure with girls their own age.
Oh, that was
clinical, really good.
Lovely finish. It's so satisfying, isn't it, to watch when they just drop in.
And that should have been their advantage, and it is there. They've got it again. So there's another turnover. Loughborough Lightning are making quite a lot of errors, I feel. But that's also because of the pressure being put on them by North East. It's not just because they're making errors. The pressure put on them by the North East is tremendous.
Is there anything you can do to counteract that pressure? What's the best way of getting around that?
I think you've got to be committed in your play. So when you make a movement to go forward for the ball, it's got to be a committed movement. So if a wing attack wants that ball, she has to make that commitment to go forward, like a centre pass.
And there we go, the end of the second quarter.
14-8. Loughborough Lightning, I think, will be disappointed with that. However, can I just say that we know that they are developing their players. They're going to try and get every player on court in this game, which I think is tremendous. And it's about developing all their players. They've just got into the pathway, Loughborough Lightning, 7 players into the under-17 and under-19 England squads, and they feel that strategy that they're going to use for the under-15. So although this is an exciting tournament, everybody wants to win, I applaud Loughborough Lightning for the strategy they've got today. They want to get all their players on court and give them all the chance and not just putting on 7 players, their best 7 players. So well done, Lightning. But the score's currently 14-8, so they're going to have to think about what do we do now to try and counteract what North East are doing. And at the moment, I feel they're not making that commitment to get the ball. North East are putting an awful lot of pressure on Lightning.
Yeah, in terms of of course, we talked a bit there about the Loughborough Lightning and North East. Is it just more the same? really? Just sort
yeah,
of just go out and do what you've just done,
yeah,
really?
their shooters have stepped up, I feel. The goal shooter, Kate Murphy has really stepped up. There's Izzy Burgess and Kate Murphy in that shooting for the North East. I feel they've really stepped up and are shooting very well. I haven't seen the shooting stats for them, but I would imagine they're pretty good.
So back underway then here, third quarter, and what a game we've had already. The Netball North East currently leading going into this third quarter, and I feel like it's important for Lightning to get off to a good start here.
Yes, it's their first centre, and unfortunately they've missed the goal, which gives North East possession. And I would imagine they'll be quite clinical with this, although again Loughborough Lightning are fighting. They're fighting back for each. They're trying to get possession back.
They've got possession back and looking to try and.
So if the shooters are as clinical as they were in that second quarter, as they are, North East are going to pull away, and it's their centre. So instead of being 6 goals, they're now 7 goals ahead, and this could be 8 goals. There should be more pressure put on that ball. There's the girl marking the ball there was quite a long way away from the ball thrower. Anyway, Lightning have got possession, which is good news. They have 7 goals down. Let's see if they can make this 6 goals down. They've got to just make sure, keep possession, not run away, come forward for the ball. The goal shooter's asking for the ball, but for me, she isn't clearly. It's not a clear pass into her. She needs to hold differently. And again, they haven't been able to put that ball away.
Yeah, it just feels like Loughborough Lightning need to get some momentum. They need to just get at least one and then really build on that the North East at the moment.
Wonderful take by the centre court player, and a great ball into the goal shooter.
That was a lovely move.
Yeah.
And the North East have sort of just picked up from where they left off, really.
It seems like they have. I would imagine Josie Poynton, their head coach, will be very pleased with this performance. They just have to keep it going and not relax on their morals. But again, the ball that went into the goal shooter wasn't an accurate ball. It was to the body as opposed to the side, so that the goalkeeper was able to get her hand to it. And it's another turnover for North East. It's a good decision to pass the ball back. It's about keeping possession of the ball. It's not just about moving the ball forward. Each time it's keeping possession of the ball so they have a chance to put the ball forward. So the goal shooter's now out the circle. But she was just allowed to come back into the circle her own will and shoot beautifully as she has been doing.
So what's happened there in terms of the goal shooter coming out?
Well, the goal shooter dropped the ball, so she had to go out of the circle to get the ball. Once she was out, she should have had somebody stopping her from coming back into the circle, because as soon as she gets into the circle, you've seen what she does. She just puts the ball away. And it was too easy for her, really. She picked the ball up, passed it, and came back into the circle to receive another pass. Nice goal by Lightning. That's their second goal this quarter. It's not enough. They're still 7 goals down. They need to close this gap. They need an interception. But again, there's no one with hands over the ball. There's no pressure on that ball.
Oh, lovely finish. That was effortless, wasn't it, almost?
Kate Murphy shooting there beautifully for the Northeast. And the goalkeeper down the other end is trying her hardest to get the possession of the ball so that she can continue to shoot like that. So both players are deemed to have made contact. That's why they're standing by the goal shooter's side.
And those are the chances that are important to finish, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, absolutely, because you might not get another chance. And every one that they miss, it isn't just the one goal, it's the goal that North East get and pull away by one. So they haven't closed the gap at all. They're still 7 down. I feel they've settled a bit more now. They're less nervous than they were. But North East, I feel, are in charge of the game and are dominating, I would say, in all 3/3 of the court.
It just feels that they're in control, aren't they? They're not hesitant. They're not giving silly, opportunities away to Loughborough.
Goal shooter makes herself available for the ball. She came forward for that pass and she did a split landing. The split landing is where the feet are wide apart so that she can bring her foot that's closest to the edge of the circle towards the post, and it looks like she's going to get the ball miles away from the post, but actually she's really close. Loughborough Lightning, another opportunity gone missing. She's again just missed, so I'm sure they're excellent shooters, but they're perhaps feeling a bit nervous. They're just not pulling these balls away, and they are quite close to the post. So that'll be something that I'm sure that they'll need to practice, is shooting under pressure. Because when you're training, it isn't just about putting 50 balls up and shooting 50 balls and getting them in and saying, look at me, aren't I wonderful, I've just put 50 balls away. It's about shooting 50 balls under pressure, shooting 50 balls on one foot because you've had to step back because of the defence is so good, or stepping to the side, or getting the ball in and out of the circle so that your heartbeat is racing So it isn't about just putting 50 balls up. It's about 50 balls in different situations. The heartbeat is racing, the mental pressure is there, the physical pressure is there. Another turnover in the circle. The North-East defenders are doing a magnificent job. And I'm saying here about the Loughborough Lightning shooting is not putting the ball away. You know, let's not take it away from the North-East defenders. They're most probably the ones that are putting the pressure on. Again, the goal defence for me could have gone up for that ball. Her arms could have gone up for that ball. To put the pressure on. As it was, they didn't score.
It just feels as a unit, in particular, North-East in defence and attack they're working together, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
In partnerships.
And the interception there by the wing attack. It was a beautiful interception, almost as they created that setup to the ball to go to that person, so she could come in and do that. Total misunderstanding there between the centre and the wing defence for Lightning.
And there we go. Brings an end to the third quarter. And it is the Netball North-East who are leading by 19 points to 11, and they are in total control, and Loughborough really need to get going in this fourth and final quarter. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the fourth and final quarter of our second game of the day here at Wolverhampton University, the Under-15s netball performance competition. And, well, it's been a superb performance so far by Netball North-East. And, like you said earlier, Pauline, a new franchise and really want to get going and kick-starting this competition. And they've done just that, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have. I think Lightning need this goal. They only scored 3 goals the last quarter. And I'm hoping their coaches have said, try and cut out the errors, think about your timing onto the ball. And when you've made a turnover, hold onto the ball, keep possession.
Good movement again.
So the North-East are on the charge again. Absolutely.
They just seem first to it, don't they? They seem a bit more alive, a bit more tempo. Really trying to work some angles and space.
Yeah, they seem to know each other a little bit better than the Lightning team do, and that might be the case. If Lightning have brought on different players, their shooting has been superb, and that makes the difference. A good shooter will lift the team. I know I used to play centre court, but also like a wing defence. And if the goal shooter, if I'd made an interception and the goal shooter had scored a goal from it, you felt really good about it. And it lifts the whole team when the shooter's shooting well. it isn't great for the team's morale when the ball goes down court, constantly going down court, and constantly comes back again because the shooters haven't managed to put the ball away for various reasons. Yeah. So
really
here we are again.
Yeah, there's the Netball North East look to try and come again. This time, not to the desired effect, but be interested to see how Loughborough play this one. They've given away so many silly turnovers, and again, it's just not been their day, has it, so far?
No, but they'll learn from it. They'll go into the next game and they will learn from it.
And again, really good movement and trying to
quite a distance, but what super shooting. Very confident shooting from the North East.
It's almost just laser-eyed. It just you pick your spot and you go for it, and it's just it's working every time at the moment for the North East.
And they're being patient, the North East. They are working that ball around. Footwork. It's a rare mistake by the attacking duo of the North East. But another mistake, another turnover.
And again, it's an error in their own defensive third as well, and that must be, as a coach, really frustrating.
Yeah, you're not giving your shooters an opportunity if you can't get the ball out of the opposition's attacking end. We normally like to see shooters get closer to the post before they attempt a shot, but the North East shooters are having a go from anywhere, and most of them seem to work. So it's really difficult to defend against that.
And first opportunity for Lightning to actually have a go at trying to get a score. Feels like a lifetime since they've been in an attacking position.
So that's their first goal of this quarter. It's taken nearly 4 minutes for them to score a goal.
And as would you be saying to your players, now you've got that goal, put the pressure on and get the ball back?
They need to be getting that ball back, and which they have done. But a mistake by North East. They need to get this ball back. They need to keep possession of it, and they need to build on that. They've just scored that one goal. They've got 12 goals. They need to build on that now, and try and win one of the quarters. That's got to be the aim. That's a much better passage of play from the Lightning players, and a lovely goal. So well done to Lightning. That's the last 2 goals, and it's also, I was going to say it's also their centre, but no, it's not. It's North East centre.
Yeah, they just seemed a bit more incisive, didn't they, in the passing? Just really, they knew what they were doing. It was
more definite
flowed nicely. But again, here come the North East once again.
So the goalkeeper's done a good job there. She's marked the goal shooter away from the post, preventing the North East from passing that ball into the goal shooter, and then there was a call. There's been a turnover, so this is another opportunity for Lightning. They've got to keep hold of this ball. They've got to keep hold of it, get it up to the shooting. See, for me, that goal defence came across. She gave her a much more difficult ball, straight into the arms of the wing defence. Got to be aware of the arms. As a thrower, you throw the ball, you have to be aware of not just the player who you are throwing to and their opponent, and where her opponent is. You have to be aware of where your own opponent is and where her arms are, and good coverage of the ball. So wherever you move the ball, if it's being covered by somebody with the arms, it's really difficult to get that ball out. And that was a case in point there. It got intercepted because there was a tip from a North East wing defence. A long way out again, and it's a turnover. So the North East haven't done so well this quarter. It's certainly Lightning quarter.
Yeah, Loughborough just seemed to have...
much better play by Lightning.
Yeah, they've just got a bit more tempo, and they're just a bit of better understanding and communication. And here we go again. much better from Lightning.
Absolutely.
But the North East still in control on the scoreboard, of course, at the moment.
Another turnover. I think they've left it too late. There's only just over a minute to go. But they've played so much better in this fourth quarter, Lightning have, in all areas of the court. And it's another lovely goal.
So going into the final minutes at the moment. It's in North East's hands to get the first victory of their weekend. Still plenty of netball, of course, to come. So both sides, in terms of Loughborough Lightning, they don't need to get too downhearted. They've done some good things. They've produced some good spells. The patterns of play just need to be a bit more clinical, and they'll work on this and they'll go again.
Yeah, I think it's cutting out the errors, which the last few minutes I feel they've cut out the errors. They've done some good passages of play, and the shooter has put that ball away. So, you know, there's 7 in it now. There was a lot more than that in it a few moments ago. In fact, I think they might have scored all the goals this quarter. So it's another miss by North East, and Lightning. It's almost like a game of two halves, really. We've had the first 3 quarters where North East, I feel, have dominated, and Lightning have made lots of mistakes. And then the last quarter, and Lightning have come through and had some fantastic passages of play, and it's the North East that have struggled a little bit, which is a bit surprising considering their first 3 quarters.
Yeah, Loughborough Lightning really put some pressure on the scoreboard, and they were well behind the rate at one point, but they've only finished 6 behind in the end. And it is, though, at full time, the North East that have come out on top and have claimed their first points of the weekend over at Loughborough Lightning. So a good win then for Netball North East, and we'll move on to our third game of the day, and it will be our first look at Leeds Rhinos. They'll be taking on Severn Stars, and that'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes time. Don't go anywhere, we've got plenty more to come here at Wolverhampton University.
same as Luke because I did go over to check his camera, and we got the same 46k. P2. Okay. So do you want me to go darker, more bluey? More bluey. Okay. Alright, I'm on their white tops. Jump to white balance on them. Jump to white balance on them. Okay, I'm on 32k. Make it ready. Okay. One second. Is it changing? Is it changing now? It goes straight from blue to yellowy. I'm doing it manually. Yeah, I'm slowing down them. I'm on 34k at the moment. I go down, I'm on 37, it's getting more orangey now. I'm on 39, it's getting more orangey. 42. Yeah, sorry, yellowy, yeah. Yeah, I noticed it when I came upstairs and looked at the two cameras, it's totally off. Okay. I'm cool now. I'm on 31k. 32, 33, 34, 35. Yeah.
So here we go, we are underway, our third game of the day. These are quick fire, and we're on to our next one, which sees the Severn Stars take on Leeds Rhinos. And our first look at Leeds Rhinos this morning here on court number 1. Severn Stars, of course, played up in their first game of the day. And I'm delighted to say, joining myself, Brad Hope, I've got Jill Hogan again to the left of me, and Leeds Rhinos getting off to a perfect start in the opening minute, Jill.
Yeah, and Leeds are a new franchise, so this is new to them, because Leeds Rhino is a new franchise in the Super League, so it's a new under-15 team. So it's their first experience of this competition and playing at this level for these players.
And they've looked to try and double that advantage in the opening minutes.
I mean, I've spoken to the Leeds Rhino coach actually, and she said that she's looking just for all the girls to get the opportunity and experience play on the court, but also she said 1 scalp would be great and 3 scalps would be marvellous over the weekend. So they've set realistic targets really in this first year.
Well, what a start for Leeds Rhinos in this opening minutes and a half.
So again, lots of pressure put on the Severn Stars. We saw the Severn Stars earlier in the game, and they were very good at winning turnovers, but again, after speaking to their coach, she said they want their target for this match is that they score from the turnovers. So as we said, if you're really working hard to win the ball, then you really need to make a goal from it, and so that's their target for this match. So we'll see if they can achieve that.
Is that something, do you think, coaches are just going to be looking at this weekend? Of course they want their teams to do well, and of course they'd love them to win the competition, but is it just those little things that if they see those improvements, they'll be happy?
It is, absolutely, because again, they're only under 15 players. How are they going to react as the day progresses and the different matches? Are they learning from the different opponents that they're playing against? Are they using their brains on court a little bit? Because you do want to develop thinking players who can adapt to whatever's happening on the court. So the coaches will be helping them with that, but you do like to see your players as well take a little bit of responsibility and initiative themselves.
So the Severn Stars trying to put the pressure on. It feels that the Leeds Rhinos have just had all the momentum and really put the pressure on Stars in this opening 3 minutes.
I think it's a bit of a shock to the Stars at the moment. And again, we say you've played one hard game, and mentally you want to start strong, and that's not always easy. You've had a little rest, you come back, and before you know it, you can be 3 or 4 goals down. You've got to try and prepare yourself to come out strong from the start, because it will give confidence to Leeds Rhinos. Still a few panicky plays going on, and again we did see that in the first game. When the players are nervous, then the decision making isn't quite as good as it should be. Passes go wrong, you make the wrong choice of the person who you're passing to, and perhaps the choice of pass goes wrong as well.
Good movement again though to open that space, and we talked actually a bit in the first game, Jill, about that movement away from not having the ball, and it's vital, isn't it, that the goal shooters really work hard to get into those positions.
It is. They have to keep moving, they have to keep offering and working off each other. One might come out of the circle, and then another one will be looking to go into the circle. So you can look at it like they're on a little bit of elastic, and they're in and out and rotating and working together all the time. But certainly Leeds Rhinos have had the better start, and I think have shocked Severn Stars a little bit, who are making a lot of errors at the moment. But hopefully they'll sort it out and settle.
Of course, this is Severn Stars' second game of the day. They up against Manchester Thunder here on court number 1, which they lost out in that first game. So looking to try and get the results in this second match. And the Rhinos again with another opportunity. And at the moment, the Rhinos...
It's always difficult when you come across new teams and you haven't, you haven't perhaps not sure how they're going to play tactically, what they're going to do, and that's when you refer to the thinking game. Can you adapt your game and respond to what your opponents are doing on the court? So we've now.
Sorry, no. Yeah.
Well, I was going to say we've now. Seven Stars have actually won this ball back and looking to create the shooting opportunity. So that's better, safer, more composed pass, and that was a lovely change of direction from the goal shooter away from the post and then back towards it to create a position under the post to score the goal.
I was just going to say, Joe, is it all about that in terms of coming up against new sides, new players that you might not be familiar with? Is that all part of their development to learn on the spot?
Absolutely, and also playing with different players. You get used to playing with your players at your club level, and sometimes play can be almost automatic and not thinking because you do know where your players are going to go. But if your opponents aren't letting you do that, then you've got to have the skills and expertise to do something different. I think Seven Stars are settling a little bit now and starting to react to what they need to do.
Yeah, some really good passes and good movement. And I think you're right, they've just sort of composed themselves.
Yeah, and we saw that in the first game with them. They were a bit panicky to start with, and then I think sometimes you've got to think it's the confidence. Yes, we can do this actually. We do know what we're doing and just have the confidence to do it.
Andrew, they're 3-point game. That'll just give them an extra boost going forward, and that just reduces that gap to only 2.
So the psychological advantage a little bit is going towards the Seven Stars because Leeds Rhino made an error on that first pass on their centre pass, so they may not be as confident as the Seven Stars start coming back at them. So a lovely interception there from the wing defence for Seven Stars. Gets them possession of the ball. And what you look for is skill in the players, is can they change from being in the attacking position to then become defenders. You're looking at them, 1 minute you can be defending, can they then transfer and start defending? And I think Seven Stars have shown that they can defend back very well when they lose the ball. It really is about making a goal from it now though. Which unfortunately weren't able to do.
Yeah, it's going to be...
they've got the looks like...
It's going to be interesting to see how Seven Stars can put those opportunities away. Like I said, Joe, they've been very impressive at defending from the front, but the goal shooters at the moment for Leeds Rhino is really creating some fantastic angles, isn't she?
Absolutely, and what could have been a 5-4 game has now gone to a 6-3 game. So very quick first quarter there.
Well, what a first quarter it's been. The Leeds Rhinos have shown us what they're about, and after the first 8 minutes they lead by 6 points to 3. We'll be back for the second quarter in a couple of moments' time. So we're just about to get underway for the second quarter. And Joe, what would you have said to the Seven Stars? It was quite a, well, they were just hit with a sucker punch in the first minute by the Leeds Rhinos. They raced into that 3-point lead and they got back into it. But what would you say to the Stars at the end of the first quarter?
Well, the Seven Stars again, They need more composure. They're rushing it when they first started, and I really think because of the great start that Leeds Rhino made, it took them by surprise. It was almost like they didn't know what had hit them. So they started making errors that they shouldn't be making, and that again, the first centre pass, it's been intercepted by the Leeds Rhinos. So they've got to think about the opponents they're playing against, what they like to do, and really make them do something different, but also do something different themselves.
Fortunately, they get away with that one, but it seems that the Leeds Rhinos, something they've been told in the coaching is to really put the press on and be intense in that opening couple of minutes each quarter, doesn't it? It seems like they really put the pressure on their opposition.
Absolutely, and again with the Severn Stars, the same focus will be when they do make a turnover to score a goal from it. However, Leeds Rhinos are making it so hard for them to even get it into the circle that just then there's an error there, drop ball. How quick was the player to pick it up? Rushed that shot a little bit there. Oh.
There we go, the second attempt, they get it in, and it's 7-3.
Oh. Well read there by the goalkeeper going in, but again, they're tracking their players so well, Leeds Rhino. When Severn Stars are bringing the ball out of defence, they switch very quickly from attacking to defending, and it's paying off. They've won the ball back, and it's another goal.
What's the key in terms of getting that ball up from one end of the court to the other? Is it the movement? Is it the skill of the pass?
It's a bit of both, actually, but again, you've got to have options for the person with the ball. So players have got to keep moving and offering and reading off each other. Ball needs to go to a player who's a moving player into a space, really. If you stand still and wait for it, it's going to be intercepted. And that was really composed play all the way down the court from the Leeds Rhino team.
Well, they've really put the pressure on in this second quarter. And a bit like the first quarter, actually, they've really puts the Severn Stars to the sword and have put the pressure on early, haven't they?
Absolutely. And this is their first game, so they didn't know what to expect. So as a coach, you would be saying, right, we go for it. We never go up, we go for everything, we work hard. Severn Stars have already had one game, so fitness may be a little bit to do with it, and Leeds Rhino just want to go out there and get that first win under their belt.
Well, opportunity here for the Severn Stars. And it's put away as well, and that feels like it's important just to give them a bit of a boost, a bit of a momentum shift.
Absolutely, and what you don't want to do is let your head go down and think, oh my goodness, we're 5 goals down, and rush it and panic. But that's what's happening at the moment. They're thinking more probably about the score than actually their own performance. And it's the performance that will take care of the result at the end of the day. So concentrate on what your job is, what you need to do, and keep going for it.
As a player, is it hard to not get distracted by the score when you see it just as on court side?
Very hard for youngsters who look at the score, see that it's 5 goals. Oh my goodness, we haven't got long. And that's where you work on the mental side of the game. You've got to switch off from that. Learn from, if you give the ball away, don't dwell on it. Think, right, what did I do wrong there? Think a little bit, but don't do it again. It may be because your opponent's just that little bit better than you or putting the pressure on. So you go away and learn from that.
Oh, lovely.
Lovely goal.
It just looked so smooth, didn't it, the action? And
yes, nice technique, nice high trajectory of the ball.
So the Rhinos into double figures in the second quarter. That's a nice transition from the Severn Stars.
It was. Quick ball, good choice to the centre, down in the mid-court. playing it round a little bit more now, waiting for the opportunities, and that's what you've got to do, be patient. The defenders are putting lots of pressure on the goal attack and goal shooter in the circle. Reading the game very well, but they've got the pass in, and in it goes. Pulled one back.
There we go. We were just talking briefly about that, a need for momentum change, and they had the centre pass again when they got that last score, and they didn't take advantage. Do you feel it's important now to really try and get that second score straight away?
It is. It is, but again, their teammates have got to keep moving to give the option of someone to pass to. You can't get to the circle edge and just stand there, because you're not creating anything then. You see that centre pass got out very, very easily then for Leeds Rhino. They've obviously worked on all this and made it look easy.
They really did, and again a nice turnover from the Leeds Rhinos, and it's almost as soon as the Severn Stars get a sniff, it's just that momentum, and they just think Leeds Rhinos go, oh, we're not having any more of this, and they really get into them, don't they? That's straight away. But
we've just seen 3 interceptions on a row from the different teams, so it's the choice of the ball now. Doing that long ball gives a player ample opportunity to get an interception, so we should look at coming towards the ball a little bit more, and what we're calling netball being ball side. So defence and attack will be trying to get ball side. So the attack, if they're ball side, it means there's no defender between the receiver and the thrower. The defender obviously wants to get ball side in front of the player who's going to receive the pass. So it's that constant juggling to get ball side.
Well, the gap is just slightly reducing here, although Leeds Rhinos really, obviously, they're just so quick in that transition and getting it from the middle third to out into their attacking third. It's just...
I think you're spot on there, Bradley. The speed of the passing of the Leeds Rhinos and the accuracy on the whole is taken Severn Stars by surprise.
Well, 12-7 on the scoreboard, so we've just got 45 seconds remaining of this second quarter.
That's a shame, but we've noticed with the Severn Stars, if they do get their centre pass out going forward, that second phase of the centre pass down in the end third is being intercepted every time. So Leeds Rhino players are really looking out for that second pass coming into the end third, and that's a goal.
And how important that could be just as we're getting into the closing moments of this second quarter.
So it's too easy at the moment. Leeds Rhino centre pass. The goal attack every time is free to get the centre pass. So more pressure needs to be put on that from the go.
Well, at the end of the second quarter, the Leeds Rhinos in fine form at the moment and really showing us what they can do. Lots of skills, really good speed in their attacks at the moment. And the Severn Stars, well, they need a big final 2 quarters of this match to get back into this one. Well, myself and Jill will be back for you for that third quarter in just a couple of minutes' time. So we're just about to get underway for our third quarter after the half-time break. Of course, they have 4 minutes at the half-time interval to get their thoughts across, and saw a shot of the coaches just going through some final preparations for this third quarter. And what do you think both coaches would have been saying, sort of starting with the Leeds Rhinos' point of view?
I think the Leeds Rhino will be saying more of the same. I mean, at the beginning she said one scout would be good. Well, it's looking highly likely that they're going to be able to tick that box and claim their first win. So more of the same from them. It's more Severn Stars that have got to change their game, which that's already now they've won one turnover. So again, unable to make it count, which is so that was a shame there. Severn Stars had the opportunity to score and unfortunately gave it away. And again, that's been their story of the day so far. You must score when you turn over the ball, especially when you're 5 goals down. Got to make it count.
Yeah, it's a real advantage to have if you get that turnover. You can get up to the other end of the court and get an opportunity for yourself. And the Stars, I think you're quite right, Joe, they just need to be taking those opportunities, don't they?
They do.
And here come the Leeds Rhinos again, and it's nice work between the goal attack and shooter, and they do it again well. It's the 14th on the board now for the Rhinos.
See what Severn Stars can do with this centre pass. So shorter passes will help, coming towards the ball will help. They've got a contact there with the defender, so it's a pass or shot which has gone in. So they've scored from that centre pass, which is what they've got to do every time, and try and score from Rhinos' centre pass. So break this down if they can.
It does show the importance of, if you get a good lead in front, it really does put the pressure on your opponents, doesn't it, to really, we've got to score every time you go forward.
Yeah, and you're confident then to do what you want to do with the ball instead of being a bit nervous, and then the decision making isn't as accurate as it should be.
So another opportunity here for the Stars, and they take it as well.
Better passage of play that was, but they were a bit slower and they slowed it down. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't need to go at the same pace as your opposition if that isn't your game plan and that's how you play. That can sometimes, if you're playing against a team that plays very quickly, you try and do the same speed, and then that's where the errors come in. So that's another goal back for the Severn Stars.
Is that where the coaches really have to play that important role, and not letting that, just like quite right what you said in terms of your side, not trying to match your opponent in terms of their skill set, you do yours? Yes,
work on what you've worked on with your team. Coaches will have brought into training different possible scenarios. So if this happens and we have this sideline pass, or we'll do this, or we might do this, and you can have your tactical situations that you've worked on, but your players as well still need to adapt should the opposition not let you do what you want to do. So it's a mixture of both, but whenever you've got the ball, it's quite a simple game. You just got to keep moving. Again, we've given it away there, unfortunately, but if you can keep possession of it and keep moving it around and not panic, you create that shooting opportunity in the end.
You know, incredibly, when you look at the scoreline, there's only the 2 points in it. The Severn Stars have really actually got themselves back into it, although the Rhinos seem to be still in control and trying to force the initiative, and they've got an opportunity again now. And from a Leeds Rhinos point of view, having that advantage and maybe seeing that gap reduce, that'll put the pressure on, won't it?
Absolutely now, because the goal attacks put a shot up and it didn't go in. It did come out to one of their players on the circle edge, and they've had another chance. But this is the importance as well of the defensive rebounding. If the shooter gets it, you tend to think, well, it will go in, but all the time you're thinking, you know what, if it doesn't go in, I'm getting that rebound. You're only getting one chance and the rebound's mine, so you don't want to let them have another chance at the shot. However, they're looking to get the rebound as well. So again, it's this everyone all the time fighting to win the ball.
And coaching a goalkeeper, what techniques can you do in terms of trying to get to the rebound first? Is it obviously height? You can't train height, of course, but what techniques can you do?
Well, you can, if you're marking the shot, then it's important, and a bit linked to basketball, that you box out the shooter afterwards.
Yeah.
So you don't let her come in under the post to get the rebound. You turn straight away, and you go up to meet the ball. And if she comes up as well, she's behind you, you're more likely she's going to contact, and you'll get possession. So it's thinking ahead and getting that position, the right rebounding position. But the shooters are, clever as well, and they'll be looking to get it. So who can outthink and outposition the other?
Well, that was really nice composure. She was getting the distractions, of course, of the goalkeeper there.
Oh, that's a shame. That's an unforced error that didn't need to happen. I think she thought the player was moving. The player didn't move, and she threw the ball. It's gone a bit scrappy, this game, I have to say. Passing going all over the place a little bit. And this is where sometimes you need your leadership on the court. And again, these are young players, and it's not necessarily always your captain that might, but someone can just say, right, say a word you might have worked on in training to think, we use this word, and we know what that means, and we've just got to get our composure a little bit, because we're forcing passes that actually at the moment for the Severn Stars aren't on. There's a defender breathing down the neck, and the player isn't free to catch the ball.
Yeah, it just feels like the game's just slightly erratic at the moment, and Severn Stars looking to try and get back into it again. They only had 2 points in it. It felt like a couple of moments ago, and trying to get it to 3 again. Still with the opportunity for the Stars, need the option.
Yeah. So she's looking to work herself nearer the post. Nice step in, because the defender isn't there, which you can do. You can take that step in towards the post, as long as it isn't with you put your landing foot on the floor before you've released the ball. Goal attack there was clever again. Used the post as another player, if you like, to get herself close to the post to shoot.
Nice composed play from the
Severn Stars have done a good job, haven't they, Bradley, to really stop the flow of Leeds Rhino now. They've really come back at them, and Leeds as well have been making more mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, certainly in the first 2 quarters, we were talking a lot about that flow in the transition of attack from their own quarter to their own third to the next third. And what do you think Severn Stars have done? What do you think has been said to them to try and stifle that flow?
I think Severn Stars, they've got to believe in what they can do. It's cutting out the unforced errors. We know they can make turnovers, because they did that in the first game. We know they can force errors, and it is really about taking that to goal when they've won the ball back. Still is that, which they've started to do, but unfortunately we've got a 5-goal deficit again.
So at the end of the third quarter then, the Leeds Rhinos, even though they were reduced to only a 2-point lead, have extended that gap again, and going into the fourth quarter is the Leeds Rhinos with pole position at the moment. So myself and Jill will be back for that fourth and final quarter. So we're back underway, the fourth and final quarter of the third game of the day. And Leeds Rhinos at the moment 18-13 on the scoreboard. And you just feel that the Severn Stars, they need to get that first score, don't they, just to build into this final 8 minutes.
Yeah, they really need to put the pressure on and try, and just for their own confidence as well. But the goal goes in for the Rhinos, and the deficit now goes to 6. So this is an important centre pass now for Severn Stars. One for confidence. So that's better. It's a shorter ball, not such a long force ball. She's had to use the backup because there wasn't a forward option, which is fine. But it's gone wrong down. I mean, they've managed to get it in. So the Leeds Rhinos looked like they were going to take that and intercept the ball. But luckily, Severn Stars have scored from the centre pass.
You just saw that quick 1-2 with the goal attack and the wing attack. What's that pattern of play? How does that work in terms of that area of the field, in terms of those quick 1-2s? Is that trying to drag players out of position?
Well, it's also trying to get closer to the post. So goal attacks and goal shooters don't want to shoot from far out. I know sometimes at international level we see these really superb shooters, but of course it's a higher risk shot. And it's much easier for the defence to get the rebound if you do miss. So you do teach your players to work it between themselves closer to the post. And you use your wing and attack and centre around the circle edge to do that. So you pass out to them and move closer to the post to get the return pass. Quite hard to mark, that is, if the attacking players are actually on the circle edge. So it's a good tactic to use.
Good pressure from the Rhinos, but still Severn Stars in possession.
I just think sometimes they're not putting the ball in the right player in the right place for the teammates. It's too close, and which is enabling the defence to get a hand to it. That was better. That was nice and composed. Good use of space, and into the shooter under the post for the goal. So that was a Leeds Rhino centre pass, so that was good. Oh, unfortunately, it's a replay of the ball, so Rhinos have got the possession out. Severn Stars really want to win this back now. Yeah. Played that round well in the attack and waited till they could get it into the goal attack under the post. Again, that last ball in, it was forced very much, and it just wasn't into the space far enough ahead of the shooter to get the ball. And you say thank you very much as a defender for that, and get your fingers to it, and you've taken the ball.
Yeah, you feel in the last minute, Leeds Rhinos have just really in defence put the pressure on and openings up spaces as well in that final attacking third.
And scoring from it, which is what you need to do.
So 21-15, the official score.
That was lucky, so a penalty against the goalkeeper there, gave them the pass or shot.
So only the 5 points at Leeds Rhinos looking to try and add on. They do, 22-16 now. Leeds Rhinos. It's very much an ebb
I think
and flow.
every time Leeds Rhino are putting so much pressure on the Severn Stars centre pass that every pass is put under pressure. And that's why they're finding it difficult to get it into their shooters. They're going for everything, and you would say to your players, on it. Keep trying to get that ball back.
Yeah, it just feels that the Rhinos, especially in this fourth and final quarter, have been almost told to really put the pressure on in defence, haven't they, and really stifle those opportunities. So 22-17 on the board. 3 minutes on our clock remaining.
Oh, good shot there. Oh no, goal disallowed for some infringement. I wasn't sure what it was, but that gives Seven Stars then the opportunity. So again, passing that ball in there, the defender got a lovely reverse hand into it and managed to bat it back out. So all the time it's putting the pressure on. Another hand to the ball there. So they're really having to work so hard to get the ball to the goal, which they do finally.
Yeah, they get the score that they needed, but it almost feels when your opposition are putting so much pressure on you, the defence on the attack, that when you get those opportunities, it feels like there's more pressure, I guess, to put them away.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's what you tell your defenders, especially in the circle edge, to do. But the Leeds Rhino are working really well as a team defensively, so everyone's defending back, not just the defence in the one end of the court, everyone, the whole way down the court. As soon as Seven Stars have the ball, can Seven Stars do the same? We really need to get this pressure on, and Seven Stars aren't tracking their players back as well as Leeds Rhino are.
Another opportunity here for the Rhinos, and easy done, and that's 5-point gap being restored, 23-18 now. Oh, good covering in the end. But,
so they're not giving up Seven Stars though, they're trying to still go out, and you've got to.
Yeah.
Because even though you think, well, this game might not be ours, you still play, think about your own performance, still keep going for it, learn from it, and keep putting the pressure on. If you can come off the court, pat yourself on the back and think, I did the very best I could in that game, that's all you can do at the end of the day.
And I think of course you play so many games today and then of course tomorrow, that you can take those little things, I'm guessing, onto the next game.
Absolutely. I mean, the Leeds Rhino coach did say we're going to take it game by game and see what happens. I mean, she'll be very pleased with this on the whole. They've got that first scalp that she wanted, and then they'll look to the next, see what they can do in the next match. And I think that's a good strategy. Again, goalkeeper there takes a lovely interception. Seven Stars tried to force it in as there's not much time left to get the goal, but the defender was there to take the interception. Can they get a goal in these last few seconds?
It's only moments away from the full time, and that's another one added, and it almost feels that final score just rounds off what's been a terrific performance from the Leeds Rhinos.
Very good performance. They'll be really pleased with that. First match of the day. Seven Stars had a first match and could settle a bit, but were shocked and surprised, I think, by the Leeds Rhino team. So a good win for Leeds.
So there we go, a win for Leeds Rhinos in their first game of the day here on court number 1. And now we're going to swiftly move on to our next game, which will be taking place in around 20 minutes time, and it will see Loughborough Lightning in action again, taking on Manchester Thunder. That'll be coming up in around 20 minutes time, but for now it's a win for Leeds Rhinos over Seven Stars.
guess what I forgot? I forgot my fan. Is he? Has a watcher. Big dog has watcher.
The tactical side of things is developed as the athletes get through the programme.
Hopefully this framework will help them to think about how they might put those technical skills in a tactical situation, so that players are practicing those in the context of a game scenario and not in isolation.
There's a lot of tactical demands on players within the game of netball. Decision making is a really tough one, especially with the younger age group, because sometimes they're playing well up out of their age category and mentally they don't have that decision making process just yet.
You want them to have really good game sense, so you need to know how you can develop that within your coaching sessions. So knowing where they're at on their development pathway, whether they need to develop their basics a little bit more or whether they need pushing on a little bit further.
You know, it's not set moves. Set moves for me don't work, because if you're supposed to go there and you can't go there for whatever reason, we're then suddenly, oh my God.
It's not an outline drill, this is where you will move, this is where you will go, because in a game that doesn't happen. So I find it really important to explore the scenarios of what will happen in a game, and you know, how will they react in a game and what options are available.
I like to try and be a creative player, so I love getting my hands on the netball during the game and then trying to create plays in attack. So whether that's setting up my shooter or setting up someone else to get to the circle edge.
We're doing a lot of skills, and the players want to know how they can put that in a game. Obviously they need to know how to execute a skill, maybe whereas before there would be more drills and then you just add a bit of match play at the end. It's maybe drills is a smaller part and it's more game context.
We look at particularly tactical strategies around centre pass, about how we can create more options within our attacking third, but also look at counteracting the opposition tactically, what they're doing against us.
That's the great thing about netball. It's team against team, but it's also person against person. If they're beating you on one thing, like over and over again, you've got to recognise it really quickly.
It's also really important to understand how you can help them understand what they need to do outside of the academy, because we only see them for a month, which is a really hard thing to get a player who's just come into the academy to understand.
I think video's made a massive difference.
Looking at footage of, you know, let's have a look at the best athletes in the world. What type of strategies are they implementing on the court? There's lots of ways for athletes to have a look at where they want to be, and then it might be that they work with the coach to say, I want to be like this, and then they work with the coach to get them there.
They can get the other girls to film somebody, and then we can have a look at that, whether it's their shooting technique or whether they need to have a look at how they can improve on something that they do. So video analysis is a real important tool, not just as a spectator, but as an athlete.
So here we go then, welcome back to Wolverhampton University, the under-15s netball performance competition. And it's our fourth game of the day here on court number 1. And it will be Manchester Thunder taking on Loughborough Lightning. And I'm delighted to say, joining myself, Brad Hope, I have Pauline Knight to the left of me, describing all the action as... And it looks like Thunder wanting to get off to the perfect start. And are they going to do just that? They have. And Manchester Thunder, well, that's the perfect start, isn't it, Pauline?
So that was a turnover by Thunder. That was the first centre pass was Lightning. So once again, Lightning haven't started as well as they could. Thunder, very good start. Lovely shooting by the goal shooter. Beth Adamson. Double marking there, putting a lot of pressure onto Lightning. Thunder are right from the off. They've got to really try and work out how to get around that. And again, there's nobody coming forward for the ball for Lightning, and so it's really difficult for the thrower to see the bibs and to see the players who they have to throw to, because they're all stood behind a Thunder player.
And that's just the response that Lightning would have needed. It's one of those games that we've seen actually earlier on in the day where a team just suddenly just gets off to the perfect start. There's opportunity here.
It's a goal attack, shooting. But it's a good rebound by the goal shooter. All these defensive circle players have got such good height and elevation.
And that was the goal shooter again, with Adamson for the Manchester Thunder. And that's it's always good, isn't it, to get the first early ones in the bag, just to give you that extra confidence going forward, isn't it?
Yeah, and Lightning need to push on. They need to get these goals when they've got possession. Like that, they need to get these goals and try and stay with Thunder. It's a turnover to Lightning. Lateral passing, they're forced to do that, to pass back, because of the pressure that Thunder are putting on the ball for Lightning.
Yeah, is that something they would have worked on, Pauline, in terms of defensive shape and trying to stifle the opposition?
Yeah, you're always trying to be ball side. As a defender, I would always coach to be ball side, so that you are between the defender and the attacker and the ball. Very occasionally, we do encourage a front ball, where the ball is put into player, where they have to shoot and force them to shoot perhaps from the edge of the circle. So possession is with Thunder again. We seem to have lost the ball.
Yeah, we're back in play. It's just twice it's happened. The ball's just gone flying down the other end of our the centre here at the Wolverhampton University, but we're back underway. And it'd be interesting to see how the Thunder can work it from their own defensive third. And
lovely passage of play there by Thunder, and this one should be put away, and it is.
Oh, it was a lovely transition. We saw in the previous game Leeds Rhinos having that beautiful quick transition from their own defensive third to the attacking third, and that was almost a bit not as quick, but it was well done. It was well executed, wasn't it?
Yeah, the three defenders are coming out to be in front and to defend the Lightning attackers. And it worked last time, and it just worked again. So I should imagine they will continue to do that, like Thunder will. Lightning have got to cotton on to the fact that that's happening, though, and they have to react and stop that. Perhaps the centre needs to look back rather than looking at the looking at the two attackers in front of her. She needs to put the ball back, trying to keep possession. It's no good trying to just force that ball forward. It's about keeping possession so they can score a goal. The whistle's been blown, but again, that was another example. They could have lost possession there. Thunder are marking extremely well, marking tightly. They're anticipating where the ball should be, where the ball's going to go. So they're there on top of those Lightning players.
Yeah, they just seem to be one step ahead, don't they, at the moment?
They
They're
do.
just really reading everything.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they've just lost that ball, but Thunder are really pressurising Lightning in all areas of the game. There's no one moving forward, and if they do move forward, the pass isn't coming. So we call it a first-time pass. So when someone moves for the ball, you give them that ball. Because once they've moved, then they're then marked by the defender. If that ball isn't given, that option is no longer an option, so they have to look for something else, which inevitably is a lateral ball or it's going backwards. But they have to take these opportunities. The shooter has to get these goals. Getting those goals will also lift the team. So let's see what happens. There's 3 defenders there, marking. They were very lucky there. For me, they should be perhaps looking back first. That will make Thunder change their tactics. If the ball isn't going forward, they can't mark. The 3 of them are no longer effective.
Is that something, though, do you think youngsters sometimes feel that if they're not going forwards, then they're not being positive enough? But then coaches, are they telling them, if going backwards is fine as long as you can build up that play and get up to the other end?
I mean, these Thunder and Lightning coaches are fabulous coaches. I'm sure that's what they're being told. But, these girls are 13 and 14 years of age. What you tell them and what they do isn't, they're great athletes, but it's about them being able to carry out their instructions under pressure. Like that, fantastic shooting from a goal shooter. And it is about, carrying out the instructions that you've been given.
Well, it's been a fascinating opening 7 minutes of this quarter, and it's still very nip and tuck, although potentially a chance for Manchester Thunder to open up a 3-point gap before the end of the first quarter. This could be a bit of a momentum shift. Oh, and it just goes over the top.
Good rebound, but it's the ball that went, to the Lightning player was a poor ball. She just sort of threw it in the hope that a Lightning player would be on the end of it. They've got to commit to these to the movement the Lightning players have. That's much better. Commit to actually catch the ball, move towards it. Much better passage of play by Lightning. They're just a little inconsistent at the moment. They finished off the last game when they played against the North East. They won the last quarter 6-4. If they could try and play like they did in that last quarter, they're going to stick tight to Thunder if they can do that.
Well, what a first 8 minutes, and there's only the 1 point in it in the end. Manchester Thunder threatened to really build up a bit of a lead, and the Loughborough Lightning have certainly come back into this game, and there's only the 1 point in it. Manchester Thunder leading by 6 points to 5 at the end of the first. Well, myself and Paul for the second quarter in just a couple of moments' time.
Make a drive front, make a drive middle, start middle,
So here we go then, just about to get started for the second quarter. Manchester Thunder taking on Loughborough Lightning, only the 1 point in it at the moment. And Manchester Thunder wanted to get off to, Loughborough Lightning I should say, wanted to get off to the perfect start.
Until they got it into the circle, Brad, and then they've turned, the Thunder have turned over the ball because they forced the ball into the shooter instead of passing the ball around the circle. Lightning have got to cut out these errors because they've got to try and stay with Thunder, so Thunder don't move away.
Yeah, it's very delicately poised at the moment. Still plenty of time to go, but I do feel that every movement, every pass is so crucial.
Yeah.
And what a lovely effort that was.
Yeah, it's a beautiful goal, but it was worked by the goal attack. She had a split landing, and so she was quite close to the post. And this isn't good to see. She's passing the ball out and she's moving her feet, only very slightly, but she's moving her feet closer to the post. So she's got more chance of getting the goal. And again, they've only been playing for less than a minute and they're already 3 goals ahead. Another mistake by the goal attack for Loughborough Lightning. Sometimes these players will catch the ball thinking about who they're going to throw it to rather than concentrating on catching the ball. That was a nice pass into the goal shooter. So Loughborough's got to try and be a little bit more consistent in their play, cut out these errors and stay with Thunder.
And as a coach, is it sometimes difficult to get that fine balance of, obviously, do you want to try and coach your players in terms of thinking with that 1 step ahead and knowing what you're trying to do, but then obviously still focusing on that first piece in terms of just receiving the ball?
It's about, good netball players have been coached to have good basic skills, which is landing, footwork, passing, catching and shooting. If they've got good basics, you can teach them, you can build on that. If they can't catch the ball in the first place, it's difficult to build on. The catch has got its most important thing, really.
Well, Thunder looking to try and build again from their own defensive third, and
so the Thunder player had so many options to throw to. That's what I like about this Thunder team. They've got options available, not just 1 or 2. Most of the time, as a ball thrower, they're not under the pressure because they've got those options available to them. 2 passes and it's into the circle. It's got close to the circle, close to the post. Although she's missed that, it's a rare miss by the Thunder shooters. It's almost as if the ball's a hot potato for the Lightning players. They're catching it and they just want to throw it before they, again, before they have thrown, before they've caught the ball properly, they want to get rid of it. And they need to make sure, again, to turn over, I've just been talking about basic skills, catching that ball, catching it and throwing it.
And again, it's leading to scores for Manchester Thunder. And how do you go about just cutting those little errors? Is it just going back to basics?
It's practice. These girls haven't played together a lot because selection wouldn't have taken place that long ago for this tournament. But at this level, they should be able to obviously catch the ball before they throw it to. So Lightning are on 7 and Thunder are on 11. So she's got really quick hands. She's managed to catch the ball and she's thought about throwing it out to get the ball back in. Quick 1-2 with the centre stroke wing attack. Really lovely skills by the goal attack.
Yeah, those quick 1-2s are just really...
What an absolutely wonderful interception by the wing defence. She was watching that, and then unfortunately they can't score from it. just a little bit of a misunderstanding there between the goal shooter and goal attack, but that's one we've seen in this game for the Thunder.
Yeah, Manchester Thunder just seem to be a bit more alive to the ball. They've some great interceptions.
There were two people moving for that ball, but into the same space. You want them to move into different spaces. Still move for the ball, but where are the options? Where are the options? It's almost as if the players, I've got to get rid of this ball, I've got to get rid of the ball, but they've got to think about getting rid of it to a lightning player. And again, at the angle of the ball there, the wing attack was coming at a lateral, coming square or lateral. If she'd have come towards the ball, that would have meant that would be much easier for the thrower to have thrown the ball.
Important period of play here for
although
Loughborough.
the goal shooter is holding behind, although it's not a bad thing, the thrower, the goal attack was so far out, it's really difficult to get an accurate pass, especially at this age, because these athletes aren't as developed as older girls, and you know they haven't got that same strength in their arms. They're still very, very good, but they haven't got the same strength as they develop and get older. So they need to be coming forward for the ball. Nice touch there by the Lightning player.
Yeah, in the last minute or
It's
so.
now been turned over.
Good attacking and strong defence at the moment. Oh, good pressure early on though from the Manchester Thunder, although Lightning will still have possession, and it's important now in the closing stages before half-time to see if they can get as close as they can to this Thunder score, put the pressure on going into that half-time break.
This is a much better passage, well, it was a much better passage of play. It's about keeping possession for Lightning. That's, to me, is their important thing. Throwing the ball when somebody moves for the ball, throwing it first time. Having options available so the ball thrower has got a choice of who to throw to. This is the only person I can throw to. But again, the wing attack moved forward for the ball, and they chose to put the ball back to the wing defence. So it's about choosing sometimes the easy options, because it's when you want to lift your team and build their confidence. It's a lovely interception by Thunder, but it's about building confidence, and to build confidence, the passes have got to work. So go for the easy pass, even if it takes 8-10 passes to get the ball up court. At least you've got the ball up court.
This is it's a nice build-up, but just losing that momentum at the crucial time. Both sides just being erratic at the moment. Let's see if Manchester Thunder can get that final point before the half-time interval. This is patient build-up again. And there goes the whistle, and that brings an end to the second quarter. But still, Loughborough Lightning well in this game at the moment. Only the 4 points in it between Manchester Thunder and Loughborough Lightning. We are at half-time, so we'll be back in around about 4 minutes' time for the third quarter of the game. Manchester Thunder leading by 12 points to 8. So here we go then, third quarter. Manchester Thunder, Loughborough Lightning. And Manchester Thunder looking to try and pounce straight away in the opening couple of seconds of this third quarter. What do you think both sides at the half-time interval would have been talking about, Pauline?
I think Thunder would have been talking about continuing as they are. I don't know whether they've changed any players, but they just continue. They're committed to the ball. They've got good footwork. They're shooting well. They're defending well. They've made some excellent interceptions. And I think with Lightning, it's about keeping possession, which they didn't do because they've already lost their centre pass. So it's about keeping possession, that first time ball, having more options available. So the ball thrower has got the options. And being in front. Very often, Lightning are not what I would call ball side. Beautiful shooting. Although it doesn't surprise me about Thunder being so good and playing so well. They've just now got 17 players in the England pathway.
That's incredible,
That's
isn't it?
Under 17, under 19 and under 21 level in total. And netball in the Northwest is so strong. So why should it not be strong at under 15 level?
Absolutely, yeah. Manchester Thunder, of course, the current holders of the Vitality Super League, and they are really building all their junior setups right down to the under 15s level, and we're seeing it here this morning and afternoon how strong this Manchester Thunder side are, and they seem really well drilled and coached, and they've got a really good game management about them, Manchester Thunder. Even if then maybe things are not happening, they don't get themselves down, do they?
No, they've got good. They've got some good tactics out there, like the pressure they're putting onto Lightning, centre passes, the fact that they're always ball side. They're strong. They're just strong girls. And I do feel now that Lightning's heads, the girls who are playing for Lightning, their heads have dropped a little bit, and I'd just like to see them fight a little bit more. Their shooting hasn't been. They've scored 3 goals in the last quarter, and they're yet to score. They're now eight goals down, and they're yet to score. So they are still going forward with that ball. But again, the anticipation of the Thunder player who came in and took that interception.
Yeah, 4 points in this third quarter for Manchester Thunder. It's really extended that lead, and quite right, I think Loughborough Lightning just need to just get a bit of composure back, just take breath, and almost like just building blocks, isn't it? Just start again.
Yeah.
Oh, but
very difficult to build
when you
can score like that.
Absolutely.
They just look such a slick outfit. They look so good. I mean, that was beautiful. Was holding and protecting her space. The goalkeeper allowed herself to be held, and the goal shooter created so much space for herself, and a beautiful ball from the goal attack. And again, she's holding. The goal shooter is holding behind. The feed that came far away from the circle edge. They've got to pass it around, which means working harder. Lots more passes, so players have got to work harder. You've got to be fitter. So fitness will come into it as well.
Yeah, they just need to have a spell of possession here, Loughborough. Just need to actually just go again.
They've got no options. Where are the options? Oh, again, they don't seem to be working out that the goal shooter stood on the back line, behind the goalkeeper, isn't working. And the goal shooter needs to offer herself in front of the goalkeeper for the ball. Make it an easy pass. because every time these Lightning girls throw the ball, there's so much pressure on the pass. Lovely taken and a beautiful split landing by the goal shooter. Her shooting has been exemplary, so good.
Yeah, Manchester Thunder really are putting Loughborough to the sword at the moment, and the feature of their attacks in this third quarter has been absolutely incredible to see. Every time they're going forward, they're making no mistake, and it's putting pressure on Loughborough Lightning at the moment. And you can see in the scoreline 10 points clear. Only the one scored in this third quarter for Loughborough Lightning, and nearing on, if they get this one, this will be their 8th of this third quarter. It's just every time they go forward at the moment, Pauline, they just look like they're going to score.
Yeah, it's hard for the Lightning players. They can't see a way out of it, and I feel their heads have gone down. I feel the Thunder players are really clever players. They've done some beautiful moves, some beautiful interceptions. It was an easy pass. That was an easy pass to the goal shooter. There was no pressure from the Lightning defence. So let's see what happens here. Again, she's made absolutely no ground. That ball has gone to the wing attack. There's no ground being made. The ball is almost next to the centre circle. I would like to see that ball go back. And that might sound a little bit negative, but at least it keeps possession. Beautiful move by the Lightning centre. She rolled around her centre and was free. These girls are really capable girls. It's just putting into practice when you're up against a tough outfit like Thunder, a well drilled outfit like Thunder. So too soon. That was the movement from that Thunder player was too soon.
And it's interesting, every time Loughborough Lightning go forward in previous quarters, it felt like they were going to score every time, and now just that pressure and that lack of confidence.
Beautiful move by the goal shooter, holding on to that ball.
Brilliant. Brilliant work by Manchester Thunder, and the reaction speeds of just getting that second ball is incredible, isn't it?
Yeah. Every phase of their play is excellent. The first phase from the centre pass, the second phase, they're a very well drilled outfit.
Well, it's just relentless pressure from Manchester Thunder. Absolutely superb, and if they can carry on this form going forward, they are well in for a shout of winning the whole competition.
Nice by Lightning. Alex Young is here today. She's the Thunder Pathway head coach. I can remember watching Alex play many years ago, and it's good to see her here. But the head coach, Lauren Palmer, for Thunder, has really drilled these girls well. She's done a fabulous job with Thunder. It's now 24-10 with Lightning only having scored 2 goals, and they're still looking forward, and the coaches may well have told them to just keep looking forward, because as I said in an earlier match, Lightning are fielding all their players in these matches, which I take my hat off to Lightning. It's a big thing to do. It's about developing your players at this stage. It isn't about winning everything, it is about developing your players. So Lightning are developing all 12 players here.
Yeah, it could be maybe the difference in why the scoreline is so big, but Loughborough Lightning, credit to them, they're still going strong. They're still fighting for points, and they've got one as well, and that is just what they would have wanted before the end of this third quarter, and it just gives them an extra little boost going in. But what a third quarter it has been for Manchester Thunder. 12 points in total scored by them. It was simply sensational. It was relentless pressure from Manchester Thunder, and I'm sure they'll be looking to have more of the same in the fourth and final quarter. Well, myself and Pauline will be coming back for that final 8 minutes in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the final 8 minutes of this fourth game of the day here on court number 1. And well, what a performance in that third quarter by Manchester Thunder. And
Thunder start this fourth quarter, as they finished in the third quarter. A lot of pressure on that Lightning centre pass, which it has been all match. Unlucky on the wing defence for Thunder. Tipped the ball to get an interception and then went offside. Something's just happened off the ball there. To give Thunder the possession.
In this position, Pauline, when you're really far behind the scoreline, and I know we talked briefly about the heads not dropping, and is it just those little things like there with that interception, just calm things down, let's keep possession, let's go again?
Yeah, that'll really lift Lightning, because they haven't taken many interceptions. That was a beautiful interception by the Lightning centre. So it'll lift hopefully all the players and give them a bit of hope, and hopefully they can try and build. So she's quite a long way out. Lovely goal. So that is a super performance by Lightning in the fourth quarter. Played really well in the fourth quarter of the last match. Let's hope that they can bring it again.
Absolutely, they might not go on to win this, but they can really restore some pride and get some scores. But every time Manchester Thunder, it's almost like something just clicked at half-time, didn't it, Pauline?
Yeah.
And they've just been ruthless.
Yeah, good word, ruthless. In fact, as you said earlier, of netball we've had today, where Thunder scored 12 goals to Lightning's 2.
Again, though, there, Loughborough, they've just a bit of sense of
there,
urgency, isn't there, now?
Ooh. So the goal shooter was holding, but the pass wasn't accurate enough into the goal shooter. And that's good. That was much better play by Lightning. But the centre held onto the ball long enough for the goal shooter to move and create the space for the goal attack to move into. There's no pressure on the centre first phase. That's the centre pass for Thunder from Lightning. There needs to be more pressure. That was an unnecessary and an unforced error by Thunder from Lightning, because Thunder, the goal attack, was going to take the ball. She's been shooting well, but the goal shooter wanted a bit of the action. I do feel that the Lightning team have upped their game in this fourth quarter. They're looking a little bit more committed. Their heads are... And that may all have come from that one interception. That was a beautiful interception by the centre on the edge of her defensive circle.
Good opportunity here for Loughborough Lightning then. Let's see if they can use it as well. Nicely into the goal attack. And there we go.
Well done, Lightning.
They've been really, when they've had those chances actually, Lightning, they've taken them well, and they just need to take those positives and get on to the next game, which will be against the Severn Stars at 2:30. That'll be the next game for Loughborough Lightning. But at the moment, still 4 minutes remaining of this one, and again, just another error inside their attacking
So I
third.
feel that error came because the ball wasn't given first time, so the goal shooter had to adjust. So she gave her a different ball. It was like an underarm throw, and then she couldn't hold on to it. If that ball had gone first time, I feel the goal shooter would have held on to it, and they could have got a goal. So it is, for Lightning, it's just about looking at those basics, giving that ball first time. They're obviously very capable girls. They play well, otherwise they wouldn't be in the Lightning franchise.
And that's the thing definitely to remember, of course, when you're watching these games, that these girls have got so much potential to make a good career. Only under 15.
So Lightning are still struggling on their centre pass, and once again it's been intercepted.
And this is credit to Loughborough Lightning. They're really trying to put the pressure on. And
Yeah,
again,
good pressure
defensively.
by.
It just feels that at that break, they must have just talked about maybe just being a bit more solid defensively, and they've a couple of times actually compared to that third quarter where their heads went down and it just felt like the wave after wave of attack, they've been able to sort of stifle this Manchester Thunder attack.
Yes, I would agree. I would agree, Brad. But they've still got to. They still have to fight for everything. At the moment, I feel that although their heads haven't gone down as much, it's still down a little. They were unlucky. Thunder were unlucky there. The goal shooter was available for that ball. A harsh call there by the umpire. Nice defensive work, but sometimes, you know, you have a good defender that can come in and put their arm over the ball, and it makes the shooter shoot more accurately because they're making them push the ball higher. There is that, but it's about pressurising that shot. I haven't seen a lot of that from Lightning today. Once again, the ball goes into the shooter. She's not ball side, but the ball hasn't been lifted enough. She had plenty of room behind her. The goal shooter needs to hold in front. Let her hold in front, but she has to fight for that position in the circles. You know, she has to try and be dominant in the circle. Goalkeeper for Lightning doing a good job with the Thunder goal shooter, pressurising her. Goal shooters, all the goal shooters and goal attacks for Thunder today have been excellent.
Yeah, Manchester Thunder, I think just from the third quarter on, just defensively and attacking wise, they've just been feels like they've just worked together as a unit really nicely.
Yeah, they have. Again, the lack of options for Loughborough Lightning, I feel, when they turned over the ball just at that centre pass. There were no options. No one was moving onto the ball and moving away.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency in one of those positions by Lightning, which is the difference in Thunder, I believe.
Yeah, I think they might have lost their confidence. It's, you know, when you're this age and it's not going well, it's about building their confidence now. Building it and know that they can all pass, they can all catch, the girls can shoot. It's you know, it's a matter of building their confidence. But 31-15 won't help them really.
Well, there we go. What a performance from Manchester Thunder in particular. That third quarter where they managed to score 12 points in that 8 minutes. It was relentless wave after wave of attack by Manchester Thunder, and they are deserved winners of this one, and they have come out on top by 31 points to 15 over Loughborough Lightning. But Loughborough will come again, and I'm sure they'll put in some good performances later on in the day. But next up, we're going to see the North East take on Leeds Rhinos. That'll be coming up next in around about 20 minutes' time.
The tactical side of things is developed as the athletes get through the programme.
Hopefully this framework will help them to think about how they might put those technical skills in a tactical situation, so that players are practicing those in the context of a game scenario and not in isolation.
There's a lot of tactical demands on players within the game of netball. Decision making is a really tough one, especially with the younger age group, because sometimes they're playing well up out of their age category and mentally they don't have that decision making process just yet.
You want them to have really good game sense, so you need to know how you can develop that within your coaching sessions. So knowing where they're at on their development pathway, whether they need to develop their basics a little bit more or whether they need pushing on a little bit further.
You know, it's not set moves. Set moves for me don't work, because if you're supposed to go there and you can't go there for whatever reason, we're then suddenly, oh my God.
It's not an outline drill, this is where you will move, this is where you will go, because in a game that doesn't happen. So I find it really important to explore the scenarios of what will happen in a game, and you know, how will they react in a game and what options are available.
I like to try and be a creative player, so I love getting my hands on the netball during the game and then trying to create plays in attack. So whether that's setting up my shooter or setting up someone else to get to the circle edge.
We're doing a lot of skills, and the players want to know how they can put that in a game. Obviously they need to know how to execute a skill. Maybe whereas before there would be more drills and then you just add a bit of match play at the end, it's maybe drills is a smaller part and it's more game context.
We look at particularly tactical strategies around centre pass, about how we can create more options within our attacking third, but also look at counteracting the opposition tactically, what they're doing against us.
That's the great thing about netball. It's team against team, but it's also person against person. If they're beating you on one thing, like over and over again, you've got to recognise it really quickly.
It's also really important to understand how you can help them understand what they need to do outside of the academy, because we only see them for a month, which is a really hard thing to get a player who's just come into the academy to understand.
I think video's made a massive difference.
Looking at footage of, you know, let's have a look at the best athletes in the world. What type of strategies are they implementing on the court? There's lots of ways for athletes to have a look at where they want to be, and then it might be that they work with the coach to say, I want to be like this, and then they work with the coach to get them there.
They can get the other girls to film somebody, and then we can have a look at that, whether it's their shooting technique or whether they need to have a look at how they can improve on something that they do. So video analysis is a real important tool, not just as a spectator, but as an athlete.
sitting back here with a bag of chips for the play.
We've had the whistle, but it must be.
So here we go then, back underway here in Wolverhampton. It's the under-15s netball performance competition, and now we see the North East taking on the Leeds Rhinos. Both these sides registering a win in their first games, and it's Leeds Rhinos get off to the perfect start. And you're joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and next to me is Jill Hogan for this one. This should be a real intriguing game actually, because we've talked during the day about both sort of sides being relatively new teams, and it's going to be interesting to see how that dynamic works.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is interesting. They both had the win, as you said, and now they'll just be sort of sussing each other out a little bit. And the coaches might have had a chance to watch them play against other opposition. So Leeds came out firing in their last game, so see if they do much of the same. And they've scored the first goal. Oh, but just given it away just there, which has given the North East a chance to actually get a goal back. So I think they're a bit tentative at the moment.
Yeah, turnovers now for both sides, and it's just a bit of a frantic start again, and there we go. It's no side can really keep hold of possession for a meaningful length of time, and let's see if the North East can reply straight away.
Yeah, they just need to settle a bit, don't they? And I think when you've been off and you've had a good game, and again you've got to collect yourself, get yourself back physically. So physically and mentally it's hard. You've been off, you've won one, and you've got to get yourself back in gear again onto the court. And I think it's showing here that we're not quite switched on yet.
So Leeds Rhinos looking to try and respond straight away. Can't keep that composure. But in the first game we saw Leeds Rhinos up against Severn Stars today, and they made a really good start, almost 3 points in the opening couple of minutes, and now they found themselves 2-1 in front. And again, just that's the first time in this opening 2 minutes we've seen a bit of composure actually.
Yeah, they're not as frantic as they were though, the Leeds Rhinos, and they're having to think a bit against the North East. They were patient there, working it into the shooter, and she puts the goal in, which is good. Will give the team some confidence. And at the minute we've got 2-2. We do want to score from the centre pass, and that's an error by Leeds Rhino, giving it away there, but looks like there was an infringement. So they've won it back. So you're looking to start with, stick to the basics, get the ball to shooters and put the goal in to get your confidence. But fortunately they've given it away again.
Yeah, this is one of the more sort of.
So shooter asking for the ball in the back space there, did get it but couldn't put the ball in the net. So Rhinos get another opportunity. Oh, and a footwork. So we're all over the place a bit at the moment with this game. They're still all settling in. Brains, I don't think, are in gear quite yet.
It certainly has been a really crazy opening couple of minutes. Both sides giving opportunities away inside their own defensive third and giving out chances for scores. And here we go, the North East looking to try and get back in front. And they are unable to do so.
And again, though, Rhinos have won the ball and given it away again. So who's going to get the composure first and just settle a little bit? And it could be, it takes a leader on the court, as we said before, someone on the court just to say something to a teammate, just help them to settle mentally. And finally, we have a goal.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see how the North East now use the centre pass, and they can't. And again, it's another error and a chance now for the Leeds Rhinos to work something up the other end of the court, and we're just waiting for either side to really get a spell of possession. And now again, it really is. No one can really try and keep hold of the ball for longer than a couple of seconds, it seems.
I mean, we say all the time we need movement. In that particular part of Leeds Rhinos, nobody moved for the ball, and so she ended up giving it away, and the North East scored. We need more moving into space, more driving, watching each other. That was a better one. Oh. It looks like she went offside there. So again, Leeds Rhino lose possession.
Yeah, it's just these errors from the Rhinos at the moment, just giving the North East chances. And if they don't want to be giving them too many, because at the moment, the North East looking to try and pull ahead. And there we go, that's the fifth. And for the first time.
It's important to take these chances when you get them. We've seen in earlier games, you get the turnover, you get a goal from it. You're constantly then putting pressure on your opposition. That again, another forced error of a footwork, which we don't really want to be seeing on forced errors. We want to stick to get it up. And another one.
In a game as frantic as this, Jill, how does either team really just sort of just go, let's just calm ourselves down and let's just have a spell of possession with the ball? It's just no one can really claim it at the moment.
Yeah, well, it's do the basics right, and that's why always, no matter what level, you work on the basics. You know, passing, catching, landing, and your footwork, and you work on that. But players have got to keep moving to space, not just one player. Give the player with the ball some options to who she can choose to pass to, and then it's up to her to make the right decision. But if there's no one option there, then it's very difficult in 3 seconds to give an accurate pass. And it's gone a bit flat at the moment, I would say.
Yeah, it has. Both sides have just sort of stagnated in possession now, and it's actually maybe potentially have helped the Rhinos a bit. They've got back into this, only the 1 point advantage now.
It looked a bit like sometimes players were standing back waiting for somebody to go rather than giving some options, but they got the goal from it, so.
Yeah, just the response that the North East were on to. But again, look at that eagerness and intensity to get the ball back, and then again from the Leeds Rhinos. I've said it a couple of times, but neither side just want to keep hold of the ball at the moment.
That was a bit better composure. I mean, they were confident to use a back pass to the keeper to try and reset a little bit. But again, it's gone wrong on that feed into the circle. Given the opportunity once more to the North East team.
Oh, a lovely take. But can she keep her footwork? No.
Passed too far, couldn't catch it and had to do footwork. Now Leeds, come on, they really need to get a goal from this.
Yeah,
players need to keep moving. We're not always seeing enough options for the ball at the moment, and the use of space.
Yeah, can they just reduce that deficit then just before the end of this first quarter? You feel this could be an important phase of play. Great take. Space opening up here to the wing attack.
Yeah, and what you don't want to do is overstretch your players. So they are maybe a little tired, which you would hope not yet, but don't overstretch them with a pass that they've got to almost kill themselves to catch. You know, is that the right choice if that's what's got to happen? So let's look around, see who else is available.
So there we go, the end of what was a frantic and erratic first 8 minutes, to say the least, and both sides really couldn't just keep hold of the ball for any period of time. But it is the North East that currently lead by 6 points to 5 going into the break of this first quarter. Myself and Jill will be back for the start of the second quarter in a couple of moments' time.
I've seen a real
So we're just about to get back underway then here for this second quarter, and as you've seen the coaches for both the North East and Leeds Rhinos, and we were just having a discussion, Jill, off air about the coach's role. There seem to be a lot of people involved in those discussions, and how important is it to have those maybe variety of voices but then have one sole voice to really get that message across?
Yeah, you maybe have your head coach who may, I always think, will want to say the one thing that will make a difference, because you've got very short quarters here. What's the one thing in the game that you've recognised that will make a difference to the team as a whole? And then you might have your other coaches, the defensive coaches might be helping the defenders in the circle edge with something they want to do tactically, and the same maybe with an attacking coach with a centre pass if it's not working. So it's getting that balance between the coaches, and the coaches, it's important that they work as a team together, I think.
Yeah, you'd have seen different voices there getting the instructions across, and now it's just to put those plans into action, of course. Especially in these quarters when they're only 8 minutes, you feel that it almost, by the time you've got those plans into place, you're running out of time instantly.
Absolutely, and that there broke down. They tried to force a very long ball, and it didn't work. And you've got to keep the balls flat and hard. Keep moving into space, but the timing of the moves is crucial. I think the goal attack there went a little bit too soon. It allowed the defender to work out where she was going. The player still gave her the ball even though she was marked, and so it didn't work. So timing of when to pass, when to move, where to move, how, there's lots of things players have to think about when they're making their decisions.
Well, there we go. Leeds Rhinos now advancing into a 7-6 lead again, and looking to try and get a bit of a roll on now, with no teams really gone into a good advantage so far in this game. And again, it feels a bit like the first quarter really, Jill, that no team wants to keep hold of possession.
No. I think there's a lot of unforced errors here, and it's due to decision making. I don't think we need to make these unforced errors. Play it simple. It's a simple game. Just keep moving, pass the ball down the court, and somebody puts it in the other end. Don't make it difficult, but they seem to be just making some odd long ball choices at the moment, which make it easier to be intercepted. Another error there, so.
Moving for that long pass, and now a chance to get the shot off.
What you don't want your defenders to do in the circle, though, is to keep giving away obstructions, because then that puts you under pressure as a partnership, because one player's out of the play. So work on that. Don't keep giving obstructions. Think what else you can do to put pressure on the shooter.
So just over 5 minutes then to go on our clock at the moment. Rhinos leading by 8 points to 7. A chance here maybe for the North East. Need that movement.
And of course, when things are going wrong a bit on the team and it's not flowing as much, that's putting extra pressure on the shooters. They get a bit nervy and think, oh, it's got to go in, and of course, psychologically that can be have quite an effect on them. So they're learning from this, hopefully, building up the confidence.
That's the whole point of the competition, of course, for these players to learn new things, different experience, how to handle certain pressures, and 8 points apiece, nothing to separate the two sides at the moment.
She's decided to shoot from there, of course, which is, you know, long shot out to take. Why not get yourself a bit close? Play it round the circle edge and get it under the post, so there's less pressure for that shot.
So opportunity here for the North East.
Of course, shooters can always, if their goalkeeper's very tall and putting pressure on, they can take a step back and shoot on one leg. They can step to the side, which is a more advanced skill as a shooter. But you can also, in netball, do a layup, which we don't see very often, but you can do it. As long as you get, there's no backboard, of course, for the ball to go in off, though.
That was well worked by Leeds Rhinos, just need to finish it off now. Oh, and they can't.
Yes, and defenders should really think you get one chance only and then I'm getting the rebound. So don't let the shooters get their own rebounds. You should box out straight away, which I would potentially work on that with the goal defence there, because she allowed her to come in and get her own rebound. So, but it's all learning, as we say. Oh, and that went very, very easily into the shoot. Oh, and she missed.
Well, the pass just came from absolutely nowhere, and suddenly the space opened up. Just couldn't take the chance, and look at Leeds Rhinos. All of a sudden, they've just had a spurt, and the flow in their attacks is just opening up a bit more, and now they lead by 10 points to 9.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because in the first match when we saw Leeds Rhino, they were really playing at real full speed, very assertive, attacking down the court, very confident. And it's almost like they're playing in a slower gear in this match. Again, I would like to see the defenders going up and winning that rebound. They have, because the goal attack couldn't keep it in. But get up there and challenge for the rebounds if the shooters miss. Oh, 3 seconds, so good defence. Leeds couldn't, the North East couldn't get it out there, so Leeds win it back. So she's playing it in and out to get it closer to the post. Now she's decided to give it to her teammate who can take the penalty. I think it's very hard as a shooter, because once you start to miss again, and again that's that psychological element, you've got to work from that. You know, forget that now, that's done. You can't go back in time and change that, but you can look to the next one, be confident, right, the next one's going in. And that, you know, under 15s, they have to learn and work on that, and that's why you practice as well, so you can almost shoot under the post with your eyes closed and know the feel of it to go in.
Yeah, we've talked previously about getting into those goal shooting positions in different parts of the court, you know, in that attacking area, to get those experiences when you're under pressure and you know, put under by an opposition player. And
it's always hard, isn't it, in practice? You want to try and put under pressure, but it's never the same as a real match in a real competition. It's the same, they say, with footballers and taking penalties. It's hard to reenact that in a training session. So you've got to just practice with your technique and work on the psychology side of it.
Well, there we go then, the end of the second quarter. And again, we are so close. Only the 1 point in it between Leeds Rhinos and the North East. Is this the way it's going to go all the way until the end of this fascinating match between these two sides? And we'll find out going into the third quarter, and we'll be back with you in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, back underway then, our third quarter of what has been a fascinating match, but disjointed in large parts between North East and Leeds Rhinos. Again, in the first couple of seconds, it really has been just one of those games, hasn't it, Jill?
It has. We'd be looking from the centre pass for the ball to flow freely down and into the shooters, but it's not happened from either team at the moment. So that's why there's been a lot of turnover, and again there, overstretching the shooter. She couldn't catch the ball, so could be down to some work on basic skills, could be down to some decision making and lack of options.
Let's see which team, if there is a team, of course, in this game, who settles down and just sort of composes themselves and keeps hold of the ball again. Leeds Rhinos intercepting. North East regain possession straight away. Another opportunity, and it's finished off. So 11-11.
Leeds were definitely in their first match much more positive, more confident in each other as in their teammates, getting the ball down the court.
That's the response from Leeds Rhinos. So on that occasion, doing well, but battling the centre third.
We do want some more movement though, because the player there that got the ball then, she was just standing still and just asking for it and using her height. But you know, we've got to be moving. You want the ball really to be going to a moving player who's moving into an empty space. So there's nobody contesting the pass.
Well, at the moment, the start of this third quarter, it's you score, we score at the moment. And Leeds Rhinos just going to go up the other end. They certainly are.
Yeah, I think then though, just looking at some of the defence then of the North East, they weren't either tracking back or dictating. They were kind of floating around, and you've got to make a decision as to what sort of defence you're going to do to put the pressure on. So we either stick, you know, quite tightly man to man and then look to go for the interception, or we deny the space, look to close down the space, so that makes it harder for the team to move the ball down the court. But you do need to work together as a unit defensively all the way down the court.
Well, Leeds Rhinos now just forcing the initiative, and they have that 2 points advantage now. It could prove so crucial potentially in the way in this game goes, but again,
see no option, no forward option there, so she looked to go back, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late when she made the decision.
Do you think that's just in terms of the movement of the players, or is that just the confidence of making that pass?
I think it's a bit of both, I think, but there certainly is a lack of movement at the right time into a space. So it's almost like sometimes players are waiting, think who's going to go, oh she is, so I'll go for the next one, but you've got to still make an offer. In netball you don't always, when you move, it isn't always to get the ball, it might be moving to get yourself into a better position or to create space for a teammate. And that's quite a skill to have and to recognise, because players tend to, as soon as they see somebody move, they tend to think, well, I've got to give the ball to that player. But again, you can only make a decision if there's more than one option of someone to give the ball to. So there's a bit of all sorts going on here at the moment, or lack of. I think it's...
Yeah, the only one thing we can definitely confirm is that Leeds Rhinos are just building up a bit of an advantage now. 15 points to 12 on the scoreboard, 3-point gap, but North East, well, just about to say, searching for that point to get that gap reduced, and you feel that potentially this game's got a chance to open up, but again, another turnover. It's just becoming a little bit erratic.
What a lovely turnover that they got, Brad. And then they forced the pass into the shooter, and she wasn't quite ready, a long ball, and threw it away. So you don't want to work hard for a turnover and then give it away. You know, you want to think, right, whoever's made that turnover, that's a goal for that person. Let's get them a goal. I always say the goal defence, that's your goal if you've taken the interception, and your team, you might not put it in the net, but it was your goal and you created it.
Another opportunity here for the Rhinos. The North East goal defence goalkeeper trying to put her off, but she's unfazed, and looking at that scoreboard, it's really opening up now.
Yeah.
And in a game which has been disjointed and played at 100, well, almost got people trying to play it, the players trying to play it at 100 miles an hour.
Sadly, that didn't go in. I mean, it was a lovely take from the shooter and a nice split landing. But she just needed a bit more composure before she put the shot up, because she had to really jump high to catch the ball. But it's a great opportunity now. The players are playing in this competition, and also the fact it's being filmed, you know, and they can look at themselves, they can look at the team as a whole, and it's a really good learning tool to look at to improve your performance. And of course for the coaches.
Absolutely, what a tool it is for them to use. And do you think players really learn a lot more when they visually see the things they've done potentially wrong in the games?
You don't always realise what you do, and you can be standing there and you can tell a player forever, well, you're doing this, or you're shuffling your feet, or you're doing this with the ball, and they think, no, I'm not. But actually, when they see it on camera, oh, I do that, and they've actually then got to make a real conscious effort to override it, because it's a bad habit that they're not aware that they're doing. So yes, it's
well, initial really good build-up from the Leeds Rhinos, but put under pressure. In defence for North East, just having a word with the umpire.
That's good defending, good pressure. Right, North East, let's have a goal from this. You've won the ball back. So obstruction call. Oh, a contact there in the circle. So again, that gives the opportunity for the goal.
Well, they've taken that opportunity that they needed to, potentially just at the end of this third quarter. Leeds Rhinos looking to try and respond straight away. Real sense of urgency and incisiveness in their passing at the moment by Leeds Rhinos.
That was a clever feed, though, that into the shooter. She could see that the goal defence was out of position and the ball could go in. And the shooter actually jumps really high to meet the ball. She doesn't just stand and wait for it to come to her. But North East can still come back in this game. Only 5 goals in it.
Well, Leeds Rhinos leading by 18 points to 13 over the North East going into the final quarter. They need a strong start to the North East if they want to try and get anything out of this game. Well, let's see if they can. Join me and Jill for that final quarter of this game in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the final 8 minutes between the North East and Leeds Rhinos, and what has been, I think you quite rightly described really off air, Joe, as a scrappy affair really between these two sides.
Yeah, it's very scrappy. And I would actually struggle, to be honest, to say what would be the one thing to pick out. It's got to be, I suppose, the unforced errors. No unforced errors. So keep supporting each other on the court, keep moving for the ball, and pick the right pass, the right type of pass as well. So the defence read that well, read that there would probably be a pass in the circle, and unfortunately it looks like it went out, but good pressure.
It was,
Pulled
and
up
this
for
is
contact.
Lovely grab. Can she finish it off? Oh, so close to doing just that.
Oh, unfortunate. So there was an obstruction or a contact, so it gave them another chance, and that's why we've got to try and stay disciplined in that circle and pick up any bonus that you can, and try and avoid those contacts and obstructions. That was a better move from Rhino. She ran, she was on the move, and she got the ball on the way towards the post, and that was much better.
And now, as you can see on the scoreboard, the Rhinos just pulling themselves ahead, and they get the turnover again, so momentum definitely on that side. And it felt like one of those games that if one of these sides could really take control and get some momentum behind them, that they were going to go on and win this.
Yeah, and the shooter there held her space well there, and the feed was put into the right place for the shooter to get the ball, although she passed it off to the goal attack, and they unfortunately haven't scored from it. And that's those, you must take those chances.
Let's see if North East can respond. They need to get their first score of this fourth and final quarter to get themselves underway.
Again, a contact given, so that gives them a penalty pass to take, or shot, which she does. Oh, that was very lucky. I got through there.
Bit of skill, more luck,
yeah.
we'll call it maybe, but it's worked out in the end, and Leeds Rhinos had another one. And
so she's thinking a little bit, thinking I'll try a bounce pass here.
Well, sometimes in games like these, sometimes those little moves sometimes just come off, don't they?
Defence wouldn't expect that at all, would they? And when you're taller, it's harder to get down there to a bounce pass sometimes and pick it up. Which is why you work on your speed, agility, you know, in fitness and in training, so you can get down to these lower balls.
So our clock just coming into the final 5 minutes then of this final quarter. Leeds Rhinos in total control at the moment.
A bit of confusion there. Shooter and goal attack got in each other's space, and that caused the goal attack to footwork. So their communication in that circle broken down a little bit there.
Just a bit more like it from North East, but again, just as soon as I say it, just as that I was about to say, maybe patient build it, they throw it away, and as a coach, that must be incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, it is frustrating because there actually isn't a lot of, you know, that was a footwork error again, and you wouldn't expect to lose possession of the ball through footwork unless you're really, really under pressure. One of the things you can do is put your own teammate under pressure if your pass is stretching her too far, but that didn't seem to be the case then. But again then, you know, it looks like she went out of court then, so difficult to, she didn't really have much space on the sideline to get the ball anyway, so look for somebody in a better space when you're passing the ball.
Yeah, pass is just going astray then for the North East, and Leeds Rhinos at the moment are just keeping their composure. A lovely finish.
Yeah, and the goalkeeper there actually to start with had a really good stretch over the ball, but didn't manage to balance and hold it for the 3 seconds, so maybe she could work on that a little bit. And again, your core strength is vital for your balance. in netball as well, with landing, jumping, everything that you do. So all aspects of the fitness is crucial. So we want to go up for those rebounds and really catch them cleanly with 2 hands. Go up, meet them, get hold of them. Can this be a goal?
At the moment, North East just not reacting quick enough to the rebounds in the attacking third. And Leeds Rhinos at the moment, almost everything is just coming off. And is this going to be another one? It certainly is. It's since the turn of that third quarter, Leeds Rhinos have really just put the pedal down and have.
Yeah, and again, when you head, your shooters are more confident with the shooting. You know, the pressure isn't on so much if they miss, but you would be always looking at your shooting, your shooters, the statistics, and they should be as well. You know, wanting to know what their shooting statistics are and what it is that they might need to look at to improve, and that will come with age and experience too.
Lovely composed finish, and Leeds Rhinos 10 in front at the moment, and well on course for their second victory. It's been a disjointed game, it's been a frenetic game, but in the end the Leeds Rhinos have it's like the performance we saw in the first game, really, in the final 2 quarters.
Yeah, and she said she was happy with the scalp. Well, she's got another one now, so she'll be even happier, the coach. She's got the 2 scalps. They were aiming for 3 over the competition, so she'll be very pleased, albeit perhaps not a good as performance overall as it was in their first match. But again, tournaments are tough. You start and then you have to come off and rest, and then you've got to get yourself physically and mentally going again and ready for the next match. And this is why these players are here learning to deal with that today.
Yeah, it's certainly a unique competition in that sense. You're playing a lot of games. And just have to be mentally as well as physically prepared as well for that.
Yeah, because players can think they're fit, and they don't know till they put it to the test, so they can work hard and think they're fit, but they might have to go away and think, oh, I need more stamina training, or I need to do more speed agility, or I'm jumping up but I'm not quite getting it, but I know I can if I, you know. So again, from every aspect you're learning from it and reflecting after the match.
So the North East just reducing that gap then just to 9, but with seconds remaining, it's not going to do much to the end result. Leeds Rhinos is going to try and finish in style. Well, there we go then. Leeds Rhinos have run out comfortable victors in the end in what was a really hectic, frenetic, disjointed, whatever you want to call it. It was a game that just couldn't ebb or flow. No one could really have long spells of possession, but Leeds Rhinos in that third quarter really just got the ball and kept possession and forced it on the North East, didn't they?
In the end, took the chances in the end, didn't they, and just managed to take it away. But I think going back to the drawing board a little bit with the performance-wise, the coaches will be looking at, but they got the win. North East kept at them, kept trying, and again we'll come back and prepare for their next game.
Well, our next game that we'll be bringing to you live on court number 1, we'll see the Severn Stars take on Loughborough Lightning. That'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes time, and we will see you then. Until now, victory for the Leeds Rhinos over the North East.
get...
Yeah.
No. Have you cooled down, girls? No, cool down.
When she's training.
What are you doing? I'm just going to cool down in here. They're going to be at 8, I think.
No, they'll be on, they can have the cart which we move, so they can have the cart.
There we go.
Yeah, I will do. Girls, where are you going?
Yeah, girls, don't
Get a cool down in and then we'll just move off together. We'll just go and together.
Where are we going?
Naturally, players start with the technical tactical, and lower down the pathway, that's where we tend to introduce the idea of your physical development and your mental or performing well development.
You need to get to know your athletes, and when you know your athletes, then you know what works with them on an individual basis, because it's never a case of one size fits all. So, you know, whether that's because they're playing across different positions or whether it's because actually they're just different people, how you coach them or how you interpret things within the framework will be different.
It's really important as a coach to understand individual needs. Every individual is different in their training pathway and in their competition pathway. One athlete may be further ahead in a technical aspect, another athlete might not. So it's what support you can give them with the resources available to you.
Environment and culture is number one. You know, the athletes get that buy-in, know what's expected, and they can live by that culture.
So I tend to pose the question to them of, how do you want others to see you? If your parents are standing on the balcony watching, or somebody walked past and saw us training, what would you want them to think and how would you want them to describe us?
If the environment's not right, you're not getting the best outcome out of all of the girls. You want a performance environment, but you also want the girls to be able to enjoy it. They've got to be there challenging themselves to be better and challenging one another, just so that we're creating really strong individuals, but also the best team to go out and compete.
I feel like we've got a good balance in the team we've got at the moment. Like, we all know that we can work hard. We're all like a very competitive group that will like really push each other, but at the same time, I think we're all really enjoying it. So we're at a good place.
It's good competitive as well. It's not like, oh, I want to beat you. It's like, I want to beat you, but I'm gonna laugh about it after. Yeah.
It's about saying to them, this is okay. This is a challenging environment. We will make you feel uncomfortable. You will make mistakes. That's okay. What we'd really like to see is that you're learning from those mistakes and you're turning them into positives.
At Rose's Academy level, with one-to-ones, we sit and we give them an individual performance plan. At lower down in grassroots, this just may be a face-to-face at the end of training. You could just send them their strengths and things to work on for them and their parent, who's their main support, to help them with as they go through the season.
There's always pressure from parents that they perform, particularly if a parent's financially giving up quite a lot or their time and travel. They're expecting their daughters to play amazing netball every single time they're on that court, which is not healthy and it's not always going to happen.
They are trying to balance so many other things. It's about coaching the athlete, not the sport. So, you know, whether that be there are pinch points throughout the season when they're going to be doing exams, and actually May time is not the time to get really heavy with them with netball, because that's actually when a lot of them will sit exams. I think sometimes as well, working with adolescent females, it's like whether like they have an argument with their boyfriend and then they come and you're like, oh gosh. But it's sometimes probably just being a bit more understanding that, you know, actually they're a person and there's all of these other things that contribute to who they are. And I think once you understand the person better, then you get better netball from them.
Here we go then. We are over halfway through day one here at Wolverhampton University. It's the under-15s netball performance competition, and it's now time to see Severn Stars take on Loughborough Lightning. Both sides searching for their first victories of the competition. Both sides full of prospective talent. They're just looking to get that first victory, and let's see who's going to do just that. Well, you're joined by myself, Bradley Hope, and next to me I have Pauline Knight for this one. And let's see how these two sides get on. Loughborough have the chance from the centre pass, although turned over straight away. Surely not, we're not going to see another game that we've just seen between North East and Leeds Rhinos. Both sides were getting it off each other, and those turnovers. And let's see who gets this first score. Could prove potentially pivotal. Let's see.
Well, the goal shooter worked so hard there to get the ball close to the post, and then it was a very casual shot at goal, which he inevitably missed. But they've got the ball back, so I think that's 3 turnovers, Brad, in the first 40 seconds.
The goalkeeper just putting her off and distracting, but in the end it is the Stars who get off to the perfect start. They have the first score and they'll have centre pass, and they'll look to try and double that advantage in the opening minutes.
Lovely take by the goal attack. We do encourage these players to get that second hand up to the ball.
Important now for Loughborough to just stay composed and
it's well anticipated by the defenders, but to no avail. Lightning are on the board.
They certainly are. 2-1 inside the opening minute and a half, and now it's a chance for the Severn Stars to get up the other end of the field. Goal shooter Nick Johnson for Severn Stars. For Lightning, just need to retain possession, look to come forward. They've just been halted though.
Lovely goal by the goal attack. Gabby Woods.
Yeah, Gabby Woods getting on the board for Loughborough Lightning, 2 apiece then.
Once again, there's no options for the Lightning players. That was a good movement by the goal attack. Is she going to shoot or pass? But again, they've had possession in the circle. They've passed the ball around the circle, not very successfully, and Stars come away with the ball.
It just felt a bit stagnated, didn't it, there for Loughborough Lightning, whereas Stars have got at the other end of the field and tried to get an attack going, and they've still got the opportunity.
But Lightning win it back. But again, the players are behind the Stars players. Difficult to see the bibs, difficult to see the players. So obstruction's been called against the goal defence. The goalkeeper's decided she's playing football.
Yes, it looks like
so
she's
this is going to be interesting. So the goal attack has done a brilliant job of creating that space for the goal shooter to go into. Now they need to finish it off.
Yeah, it's something that we've not touched on a lot about, actually, the movement around the ball, even though you're not maybe expecting to get it. It's so important, isn't it, to just keep moving, and then that opens up space for your teammates.
Yeah, there's a lot of play, a lot of movement off the ball as well as around the ball, and a lot of it is creating space for, just because you're not being used doesn't mean to say you're not being effective, but by being used and moving, you're bringing your opponent with you and creating space for somebody else to move into. Poorly placed ball there by Stars. They seem to be perhaps they seem not to know that the defenders are there and underestimating the defenders. So the score's 3-2.
Yeah, good opportunity now for the Severn Stars to potentially open up a 2-point advantage.
Yeah.
And what's been...
Lovely goal, beautifully taken.
It's been a game that's been a bit steadier compared to the previous games we've seen that have gone in at 100 miles an hour in the first quarter. Both sides looked a bit more composed and a bit more relaxed on the ball.
So the goal shooter is holding behind the goalkeeper. Will she shoot or will she? Yeah, she'll shoot. Lovely goal by the goal attack. Gabby Woods again to keep them in touch. And they're putting a little bit more pressure onto Stars now on their centre pass.
Yeah, how important is it as the defending side when your opposition have got that centre pass to really put on that pressure, and it's a good chance for you to get the turnover and for yourself to forge an attack.
Absolutely. Everyone is static at the centre pass, but it is a chance for an interception. But if everyone could score off their centre passes, it would be such a great game. Well taken by the goal shooter. The Stars girls seem to have a bit taller in defences, so they've got to work that. They've got to realise that lightning and come forward for that ball. But again, they lose possession. So let's see how Stars use this ball.
Yeah, on the halfway.
Bit of a mix-up there between the centre and the goal attack.
Constantly moving the Stars, trying to work an angle. Good return pass. This is lovely play by the Stars, getting it round the court as quickly as they can, opening up space, but then...
Was unlucky there by the goal defence. The goal attack rolled around her opponent, went into space, but the ball didn't arrive, and then the goal defence took the ball in the air. She couldn't quite keep her balance. 5-4.
That was composed.
And it's Stars centre. So they're behind the Lightning players. They need to come forward for that ball. She needs some options. The goal shooter did come forward for the ball, but she was ignored. As a goal shooter, if you come out for the ball, you really need to get the ball because you're out of position, and the defender can then defend you and keep you out of the circle. Once you've got the ball, the defender has to move 3 feet away. So that gives you space to pass the ball and move. Footwork by the wing attack.
Good work to manoeuvre their way up to the attacking third.
Nice passage of play by Loughborough.
Can they finish it off? Just a bit too long. Still with Loughborough though. This time they do, and well, just on the whistle. That brings it to 5 apiece. Both sides having really good passages of play and things, of course, that they can both work on as they go into the close of this first quarter. Really interesting matchup between these two sides, looking for their first wins. Or myself and Pauline will be back for the second quarter in just a couple of moments' time. So here we go, they're back underway for the second quarter. Both sides locked in at 5 points each. Is it going to be Lightning who's going to get off to the perfect starts? No, not quite. But still an opportunity here for Loughborough to do just that. Now given an even easier opportunity, and they do finish it off. And that's perfect for the Loughborough Lightning at the start of this second quarter. Let's see how the Severn Stars respond.
So that's a good take by the Stars wing attack. And then she made a really good decision not to pass the ball ahead of her because the goal attack was heavily marked. Interception by the wing defence. She must have been offside. Not much pressure on there by Loughborough Lightning defenders. They really need to pressurise the Stars players for the whole of the 3 seconds, not just for a second.
Well, somehow
well done, goal shooter.
And they've worked their way into a chance. Let's see if they can finish it off. And they can, 7-6. Well, at the moment, every time someone comes forward, there is an opportunity to score.
So the umpire has pulled for obstruction against the Lightning centre. These Stars players have to really work at getting free. I think that's a turnover now. It was touched last by the Stars player. It's a lovely movement by the Lightning goal defence. This is a nice little passage of play. Unfortunately, ball being sent out of court.
Was that just a case of losing time, or just rushing a pass, or seeing something that you thought was on but you couldn't execute?
Yeah, it was a bit of all of those really. The wing attack sent the ball into, well, there's no one there. And really you do need, there's a lot of rotation goes on by the goal shooters and goal attack these days in netball. If you've got a very tall shooter, sometimes it's a more sort of a static circle. But there just wasn't anyone there. It was as if I wasn't sure who she was passing to. But there must have been there at one point for her to have seen it and decided to give the ball. So that's good because they've levelled up now. Stars have levelled up with Lightning, and it's Lightning centre pass.
Well, at the moment, it's nip and tuck. No one can break away from each other. 7 apiece, 5 minutes remaining of this second quarter. Again, good patient build-up from Lightning, trying to work something.
Yeah, they've had to pass the ball back there, Brad, because they were trying to keep possession. That was nice play by Lightning. They just need to be more consistent and put a few of those passages of play together rather than just the odd time.
Yeah, if Loughborough can do more of that, just those transition from their own defensive third to the attacking third. Let's see if they can do it again. Then they'll take confidence and they'll come again.
And again, no, it's not consistent. Again, I think if I was on the bench, I'd be saying we've got to be more consistent at these good passages of play. But the same with Stars as well. Both teams are a little inconsistent today. And very fast shooting. They've got 3 seconds in which to release the ball, whether they're shooting or passing. And I feel that shot there was quite casual. It's so important that they concentrate, as they should for every pass, that they do for every shot. And although it reached its target of the goal shooter was behind the goalkeeper. The goal defence had a good tip there, but for her level of play, she should be looking at catching the ball rather than tipping it. She was off balance, so she's got to learn as she's off balance to try and catch that ball and send it on to one of her teammates.
This is nice build-up from the Severn Stars. Can they get the final pass away? Great work from the Lightning goalkeeper. That's Sophie Hamilton there for Loughborough Lightning. As the Severn Stars are building up a really nice attacking phase. But again, Lightning, this is a bit better actually. It seems like they're just sort of thinking about the passes, being a bit more composed in possession.
as you were saying.
As I was saying, the one time, and they tried to get
But
forward, and it's just a bit loose.
I think their confidence has built up a little bit there. You know, they're in touch with Seven Stars, and they're playing quite well, but they've just got to cut out the errors. So the Stars' goal attack is calling for the ball repeatedly. Lovely rebound by the goal defence, and a lovely long pass up to the centre. Unfortunately, she's been called for 3 seconds. So in netball, we can only hold the ball for 3 seconds, which sounds like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. And in that time, a player has to receive the ball, think about who she's going to throw it to, what pass she's going to make. And it's quite a quick time in which to have to make all these decisions. That was a nice ball.
Well, you see the reaction on the bench of the Seven Stars. They were delighted with that one, and huge round of applause in the crowd as well. That was a lovely finish, and the Seven Stars just pulling away now, 11 points to 8. All of a sudden, the Seven Stars are just creating a bit of an advantage. Loughborough needed that score desperately, and now that's reduced to only 2. And it'll be interesting to see now how the Seven Stars respond. They have the centre pass. Good work, good quick hands, lovely passing.
So the advantage hasn't been played there. The whistle was blown, and the umpire has to make a decision. She has to bring that ball back. And there was a lovely pass into the goal shooter, but that had to be brought back to the penalty decision. So again, the reason for that interception, it was a lovely interception by the centre. She anticipated that ball. And the reason is it was in the air for so long, so we try and encourage players to do flat passing. Flat by that, I mean that the ball is quite low rather than in the air. The longer it's in the air, the longer the room is for the defender to come out of the air and make an interception.
Oh, just got a little bit clever there, didn't they, almost?
One too many. They were trying to be, as you say, too clever. Didn't quite work.
There we go, that brings an end to the second quarter, and another fascinating 8 minutes there, and it's the Seven Stars who now have the slender advantage. They scored 6 points in that second quarter to 4 of Loughborough Lightning, so it is the Seven Stars who lead going into half time. Well, we have 16 minutes left between the Seven Stars and Loughborough Lightning. It's going to be a fascinating final 2 quarters. Don't go anywhere. Myself and Pauline will be back in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, third quarter. And it is the Severn Stars to have centre pass. How important could this potentially be? And to maybe open up a 4-point gap.
Good pressure by Lightning at the centre pass. Stars have had to put the ball back, but they're still in possession. They were in possession. I think it's... See what the decision is. So it looks like they're retaking the centre. Lightning centre.
Well, interesting start to this start of the third quarter, and now Lightning have the opportunity to close the gap to 2, and they just do that. It was just tipped over and went in, and got the goal, and it's only 2 points now, and this is good movement again from Severn Stars.
I love the way the centre ran back to the centre, to take the centre pass, because there is only 8 minutes in each quarter. It's really important they make use of those 8 minutes. Unfortunately, Loughborough have come back now. It's 11-10 to Stars, and they've now got repossession. It's about the first time ball, so as soon as a player with the ball hesitates to throw the ball, that's 1 second gone. That means they've only got 2 seconds left. That puts even more pressure on the ball thrower to get rid of the ball. And if she hasn't got the options, again, there was no options there for Stars. These two teams need to work on having options and getting options available each time. And again, that's another example. Clearly the wing defence wasn't very happy there.
Yeah, they can't let frustrations creep in there, though. Yeah, the wing defence for Lightning.
Still in possession of Stars. Sorry. So the goal attack likes to get past that ball out and in to get close to the post. But the defenders for Lightning are reading that now. They know, they're anticipating that's going to happen. And twice now they've come in and made that interception. So she needs to change her game a little bit, perhaps try and get that ball close to the post first time, or even pass the ball out and for the ball to go back into the shooter rather than the goal attack.
Well, it's lovely patient build-up by Loughborough Lightning, moving the ball around the court from right to left, trying to manoeuvre an angle, find some space. Can they finish it off? They do, and it is a 11-11 on the score sheet. And all the way through this game, neither side has really had the chance to properly pull away, and it's back to all square once again.
Yes, good pressure by Stars defenders. Lovely covering of the ball, deemed to be too close. Nice split landing by the goal attack. But they've got to put this ball away. Again, the hesitation by the goal keeper to throw that ball to the defender. And the reason for them not perhaps throwing this first time ball, Brad, might be because they haven't had a lot of time to play together, these under 15 girls. And it shows in parts, but they are all players who can play a number of positions, and they know what each position should be doing. Like a wing attack takes centre passes and feeds the circle. A goal attack is a shooting position, but attacks in 2/3 of the court. So even though they haven't played together for a long time, they should still know who to throw the ball to. What they're not familiar perhaps is with the movement of the individual players that they're playing with. Yeah. So again, hesitation on the throw. So she put the ball back to throw it, didn't give it, then she brought the ball back again. So that just, again, it took up a second and a half. So Lightning shooters are struggling a little bit now. That's twice in the last few minutes they've had the ball down in the circle and they haven't been able to put the ball away. This player gone off through injury.
Just waiting for the replacement. She's come on now.
Yeah, they've had some positional, they've taken the opportunity to have some positional changes. Let's see how this works.
There's the beauty of this competition
Lovely
this weekend
ball.
for all the players to play in different positions and get used to it, and that's a lovely
It was a lovely take by the goal shooter, but she was so stretched for it. It took her a second to get her balance, which puts her under pressure. So that's how she did so well. She did so well because she'd only got a couple of seconds to actually put the shot away, rather than the normal 3 seconds, because she took so long to get herself into that shooting position. So Stars are still challenging. Yep, some good pressure being put on these Lightning shooters by Stars players.
They couldn't stop the shot coming in, and it is a 12-all then. Just no team can get away from each other at the moment. It's fantastic drama.
I feel that Stars a couple of times have started to go ahead, but they haven't been able to pull away. And now, and because they haven't been able to pull away, not only have Lightning equalised, they've just gone one ahead. Lovely split landing by the goal shooter. Fortunately, she hasn't been able to sink that, and Lightning come away again.
Yeah, Lightning get the reprieve, and now they can try and work their way up the other end of the court. But I agree, Pauline. Compared to, like, for example, we saw the Manchester Thunder in action just earlier on, and they had that incredible quarter where they scored 12 points. Neither side's been able to have the opportunity to do that so far.
And I think the opportunity has been there. I just feel that the shooting hasn't perhaps been as accurate as it has in previous matches. So it's really important that once these shooters get that ball in the circle, they put it away. And that was a lovely pass, lovely movement by the goal attack. So for the first time in this game, Lightning are 2 goals ahead.
Yeah, how important could that potentially be? And looking to try and add a 15th on the board as well. Just only seconds remaining. And this will be a real momentum change if they could do just that, but they can't. Still retain possession though.
It's a penalty, so even if it's a full-time whistle, the penalty shot gets taken.
Well, 15-12 now on the board, and Loughborough have suddenly just had the chance to pull away slightly.
So I was about to say that Stars need to pressurise this to make sure they don't pull away by another goal. But there was a change of player, so I think the time, although we've timed out, there's an extra few seconds being played to account for that player change.
Well, there we go. That brings an end to the third quarter. Loughborough Lightning have suddenly just managed to pull away slightly and have that 3-point lead. So at the end of the third quarter, it is Loughborough Lightning who lead by 15 points to 12. We're set for a fascinating final 8 minutes between these two sides. Who's going to claim their first victory in pool number 8? Don't go anywhere. So here we go, the final 8 minutes between Loughborough Lightning and Severn Stars, and Severn Stars look to mean business. They want to get this next goal to really get back into this game. Pauline, do you think in a game that's been quite, well, very tight and very sort of nip and tuck and ebbing and flowing throughout, do you feel that the first goal in this final quarter could be important?
Yes, it could be, and I saw Sam Cook there talking to the Stars players, and I'm not sure what she said, but it seemed to work because they took an interception. But unfortunately, the shooters have missed, and now Lightning have got the possession back. They've only got 8 minutes. It's not a lot of time in which to be able to change these scores around. Again, Stars, lovely ball, lovely movement by the goal shooter, and a great goal to finish off.
Yeah, just what they would have wanted, Severn Stars. That's reduced that deficit to only 2 points. So the first points, I should say, in this fourth and final quarter, and suddenly the Severn Stars have got the tails up. They've got a bit of momentum in their sails, but great work from the Lightning goalkeeper, and that's turned over. And again, for Lightning this time, that could be a real momentum changer, potentially.
Yeah, and I think, Brad, if this Lightning can score this goal and start pushing ahead. It was a lovely hold by the goal shooter, and it was a very good feed. That was from quite a long way out. It was a nice take by the goal shooter and a good goal. So again, they're 3 goals ahead, and it's not a lot of time, 6 minutes, in order to get these goals back by Stars. So they've got to work hard now.
And of course, the problem is if you're trying to go out attacking, try and get these points, then you might leave yourselves potentially exposed in your defensive third as well.
Yeah. The last couple of games that Lightning have played, they've actually had a really good fourth quarter, and it would be really interesting to see now whether they have another good fourth quarter, because that's going to put the pressure on Stars.
Yeah, they really ran North East potentially very close in their first game. They really came back and tried to put the pressure on North East when Loughborough played their first game, and then of course they played up against Manchester Thunder in that game that Manchester Thunder did run out comfortable winners. But Loughborough, like quite rightly said, they actually came back into that. Well, they say come back into that. They really put the pressure on and put some points on in that final quarter, and Lightning doing exactly the same at the moment, and maybe a bit of game management coming into it as well.
So Lightning are 4 goals ahead, and Severn Stars missed their goal. So they did have a chance, but again, this shooting is so crucial. It's important they put these balls away when they get the opportunity. So Stars can try and stop Lightning from pushing ahead now.
Severn Stars now need to really start up in the ante, need to get this next...
They need a goal shooter in the circle.
Well, they do. And into a position now to go for it. Oh, she doesn't get it.
I think they need to try and work. I think Stars need to try and work the ball to the goal shooter. She's been a little bit quiet, and I think that's because the goal attack has been getting the ball, passing it out and in to try and get close to the post, and perhaps she needs to utilise the goal shooter a little bit more. But this could be a 5-goal lead for Lightning, which would give them a lot of confidence going into the next games. Lovely ask and a lovely take by the goal shooter for Lightning. So there they go, 5 goals ahead.
Brilliantly worked by Loughborough Lightning, and they've really got their tails up now. They mean business, and they're going to try and add a few more and going to put this game to bed. And of course, when it comes to this stage of the day, and you've got a game remaining, of course, and just trying to manage those energy levels and those intensity levels. And at the moment, Loughborough Lightning pulling ahead, and they'll have a time to potentially even relax in this game, which could be crucial going into their final game, which is against Leeds Rhinos at 4:30. And now Severn Stars have to do the opposite and put more energy into trying to somehow getting back into this. They need these ones to drop now, which they have. 3 minutes remaining, Seven Stars 14-19 now, and just a few more of those, but they'll need to make sure they stifle and nullify the Loughborough attacks. Good work by Seven Stars again, and this time around it's the Stars that are really putting the pressure on now.
Yeah, it was a great goal by the goal shooter for Stars to score that goal, but again it's the passing into the circle. They're being put under pressure by the Lightning defenders, and they're not anticipating the fact that the goal defenders in front of the goal attack, that they need to make sure the ball is passed to a player who's in front to make sure. The goal defender allowed the goal attack just to step into the circle. There was no pressure put on the goal attack there.
Well, just under 2 minutes then remaining on our clock, and plenty of work for the Seven Stars to do. It might be just too little too late, but again they want to try and get some more goals and give themselves some confidence, give themselves an energy boost going into that final game against North East. For them, they haven't disgraced themselves. They played really well, and just Lightning have just had that more clinical edge, would you feel,
yes,
at the times when they needed to be.
And we've said in the fourth quarter seems to be their best quarter for Lightning. In the last two games it has been, and it looks like it's going to be the same way in this game as well. Nice dodging there by the wing attack to receive the ball. There's lots of ways of getting free, you know, there's front cuts and back cuts and rolling and dodging. And there has been some individually very nice play.
Yeah, Loughborough Lightning just trying to work their way up to the attacking third. I was going to say that they looked very composed and relaxed on it, but they've given the ball back, and but good pressure early on by Lightning to try and keep them in their own third.
So a lot of pressure by Lightning, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late for Stars, and Lightning are going to come up with a lovely interception by their defence, and are looking to go ahead and score 20 goals.
Lovely from Loughborough Lightning. That was super stuff, and they look like they're going to be claiming their first win and have that 20 points as well. Are they even going to add another one before the full-time whistle? Well, and there we go. Loughborough Lightning have their first win of the competition. A 20-15 win. You can see the joy in their faces, a few fist bumps, high fives around. And Loughborough Lightning are off the mark and underway here at the under-15s netball performance competition. But the Seven Stars put up a great fight, and they gave us a really good game at that as well. So we'll move on to our next game, which will see North East take on Manchester Thunder. Can Manchester Thunder carry on their winning streak? We'll find out in the game that will be coming up. North East, Manchester Thunder, starting in 20 minutes' time.
me some breakfast, I ain't got anything. Sorry. No, you're fine. Just putting them down. Can't bother calling them.
problems over there.
Well, they all seem to be beating each other, don't they? So, but he's just for them, it's just a bit of a confidence boost in it to win the game. Well, we're on 100% record.
Putting on the red dress is...
God, it's amazing.
Pride.
It's just, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, it's just a really special moment.
Pride is definitely the one that stands strong.
Women's sport's so exciting. There's definitely a lot of hard work put in that you don't get to see, but I love that. I like working hard, training hard.
The Rose's development framework is an age-stage development process for girls from grassroots all the way up to senior level.
Ultimately, we're trying to create an oversupply of athletes challenging for places all the way through the pathway.
There's always going to be new girls coming through, and we want to create a legacy for this team.
As a coach, the framework will help in many ways. It will allow us to all be doing the same thing, so singing off the same hymn sheet. It also links into the What It Takes to Win document that we work in higher up the academy, and it just allows people to have that little bit more confidence in what they're delivering.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my coaches. Like, the coaches here are amazing, and they developed me so much.
It's not about telling, it's about actually, you know, at the different age and stage, about eliciting different experiences by using different questions and different styles of delivering sessions or tactics or techniques.
The technical side obviously is what they're doing on the court.
We want them to have a tactical intellect that suits the way and style that we play. Physical competence is absolutely essential, so you know the way they play at the World Cup is absolutely something that we wanted them to do on a training basis. And from my point of view as well, their behaviours, and a lot of that is to do with off-court behaviours as well as on-court behaviours.
I think we've got a really great bunch of girls, and you know, we set a lot of principles for what we want for this squad.
It's about understanding the human, but also some of what they're possibly going to start to experience as they go through their own journey.
So welcome back to Wolverhampton University, the under-15s netball performance competition. And now it's time to see the North East taking on Manchester Thunder. Manchester Thunder being one of the standout sides here on court number 1 against a North East side. They've also put in some good performances as well. So it should be a very intriguing matchup between these two sides. And Manchester Thunder looking to try and get off to the perfect start.
Yeah, well, already Manchester Thunder have taken an intercept on the North East centre pass, so looking to score from this, which they do. So now it's their centre pass to go 2-0 up. So
there we go. First second score on the board for Manchester Thunder. What a start it's been inside the opening 40 seconds or so. We saw them have that incredible third quarter earlier on in the day against Loughborough Lightning. They scored 12 points and already on relentless form in this opening minute.
yeah, they've started off really well, haven't they? They took that other interception there on that long ball that North East were trying to force through into their attack and scored from it, which you have to do. And there's the fourth one to go in, so 4-0 up already. North East now really to get a score on the board. Had to look back for the centre pass, and the goal attack again defending very well to win the ball.
Yeah, North East just need to nullify some of these attacks. It's incredible pressure put on by the Manchester Thunder.
That's unlucky there, but she did catch the ball and then replay it, so.
Well, as easy as you like for Manchester Thunder every time they're going for a goal. It's just sinking in every time. It's brilliant stuff, and here we go again. In the space of a matter of passes, it's brilliant to watch, isn't it?
It is, and the more she gets them in, the more confident, so the more they're easily going to go again. So it's just going to be ongoing for us. We'll be very pleased with that start, the goal shooter, and getting a shots in.
And then from a North East point of view, how do you stop that relentless siege of attacking pressure on you? What's the best way of trying to nullify that?
Well, we've got to come towards the ball. I mean, even then it's risky trying to force it over. Come towards the ball, short, flat passes. Don't pass over the heads, because the Manchester Thunder are ready for that every time to pick the ball out of the air if it's a long ball going in.
Again. Yeah, Manchester Thunder get another goal, and it's 7-1 already. What a margin they've already built up in the space of no time.
I don't think, they can't rely on that overhead ball to the goal shooter all the time. They've got to play it in. They've got to play up to the circle edge and have more rotation from the goal attack and goal shooter. So those defence are just going to pick those out of the air every time. They time the moves very well down the court. No, just the right time to move and the right time to give the pass. And the goal attack also scoring now.
Yeah, both the goal shooter and goal attacker in both fine form at the moment.
So anything like this is a bonus. So North East now need to try play this up the court, be safe with it, but come towards the ball. The two defenders then on the wing defence, so she couldn't get through, but they played it back and she did manage to get the pass the next time. So they just got to be patient, keep moving. Unfortunately then the backup players didn't move and support that, and the front players had been marked very well. But the North East team, as we know, are quite an inexperienced team, a new franchise, so sponsored by Durham University. So they'll be pleased with some of their performances already today, and this is a really strong opposition they're playing here, so lots of opportunities to learn and develop from this.
Absolutely, this is what this weekend's all about, gaining new experiences, being put under pressure in against good sides. And the North East are up against one of the best outfits here this weekend here at Wolverhampton University in Manchester Thunder.
You see, they do look around to where they're going to pass the ball. They don't just look and then throw it to the first person. They wait and see which is the better choice. So they are thinking about it as they're bringing it down the court. And good movement and partnership there between the goal attack and goal shooter. So that was far too easy for Manchester Thunder. The wing attack actually dropped. The wing defence dropped off the wing attack, allowed it to get the centre pass, but then didn't really do much else afterwards. And you've got to really decide: am I going to stick with my player all the way down, or are we playing a bit of dictating space, which you've got to do as a unit with your other teammates? You can't just float off and then not do anything. So I think that just needs to be looked at a little bit.
Yeah, I can only see the North East coaches down below, just the right hand side, are making notes, thinking of plans to try and counteract this Manchester Thunder team dominance, you'd say, in this opening quarter.
Yes, keep going for it. I think it's time now that North East just forget about the scoreline. Don't focus on the scoreline. Think about what they need to do as a team. Think about what their opponent does. Does she like to change direction? Does she sprint for the ball? And see what you can do just to counter that a little bit. And then when you've got possession, think of different ways of getting free. Do I need to dodge? Do I need to change direction? And get ball side, that's the main thing. Get in front of the defender so she hasn't got any chance to get a hand to the ball. And that means a lot of hard work. Don't run away from the ball. And again, that overhead ball isn't working. So they've got to really change that feed into the circle.
Space opening up for the Manchester Thunder. Just getting it from one end of the court to the other in next to no time. And they're almost just passing around from left to right to so much ease, and it's almost really hard for the North East to really counteract it. Well, that goes the whistle for the first quarter then, and what an 8 minutes it's been for the Manchester Thunder. It's the second time today that they've managed to score 12 in 8 minutes, and this time it's come in the first quarter. So a lot of work now for North East to do if they're going to get back into this one. They're going to have to sit down, rethink and go again. Well, me and Jill will be back for the second quarter in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, back underway, and as you can see by the scoreline, if you're just joining us, the Manchester Thunder are in total control at the moment. And I wonder what would have been said amongst the North East ranks in terms of trying to somehow get a foothold into this game. Is it just all about getting back to basics?
I think it's getting back to basics, but I think as well it's lifting them mentally, because I think you can be a bit down if you go out and think we've only scored 1 goal in this quarter, and you feel it's a bit of a loss as to what to do. And then your heads can go down, and it can happen to one player and then the rest follow a little bit. So I would say take it back, it's 0-0 in your heads, let's go back out, treat this as a fresh new quarter, and then think of the one thing that, for the team as a whole, that can make a difference. They've definitely got to change the way they're defending, and like you said, stick to the basics on attack. Safe passes, no unforced errors, which is always easier said than done against a team like Manchester Thunder. Because your first option isn't there, you know, they really denied that centre pass then, and the backup wasn't there either, so Manchester Thunder are playing really, really excellent team defence as a whole. Everyone's part of it. And it's resulted in a goal. And I would like to see North East get another goal really on the scorecard.
Yeah, just need an opportunity for the North East to even just get at the end of the court. It's quite incredible to watch this Manchester Thunder side. They are so relentless, and I think the word I used in their previous match was just ruthless. They are going out there with every intent to get as many goals as possible, aren't they?
Yeah, be interesting to see if they score another 12 in this quarter, won't it? Are they going to keep that pressure on, which you would expect them to do so? And you would say as a coach, right, you got 12 in that, let's have a team aim. Maybe we aim for 13 in this quarter and just keep that pressure on, because you don't want your team's level of performance to go down either. You want it to really stay at that top level.
Another fantastic finish there, and it was one of those finishes that just looked like it was just destined to go in because of the way they're playing.
Yeah, they're playing the confidence, the positioning, they're in the right place to take the shot. And you would expect the shots to keep going in all the time, no pressure whatsoever. So let's see what the North East can do. Changed it a bit, so she changed direction there on the centre pass. But again, the pressure's on for that second phase, and I think that's more a little of a prayer shot pass, but it got there, but then picked up on the circle edge. They're on every ball, aren't they, Manchester Thunder? You know, quick reactions, every loose ball, it's theirs.
Well, it's just so easy for the Manchester Thunder, and you're quite right, Jill. It feels, as a team effort, as a unit, they're just defending so well. They're defending from the front, and it's just giving them almost like a siege mentality every time they can come forward.
Yeah, and North East, they've got to keep going though. They've got to keep believing in themselves and what they've worked on in training, and to learn from this. So, and one of the things to be playing at this sort of level is, can you deal with it mentally? Can you deal with it, keep coming back at you and think, yes, I'm going to go again, I'm going to go for it again, and just keep going. And again, we speak about leadership on the court. You want perhaps someone to set that example and to sort of encourage the girls a bit and talk, a bit more talking, communication, encouragement within the team to keep them going for it.
Well, at the moment, I think it would be great to see one of these North East girls to really show themselves maybe as a bit of a leader and can try and encourage the rest of her team along. As the goals keep on going up and up, it's 22-1 at the moment. It's just incredible to watch from this Manchester Thunder team. Every time they're going forward, they are going with a real intent of getting the goal. And here we go again.
Yes, the North East haven't got an answer at all for this, have they? It's just trying to keep going, trying to do what they can. But again, it was easy centre pass straight out for the wing attack to receive it. And actually, I was going to say an error by Manchester Thunder, but then of course they win it back again and the goal goes in. So everything going their way in this game.
And is that what happens when things aren't going right? It's just those obvious things and those mistakes that you wouldn't have been making and you shouldn't be making that just happen.
Absolutely, yeah. And even in certain cases, even an umpire decision goes against you as well. Everything seems to add up, and that's a game where your mental strength comes in. Come on, let's keep going, girls. Let's see what we can do. And not allow them to score 12 goals. Let's only, they're only going to get 6, or set a realistic target and have some confidence in going for it. It's how you learn. It's how you deal with defeat as well. Ooh, off balance there with the ball. Got away with it though.
And again, it's one of those things where you just feel that if you're the North East, and even if Manchester Thunder are even giving a slight sniff, they seem to be getting it back and getting the chance to go again.
So they've already scored, is it 25? They've already scored 13 in this quarter, so.
There we go, they've already beaten the record for how many they've scored in the day, and now it's 26-1 and still with a minute and a half remaining. North East, let's just see if they can set a little target for themselves, maybe try and see if they can shut them out for this remaining what's left of this quarter. But at the moment, it's very hard to do so.
At the moment, they don't have an answer to get the centre pass out, which is what they need to look at. Looking at doing something differently. But that was better. Again, you've got to get ball side. We say get in front, so passing the ball over a defender's head like that is quite dangerous and risky, and you've got to recognise, well, that isn't working. What else can we do? It might mean the shooter has to come out of the circle and not always post up and mark the space. Do something different to make Manchester Thunder have to think a little bit.
Well, absolutely relentless pressure. And even with seconds remaining in the quarter, they are still in the hunt for more. Is this going to be their 28th? It certainly is. You'd almost back your house for them to do it every time. This is quite extraordinary stuff, and it's almost like it's not even North East's fault. They're not even playing horrifically badly. It's just that the Manchester Thunder are just in such a ruthless mood.
Yeah, and they don't know what to. The players on the court, they don't know what to do. But they can go away from this and look at it all and when you lose like this, there's lots to look at and lots to improve, and that's a positive, because you can go away and there's so many things that you can improve on and come back next time a different team. So these are one of the better teams in this age group in the country. So they've set the marker, haven't they? The benchmark.
Well, what a 2 rounds of 8 minutes of netball we've seen there from the Manchester Thunder. They lead by 28 points to 2 at the half-time break. Myself and Jill will be back for the third quarter. So stay with us, don't go anywhere. So we're back underway, and at the moment Manchester Thunder are just picking up from where they last left off. There we go. The 29th up on the board inside the first couple of seconds in this third quarter. And again, every time the North East look to try and come forward, Manchester Thunder still, it's incredible actually, even though they're so far in front, that willingness to still defend and still wanting to reduce the scores to as least as possible is quite extraordinary.
Yeah, well, that's worked. They've got another goal on the board, which helped to believe in themselves a little bit more.
Well, the calmness and composure every time the goal shooter for Manchester Thunder gets the opportunity to try and get a goal. It's just almost like it's just effortless, isn't it, really?
Yeah, it is. But we've managed to get it to the circle now, at least. I know they've changed some of the players, Manchester Thunder, but you would expect them to have a very strong squad of 12, and that's a nice goal for the North East team. So make them feel a little bit more positive with that. Well done. So again, they tried to force it over. The space wasn't there for it to go into, and that enabled the goalkeeper to take the interception. Oh, that's a shame. Again, you see the wing defence running away from the ball and the defender coming in between to take the pass. You've got to cut in towards the ball and really be ball side, especially against this team.
We're now passing over the 30 mark, 31-4 on the board for Manchester Thunder. And although actually the North East have started this third quarter relatively well, they've had good moments in defence and good moments in attack, and they've just got to be building on those every time, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, and I mean they've recognised a little bit that they need to, the centre pass, they need to use the backup, so the goal defence and wing defence need to come down and help them and support for that first phase of the centre pass, because they're at Manchester Thunder are closing down the forward ball on the centre pass.
Well, even the long passes are coming off as well for Manchester Thunder, and she gives a round of applause as well.
There's odd times when you can, in a game, you can see that option and know when to give it, and that was the time to give it then. There's not a lot to lose, quite a few goals up, and give it a go.
From a Manchester Thunder's point of view, is this even now the opportunity to try out new things as well, new tactics, new plays as well, potentially?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you don't want to stop doing what's working, but yes, recognise the coach might have given them different things to work on and to change the players around. So you could, instead of, you could change the type of defence that you want to do. You might working on closing down space as a unit and work on that a little bit. Or you might say, right, for the first 5 minutes we want tight man-to-man, track every player, just to vary it. You might also have different centre pass scenarios, but if you've got one that's working, you tend to stick to it really, because it's working.
Well, credit to North East here. They've got themselves into a really good position. They've worked it well. They hunted the ball down, and they've got a goal, and they're slowly but surely reducing that gap. Although they're really trying hard, North East, and they're really trying to put the pressure on this Manchester Thunder side, and it's great to see, even though the scoreline obviously isn't in their favour.
Yeah, and I think if you can give your team a target, say, right, girls, we're going to score 5 goals in this quarter, and it's something for the team to work together as a whole towards achieving, and that gives you some motivation then if you're all working for that. So you're not going to win the match, but let's try and get 5 goals in this quarter. We only got 1 or 2 in the last one. Let's really go for 5 and see if we can achieve that. Then you're coming away really feeling like you have got something out of the game.
Well, even the ones where they
trickles in.
when those trickle in, you just feel it's just definitely not our day, is it?
Yeah, and that happens. It's sport, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. And here she is in absolute fine form, the goal shooter for Manchester Thunder. I think it'd be worth a look.
She's missed one, has she? It would be nice to see her shooting stats.
I'd love, I was about to say, I'd love to see her shooting stats. It's almost 100%, I'd have thought.
But again, no pressure. So, should be really.
Really lovely quick transition play from Manchester Thunder once again. And no mistake once again.
Yeah. And that's what they do well, don't they? They attack hard, and then when they win the ball defensively, and then straight back to attack again, and they do it very, very well.
Well, it's almost becoming a bit of a training exercise here, more than it was so at the end of the second quarter.
But you still want to see your players think, so you don't want them to think, well, we'll try and force it in still to the goal shooter like that, you know. So let's start thinking a little bit, what can we do to get the ball into the shooter? And it is short, sharp passes, keep moving, but come towards the ball. But Manchester Thunder again even put pressure on the pass so well, so they've got their arms over putting pressure on the pass, arms up, look, and that makes the ball have to be lifted, and if the ball has to be lifted, that's an opportunity for the defender to take the interception. So they're doing everything right, Manchester Thunder. You know, even the timing there of the run, the player wasn't ready, and she went a little bit too soon and took the defender with her. So the pass didn't work.
Good play from Manchester Thunder again, being alive to that interception, working it well all the way up to the other end of the court. But great work again there from the northeast to try and nullify that opportunity. It just feels like they're just one step ahead all the time. They just know almost as soon as they receive the ball where the ball's going to go next.
They know what to do. They're thinking about the game, who to pass to, what type of pass to give, working it to the post. They're just doing everything, the basics all very, very well.
Well, again, it's another quarter where they've managed to get double figures in points. It's 10 up now in this third quarter.
It's only 10 though so far, so they've managed to not let them score as many.
And actually, credit there to the northeast. They've managed to get up to 7, so that's 5 scored for the northeast, which you were saying, you know, just set those targets.
Yeah. And
they've done just that.
Set the target, feel positive about some of the aspects of the game. You're not going to win it, but let's look at other things that we can do and that we can achieve. Give all your players a chance and recognise the good points, really, rather than at this stage focusing on a lot of the things that's going wrong. So I think that was in realistic terms, not a bad quarter, a better quarter for the northeast.
Yeah, certainly a step in the right direction for the northeast. So we'll just take a very short break before we get back underway then for the fourth and final quarter. So we're back underway for the fourth and final quarter then. And are we going to see more of the same? Well, there we go. In the first couple of seconds, as they have done in each of the 3 previous quarters, they've got themselves a point on early doors. And it really just, for them, just almost just sets the tone for the rest of the quarter, doesn't it, really?
Yeah, it does. Manchester Thunder know what they're doing. They know the strength and weaknesses of the opposition, and they're playing us really, really well. Oh, we see the shooter has gone out to goal attack for Manchester Thunder, and a new goal attack's come on. So, I mean, a new goal shooter. So, different combination in that shooting end. But you've got to do that. You've got to bring your players on and let them have a go and see how they perform as well. The rule in this competition that every player in the squad's got to have played at least 4 quarters over the day. So managing that as a coach as well is important.
Well, Manchester Thunder just keeping up this relentless pressure then going into this fourth and final quarter, and it's not helping the North East, just giving them more opportunities to try and get forward. Again, we kept on saying throughout this game, just North East just need to set themselves targets every time, every quarter, even every minute or so. Just set themselves a little target. Try and defend this next one.
Yeah. I mean, what Manchester Thunder have got to think about is that they don't start making silly decisions, because they are ahead. They have won the game. So don't make that silly pass that you wouldn't normally do if you were playing in a closer match. So you've still got to mentally keep your focus as well and make the right decisions.
Well, at the moment, everything is just turning to gold for the Manchester Thunder.
And sometimes we have to recognise, don't we, that one team is better than the other team for now. They've come, it's their first time in it from the North East. So we keep saying that they're learning, but that's what it's about. So they're doing well to be out here, trying the best, and that's all they can do. And on this particular day, Manchester Thunder are by far the better team.
Sometimes you just have those days against the better opposition. And the North East will, I'm sure, and I'm almost certain will come again. And we'll see, as we have actually seen, really good performances from the North East actually today. And they will be in action again for the final time today against Severn Stars, and I'm sure they'll put in a really good performance. It's just on this occasion, it's hard to stop this ruthless Manchester Thunder side.
So this is giving the Manchester Thunder goal shooter the opportunity to come out, play goal attack, work on her ball placement around the court and movement around the court, so gaining extra experience for her as well in a different position. The goal attack, goal shooter do often interchange.
Good play and build up from North East, but they can't quite finish it off, and that's such a shame.
I think what's happening as well though with the North East, they haven't got any alternatives, so they're trying to do the same thing all the time, and Manchester Thunder have worked it out, and they still keep trying to do it. So we'll see, you know, you've got to change up your game a little bit and do something different. Always make your opponent think. That was best because she drove towards the ball, but then the pass has got to be accurate. So that was down into the pocket, and she waited then. That was a more patient feed and better into the shooter, which has resulted in a goal. So good on them, I say.
Well, every little thing, every little aspect, every goal that they'll get, it'll just give them that little bit of extra motivation going into the next game against Severn Stars later. As for the Manchester Thunder, they just keep on going forward and just keep on adding the scores. 48 on the board. It's quite incredible stuff. And they have one more game themselves, actually. And it will be our final game of the day here on court number 1. And it will be against Leeds Rhinos. That'll be coming up at 6:30. That will be our final bit of action here on court number 1.
Still trying though, putting pressure over the ball, arms up, trying to pressure the pass, and again, so 2 people force them back, so that's good. That's a real good positive defending. But Manchester Thunder are able to deal with the pressure. Don't make an error, and are patient, play it around until it can go into the shooter, and that's experience as well.
So 2 minutes remaining. Manchester Thunder get another one. 49 on the board. Well, I was saying the Manchester Thunder will be looking to try and continue their winning streak, and they've done so emphatically, and that's the 50 up. It's every time they've just come forward. I can't actually remember the last time they've missed one. I'm genuinely trying to struggling in my mind to think the last time they missed a golden opportunity.
No,
Manchester Thunder.
no, I don't think they have really in this game. Actually, it's been they've been very confident with the shooting, but they've got it, you know, right near the post in the area where they should do. So they're still not being taking silly, you know, more risky shots from closer out to the circle edge. They're still sticking to the game plan, playing it in, getting it under the post. And you should be confident to get it in from there, I have to say. So that was a nice time move from the goal attack, giving it into the shooter, but the pass under the post again.
Well, coming into the final minute then on our clock, and well, what can you say? A perfect performance probably from the Manchester Thunder,
so,
you'd say, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would say so. Whoever they brought on, yeah, they've made some changes and that, but they've still stuck to it. They stuck to basic netball, accurate passing, playing it down into the shooters under the post, scoring from their centre pass, turning over loads and loads of ball, obviously, and scoring from that as well.
Well, as the final few seconds tick down, North East, credit to them, they're still trying to attack and they still try to get points on the board, but that brings a close to what has been a sensational performance from this Manchester Thunder side. They picked up from one of the previous quarters that they had earlier on the day against Loughborough Lightning, where they got 12, and they've recorded double figures in every single quarter to win that by a clear margin. Well, that is probably the performance of the day so far, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I would say so. North East did struggle, but they want to go away and look at some of the positives out there. And again, lots to learn because they're a new team. So to come up against a Manchester Thunder team in that sort of form is very hard, and it's a bitter pill to swallow, really. But come back, you know, have a think, reflect, and come back fighting in the next match.
Well, we'll see the North East side again at 5:30 against Severn Stars, and then we'll see Manchester Thunder in action against Leeds Rhinos at 6:30. But our next game, we'll see Loughborough Lightning take on Leeds Rhinos. That will be coming up next.
last game? Good luck. Have you got on today? You've won. Okay, yeah, time to win one. Win your last one.
What was the score there? It's all right. I've been to the 50 it's 11 miles away. When I was down, well, I'm getting checked out as well.
The tactical side of things is developed as the athletes get through the programme.
Hopefully this framework will help them to think about how they might put those technical skills in a tactical situation, so that players are practicing those in the context of a game scenario and not in isolation.
There's a lot of tactical demands on players within the game of netball. Decision making is a really tough one, especially with the younger age group, because sometimes they're playing well up out of their age category and mentally they don't have that decision making process just yet.
You want them to have really good game sense, so you need to know how you can develop that within your coaching sessions. So knowing where they're at on their development pathway, whether they need to develop their basics a little bit more or whether they need pushing on a little bit further.
You know, it's not set moves. Set moves for me don't work, because if you're supposed to go there and you can't go there for whatever reason, we're then suddenly, oh my God.
It's not an outline drill, this is where you will move, this is where you will go, because in a game that doesn't happen. So I find it really important to explore the scenarios of what will happen in a game and, you know, how will they react in a game and what options are available.
I like to try and be a creative player, so I love getting my hands on the netball during the game and then trying to create plays in attack. So whether that's setting up my shooter or setting up someone else to get to the circle edge.
We're doing a lot of skills and the players want to know how they can put that in a game. Obviously they need to know how to execute a skill. Maybe whereas before there would be more drills and then you just add a bit of match play at the end. It's maybe drills is a smaller part and it's more game context.
We look at particularly tactical strategies around centre pass, about how we can create more options within our attacking third, but also look at counteracting the opposition tactically, what they're doing against us.
That's the great thing about netball. It's team against team, but it's also person against person. If they're beating you on one thing, like over and over again, you've got to recognise it really quickly.
It's also really important to understand how you can help them understand what they need to do outside of the academy, because we only see them for a month, which is a really hard thing to get a player who's just come into the academy to understand.
I think video's made a massive difference.
Looking at footage of, you know, let's have a look at the best athletes in the world. What type of strategies are they implementing on the court? There's lots of ways for athletes to have a look at where they want to be, and then it might be that they work with the coach to say, I want to be like this, and then they work with the coach to get them there.
They can get the other girls to film somebody and then you can have a look at that, whether it's their shooting technique or whether they need to have a look at how they can improve on something that they do. So video analysis is a real important tool, not just as a spectator, but as an athlete.
So we go back underway here at Wolverhampton University, the England Netball Under-15 performance competition. And here we see the Leeds Rhinos taking on Loughborough Lightning. And it's a game, actually, coming into it, so a hard one to predict. It could go either way. It's going to be a fascinating contest between these two sides. I don't think it's going to be like the game we've just seen previous, where it's a runaway. I think we're going for, hopefully, a really tight encounter. And you're joined by myself, Brad Hope. Next to me is Pauline Knight. Pauline, well, Loughborough off to a good start, but you do get the impression that these two sides could be a fairly even matchup.
Yeah, I think it could be a fairly even matchup. I think that Leeds Rhinos have just got the edge, but Loughborough comes strong at the end. Now, they've had a really good start. They've had some beautiful movement from the goal shooter, who moved into some space for an easy pass. So, although it's been a good start, they've actually just had a turnover. Well, so it's Leeds Rhinos Rhino turnover. I've been impressed with their play today, and I think for me, I think they've just got the edge. It'd be interesting to see what Loughborough do.
Well, the crowd have certainly responded to this great start. It's a fantastic atmosphere into this first minute and a half, and Leeds Rhinos looking to try and get in front for the first time, and they do just that.
Yeah, it's another turnover. This time it's for Lightning. They're having to pass the ball back. It's good pressure coming from Rhino. Lovely goal. Lovely technique shown by the goal shooter for Lightning.
Yeah, it's really patient build-up actually on that occasion by Loughborough Lightning. Worked it really nicely. And 2 apiece then. And looking to try and get themselves back in front.
That was nice play by Lightning, but unfortunately with a missed goal, although the goal shooter did follow it up, she wasn't successful.
Well, they've won the ball back of Loughborough, looking to try and get back up the other end of the court. Compared to the last game, the Leeds Rhinos were involved in, was against the North East. It was a very scrappy affair. No one could really claim possession for long periods of time, whereas both these sides seem a bit more composed, although good work from Lightning to get the ball back. They seem to really mean business in this opening couple of minutes.
And that goal defence, it was a beautiful take because she tipped it with one hand and followed it up then with 2 hands.
Well, ricochets off the post and it's kept in play.
But they haven't been able to convert it into a goal, and that's been the issue with Lightning for today, really. They've been making interceptions, but the number of turnovers against them have been quite high. They need to put this ball away when they're shooting for goal. Goal shooter held nicely, but she's had to come right out the circle. An undershot there by the goal attack.
Good work from the goal defence for Loughborough as well, really holding that one out. Although turnover back in favour of the Rhinos, and they look to come again. Good pressure at the moment from the team from Leeds.
Yeah, there's a lot of undershooting going on today. Good goal.
Yeah, the difference, of course, that we saw in the game just previous with Manchester Thunder, everything just turned to goal. They were putting away everything, and at the moment, both of these sides wasting opportunities.
pass was never on really. The wing attack went one way and then went the other, but because she'd taken time to go with the first way, when she came back, the goal defence and goalkeeper had got the goal attack and goal shooter covered. So it wasn't a great decision by her. What I'd like to see as well, this centre get her foot right close to the circle edge when she's catching the ball as opposed to a few feet away. It's followed up by a lovely goal by Leeds Rhinos. So Leeds Rhinos has mostly made the best start. 4 goals to 2.
Yeah, first time we've seen either side pull away. Can Loughborough respond? They need to respond. They don't want to get too far behind the 8 ball. Let's see if they can try and work something again. But Leeds Rhinos do well to claim it back themselves, full of energy, looking to try and get the ball back as quickly as possible every time they lose it.
Well done.
Brilliant. Well, it looked like initially it was brilliant work, but no, it's back in the hands of Lightning.
I think the Leeds Rhinos need to think about how they're feeding their circle. The moment they're trying to feed from quite a long way out, they need to get to the edge of that circle to put that feed in. And there needs to be some movement from the goal shooter and the goal attack to enable that ball to go in. There was a pass on from the centre to the goal attack, which she was just ignored really. It was an obvious easy pass. She was looking for something better. And that's what puts pressure on the ball thrower. They're always looking for something better, someone better to pass the ball to. But it's not always there. So if you can give that first time ball, that means that player's moved, she's caught the ball. The next pass, player moves and she catches the ball. When there's hesitation by the ball thrower, it causes a bit of anxiety with the rest of the team. So again, a little bit of anxiety there because there's a bit of hesitation.
Oh, and again,
rebounding by Lightning. They must convert it though. Must have an option to pass to.
At the moment, Lightning seems to be getting all the rebounds as well. The goal defence for Loughborough Lightning. Some of the Tombs at the back. Seems to be claiming everything, and now they've got the opportunity to potentially draw a level at 4 apiece before the end of this first quarter, and it looks like they do.
Yep, super goal by Lightning because that was from distance. And that was a great ball into the goal shooter. And what a tremendous interception from the goal defence.
That was absolutely incredible from the goalkeeper, wasn't it?
Play. Beautiful play. She got her arm to that and then followed it up. That's what I like about these young players. They got a tip, but they then follow it up to try and get the ball. They really try, and that's all you can ask them to do, really.
So a couple of seconds remaining on our clock before the end of this first quarter.
They deserved a goal there, Leeds Rhinos, for that fantastic interception.
They certainly did, but it is all square after the opening 8 minutes, 4 apiece between these two sides, and both sides have given absolutely everything. It's been a tremendous 8 minutes, and it's going to be fascinating to see where this game will go next. Well, myself and Pauline will be back for the second quarter in a couple of moments' time. So here we go, second quarter then, and both these sides, Leeds Rhinos and Loughborough Lightning, locked horns at 4 apiece. Who's going to strike first in this second quarter? Looks like it potentially could be the Leeds Rhinos. It is the Leeds Rhinos, and a lovely score. That was a really nice, composed play, and they fired themselves 5-4 up.
Yeah, that was a good shot from distance. I would have liked to have seen her caught the ball with a split landing to take her closer to the post. It's poor really from the goal attack, that shot. The goalkeeper held a beautiful lean for the full 3 seconds, and it was a bit of a half-hearted shot. I think she was hoping that the umpire was going to call for obstruction, but it was a good distance away. Lovely lean by the goal defence and a good take for the rebounds. So that was very interesting. The centre took the ball and she stepped, but so long as you don't reground your landing foot, so she did 1, 2, so long as that landing foot doesn't go back down again, it's not footwork. And sometimes umpires in their decisions anticipate that they are going to step and they pull it. They actually blow the whistle and say footwork when it's not. So the umpire, I'll give credit to the umpire there as well. Both teams are still fighting for possession of the ball, which is nice to see because it's now 4:40 in the afternoon and they've been playing all day. This is their third matches, possibly 4th matches, and so they're doing very well, these teams, to keep that determination going.
Yeah, this is Loughborough Lightning's 4th game of the day. Leeds Rhinos still have another game to play. It's Manchester Thunder at 6:30. So Loughborough Lightning are still having to give absolutely everything. And locked at 5 apiece, but it just sinks in, it rolls around. It's one of those ones that feels like it takes a lifetime to drop in. And Leeds Rhinos lead by 6 points to 5, and potentially a game that's going to be going down to the wire to the very end. Still plenty of time left in this game though, 5 minutes left in this second quarter.
So the goal attack took a very good centre pass, but she took it with 1 hand. She could have taken it with 2, and then off balance she tried to get the ball to the goal shooter. You can't throw a really long, accurate pass when you are on 1 foot and you are off balance. Certainly not at 13 or 14 years of age. So she'll learn from that. She'll know she hasn't done the right thing, and she'll hopefully not do it again.
Yeah, this competition this weekend is all about the experience. It's all about learning new things. I'm sure all these players will take something forward for the rest of their careers. Early.
Great interception by the wing defence. It was good because what she did was she had her hands over the ball, and the Lightning player put the ball into her hands. But it was excellent because she then followed it up when the ball was loose. So really good passage of play by Leeds Rhinos. Very difficult to see the goal shooter. She's physically quite a small player, so she needs to, rather than be standing still, I think she needs to have a little bit of movement there, so that the ball, when it goes into her in such a way that she can catch it. At the moment she's a little bit small and a little bit hidden. Beautiful goal by the Loughborough, the Lightning goal shooter, to bring them to 6-all.
Yeah, superb goal by Loughborough Lightning, and Leeds Rhinos up at the other end of the court looking to try and respond straight away, but they can't do so. So Loughborough Lightning will regain possession. Interesting to see how they work it up the other end of the court. Good work from Leeds Rhinos, putting the pressure on early.
Yeah, lots of pressure on Brad, but again, that ball, the player tipped with 1 hand. If she'd really made that commitment and gone up with 2 hands, she might have actually taken full possession of it. That would have been a really good idea, but executed not so well. There was lots of space there for that ball to go into. It just didn't quite work.
So we still can't separate these two sides, as they're only two and a half minutes away from half time, but plenty of turnovers, and no one can really regain possession, and no one can have a long spell of the ball for a period of time.
So these players might be a little bit more tired, but they still need to make those good decisions. That wasn't one of them. Lovely passage of play by Rhinos. First time balls each time coming up the court. The goal attack needs to decide what she's going to do. So in that instance, if she had stood right behind the goal defence, she would have created space for the goal shooter to have put the ball into space behind her. As it was, she didn't get right behind the goal defence, so the pass wasn't onto her. Little things that hopefully when they look back at some of these matches, they'll pick up. Really good effort by the goalkeeper, went hunting for the ball. I haven't seen much of that today, where the goalkeepers go hunting, and although she didn't get it, it's just such great to see the confidence that they go out and get that ball.
I think the importance is that don't lose that confidence to do that, of course. You know, good, like I said, good effort, but, you know, it didn't come off that time, but keep going, keep practicing these things.
Yeah. Lovely take by the goalkeeper for Lightning. Playing well, the Lightning defence now. But they've got to convert these goals.
Yeah, they're really working as a unit, this Loughborough Lightning defence, and now can they try and work something in attack?
Yeah, again, I'd like to have seen a split landing there to have taken her closer to the post. A solid goal from her.
She did very well. So only seconds remaining then in this second quarter as we head towards the half-time interval, and it's Loughborough Lightning with that slender advantage.
The goal shooter was holding her space, beautiful space she had behind her, and the goal attack came into that space. Not what you want to see, you want them to be working together. A great goal by the goal attack, but I would feel as a goal shooter, that should have been the goal shooter's ball.
Well, Lightning now just slightly pulling away here, a bit of momentum. And that's, do you feel that potentially this lead is because of that defensive solidarity that they've had at the back?
Yes, I do, and I think they're thinking now about the passing into the shooters a little bit more. The shooters can work together. The goal attack has shot well from distance in this first two quarters. But again, if she could have shot that goal, that would have made the difference between them going into the half-time 9-7 or 10-7. And that goal might be crucial come the final score, Brad.
It certainly could do, and it's very, very close between these two sides. And it's going to be interesting to see who can pull away, who potentially might go on and win this game. We might find out in the next quarter. So we'll have a bit of an extended break now, and we'll be back for that third quarter very soon. So welcome back to Wolverhampton University, to a raucous atmosphere here. And the Loughborough Lightning coaching staff really trying to get behind the parents and supporters to get behind their side going into this third quarter, as Loughborough Lightning lead by those solitary 2 points. So 9-7 on the board, and they're looking to try and get that 10th.
So yes, Lightning have made a few changes, quite a few changes. And Alex said very early on in the day that she was going to ensure that all her players got a fair chance of playing, and they have done. So Alex is looking at a long-term plan here of developing these under-15 players. But there has been a turnover, and it's Leeds Rhinos. If they can put this away, they're within one, and then it's their centre pass. So that was good to see. Both the goalkeeper and the goal defence for Lightning were defending that ball. So they've got their heads up now, Lightning have. They're really determined that they want to try and keep this lead. Oh, unlucky by the goal defence. So they're now even at 9 goals each.
Well, in the blink of an eye then, Leeds Rhinos back into this, and that's just the start they would have wanted.
Great
even though
anticipation by the goalkeeper for Rhino. Created that interception, the players did, and then she came out hunting, and again that's the hunting that we've seen from our goalkeeper, and that one was successful.
So from a Loughborough point of view, how do you, in terms of this, it's almost like a siege mentality now from Leeds Rhinos. Do you just sort of just say, well, let's just sort of wave this storm and then we can just go about our business again?
Yeah, and it's about going goal for goal, really. It's about, they need to settle now, like Loughborough do. They were 2 ahead, they're now 1 down. They haven't scored a goal this quarter. All 3 have been scored by Rhinos. So it's about settling down, not panicking, because they've still got 2 quarters to go, not panicking, and doing what they did in the first 2 quarters. They patiently worked the ball, had some good passages of play, and the defenders really put pressure on the Rhino shooters. They need to keep their heads and still continue to do that.
Well, what a start to this third quarter for the Leeds Rhinos after being 2 down to now 2 up.
Yeah, there's no one coming forward. The goal shooter comes out. Yeah, and it's too much of a stretch, but I think contact's been called against the goalkeeper. And the Rhinos girls have got their heads up now. They really want to challenge for all these goals, because they can see there could be a win in it for them as well.
So only the 1 point in it then. Really exciting, high intensity game between these 2 sides.
But again, you know, what happened there was the goal attack went to move, and so her teammate threw the ball, and then the goal attack stopped and the defence continued to move. So it's about that commitment. Once you make that commitment to go, you have to go. Whether you're going to dodge or you're going to just continue to move forward, you still have to make that commitment, and there wasn't that commitment there that time. So Lightning will be disappointed with this. They're now 2 down. It's 12-10, and they need to get this back. Turnover for Rhino. It's Rhino's centre, and I should imagine it's really frustrating for all those Lightning supporters, and there's lots of them here, because they were 2 ahead in that the end of the second quarter. Beautiful goal from distance by Leeds Rhinos, and it's their centre pass. Opportunity to go 4 ahead for Rhinos.
Oh, and
So they need to put pressure on these attackers. No pressure on. So what happened was the goal shooter moved. Now by moving, it encouraged her opponent, the goalkeeper, moved with her, which meant there was a beautiful free pass for the centre or the wing attack to feed straight into the shooter. So that first time ball, that didn't go. It's got to go. That first time ball's got to go. Lovely first time ball to the shooter.
Well, it's certainly been an action-packed third quarter, both sides getting goals, and it's Leeds Rhinos currently leading by 14 points to 12. No lull so far in this third quarter. It's been all happening so far.
Well, they both know that if they play well, they can win this game. Great defence by the goal defence. She covered the bib from the shooter, from the goal attack, I should say. And she made the option no longer an option for the ball thrower, so that was excellent defensive play. Not sure, that was a very lucky ball.
Yeah, I don't think she could quite believe the goal shooter that had actually reached her in the end. Mia Poole, the goal shooter.
So Loughborough just got to build it up again, keep possession. But again, they are behind their opponents. It's really difficult for a ball thrower to find someone to throw to if they're all stood behind their opponents. So somebody has to move forward. Lovely interception by the goal defence. Beautifully taken. Lovely passage of play by Lightning.
Yeah, they would have needed that, Loughborough Lightning. They find themselves 3 down.
So Rhinos have had to put the ball back because they're putting Lightning are putting so much pressure onto the shooting circle. And it's a lovely goal again. It's sort of goal since they went 3 ahead for Leeds Rhinos. It's been going goal for goal. So they need to try and get an intercept. Lightning have got to try and score here, and then they have to try and make that interception, because without an interception they can't get back into being goal for goal again with Rhinos. It was a lovely interception, but it was anticipated. I think everybody on court anticipated what the goal defence, what the feeder was going to do with the ball. They need to pass it around and get the ball close to the circle edge. You have far more success feeding the ball to the shooters from the circle edge. And what we want to see here is some sort of triangle. So that ball's gone over to the wing attack, but the goal shooter has moved away now from the ball. If she had still held on this side, the ball could have gone into her. But that was a nice feed and a nice movement by the goal shooter. And I just hope that small passages of play like that for Lightning give them a bit of confidence to do it again and have that belief that they can do this. No one's marking the goal. No one was marking the shooter. They're 3 down. So there's been a 5-goal turnover this quarter.
It's been an incredible third quarter, and Loughborough, with that final score just before the end of the third quarter, might just give them a bit of a boost of confidence to go on until the final quarter, the final 8 minutes. Can they do just that and turn this game on its head? We'll find out in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, just about ready for the fourth and final quarter between Leeds Rhinos and Loughborough Lightning. Lightning need to get 3 to get back into this one, and you can hear the support from the crowd coming from the stands, trying to get behind this Loughborough Lightning side. They need a strong start, just like Leeds Rhinos did in that third quarter. Let's see if they could do just that. They have the centre pass. They need to get it right from the start, and they don't, and Leeds Rhinos can now come forward. What a start for the Rhinos.
Just what Lightning didn't want, but it has been another turnover. So it's this old age problem we have in netball, that when you make an interception, keeping possession of the ball. So they made a lovely interception, and then the ball was just thrown away.
Here come Loughborough looking and searching for that first score of this final quarter.
There's got to be some more movement from the Loughborough players, the Loughborough attacking players, so that the ball thrower knows who to throw the ball to. Not sure who that was to. Again, it wasn't a first time ball. They were really lucky to come out with that ball. Nice pass from the goal shooter to the goal attack. Lots of pressure on the goal shooter there, so she did really well.
Yeah, breathed a sigh of relief as it just
In
went
fact,
through
that
the
was the
netting.
goal attack, who's Lily Smith. And she's a local girl, I'd just like to point out, coming from Parkside, Parkside Netball Club. And she's actually an under 14. So she's a really young, one of the youngest players here.
Oh, absolutely incredible to see these youngsters performing in the big occasions, one of the top events of the year. And let's see if Loughborough can respond straight away. They need to. They look for a hopeful ball, but it's loose and it's long.
It was a desperate pass there, Brad. Desperate because there was no movement towards the ball. The ball thrower had nobody to throw to. There was no intention of any of the attacking players coming forward. So she had to throw the ball, and she threw it to the goal shooter, who clearly wasn't going to get that.
Well, we're going to see a bit of game management coming in here from Leeds Rhinos now that they've got that 3-point lead. Still trying to search for more. They get the ball back. Loughborough so still in possession. The Rhinos. Movement around, open up the space.
Lovely
this could be
distance.
Important. It goes in. 4-point advantage now for the Leeds Rhinos, and that was really well worked. And here they come again.
Interestingly, Brad, this is the fourth quarter where in the last 3 matches, Lightning have played really well. So it'd be good to see if they can actually come back and in this quarter. They've actually won a few, although Lightning have lost their games, apart from one against Stars. They've had such good fourth quarters. It'd be good to see if they can replicate that.
Yeah, of course, this is their fourth and final game of the day, so maybe they might be just getting a bit weary, the mental side and the physical side. But can they just have one final push to try and see if they can get back into this one? A lot of work for them to do, 5 points behind, and they need to be a bit more alive than that and think of new ways to try and get through this Leeds Rhinos defence.
This is young Lily Smith. Very good. She's had a good game this quarter so far. Leeds Rhinos have had to put the ball back, so they've had some pressure put on them. Lovely take for the goal attack.
Oh, for once, it doesn't sink, does it?
So they need to convert this interception into a goal. Great ball there. But again, the goal shooter is holding behind. There needs to be other options available, not just to look into the goal shooter. There should be other options available. So young Lily does it again.
Very nice and composed.
They're
play.
Still 3 goals behind. Still 3 goals behind. So they need to score from here, and then look to make an interception. Bit of a misunderstanding, but they're still in possession of the ball. Good pressure from the Leeds Rhinos, and it's their turnover.
Well, the crowd is right behind this Loughborough Lightning side and Leeds Rhinos as well, in what's going to be a fascinating 3.5 minutes. Leeds Rhinos, are they just going to hold out? Are they just going to try and retain possession? They're coming forward though again. for sense of purpose now. Can they get that 20th? Can they go 4 points in front? Oh, it's loose. I think it looked like she was just going to go for the pass, actually, and find a teammate. Still in possession of Leeds Rhinos. I'm sure she's going to go for it this time. She does, and she gets it. 4 points in front. Just over 3 minutes remaining. That could be crucial.
So that lack of conversion by Lightning earlier has been terrible for them, because instead of being 19-17, it's now 20-16, and it could even go to 21-16, and it does. So that's why it's so important that the shooters can put these balls away and score the goals.
Well, that just short passage of play there could be the match-winning moments there for the Leeds Rhinos, unless Loughborough Lightning can pull something incredible out of the bag, although the Rhinos defending really well now and as a unit, which is important as well. And this is brilliant for the Rhinos, looking to come forward, although Loughborough defend this one. Although Rhinos still have possession.
Lovely split landing. It's a penalty pass. It's interesting, isn't it? The goal attack looks like she's going to shoot, and that fools the goal defence and goalkeeper into keeping their arms in the air, but she passes. And so the pass, they're not expecting that pass, so the pass is able to be successful, and she takes the shot from much closer to the post. So I feel as if the Lightning heads have gone down a little bit now. They need to fight to get this ball back.
So just under 2 minutes, and Leeds Rhinos have all the momentum at the moment.
Yeah, so well done to the goal defence, but again, she goes in with one hand. She's got to try and get that second hand up to the ball as quickly as possible. There doesn't seem to be any options on. Determined possession there by the Leeds Rhinos defenders.
Yeah, it's really good to see that Loughborough still battling, still fighting, still trying to force something, although the Leeds Rhinos have really turned it on. They've stepped up a gear in this final quarter, and they've looked like they're on the way to victory. And on the basis of this, it always felt like it was going to be who was going to really take the initiative and try and was more clinical when they needed to be.
I think the Lightning players have been excellent in defence, but the feeding into the shooters hasn't been of the same level, and that might be well, it generally is because the attackers have not come forward for the ball, and they've had to put the ball over. Well, these Leeds Rhino defenders are really good. You can't afford to put the ball over their heads because it just doesn't go.
So seconds remaining then, Leeds Rhinos on their way to victory. And there we go, Leeds Rhinos have defeated Loughborough Lightning by 22-16. And Loughborough finished the day off with defeats, but it's been a brilliant performance from Leeds Rhinos, a new franchise, the first appearance here, and they've come here looking for scalps, the coach said, and they've got a couple of them to add. A fantastic day for the Leeds Rhinos. They have 3 wins from 3, and they will be going on to play Manchester Thunder in the final game. That could be a really interesting affair between those two sides. But it's victory for Leeds Rhinos over Loughborough Lightning. And our next game will see the Severn Stars take on the North East.
Naturally, players start with the technical tactical, and lower down the pathway, that's where we tend to introduce the idea of your physical development and your mental or performing well development.
You need to get to know your athletes, and when you know your athletes, then you know what works with them on an individual basis, because it's never a case of one size fits all. So, you know, whether that's because they're playing across different positions or whether it's because actually they're just different people, how you coach them or how you interpret things within the framework will be different.
It's really important as a coach to understand individual needs. Every individual is different in their training pathway and in their competition pathway. One athlete may be further ahead in a technical aspect, another athlete might not. So it's what support you can give them with the resources available to you.
Environment and culture is number one. You know, the athletes get that buy-in, know what's expected, and they can live by that culture.
So I tend to pose the question to them of, how do you want others to see you? If your parents are standing on the balcony watching, or somebody walked past and saw us training, what would you want them to think and how would you want them to describe us?
If the environment's not right, you're not getting the best outcome out of all of the girls. You want a performance environment, but you also want the girls to be able to enjoy it. They've got to be there challenging themselves to be better and challenging one another, just so that we're creating really strong individuals, but also the best team to go out and compete.
I feel like we've got a good balance in the team we've got at the moment. Like, we all know that we can work hard. We're all like a very competitive group that will like really push each other, but at the same time, I think we're all really enjoying it. So we're at a good place.
It's good competitive as well. It's not like, oh, I want to beat you. It's like, I want to beat you, but I'm gonna laugh about it after.
It's about saying to them, this is okay. This is a challenging environment. We will make you feel uncomfortable. You will make mistakes. That's okay. What we'd really like to see is that you're learning from those mistakes and you're turning them into positives.
At Rose's Academy level, with one-to-ones, we sit and we give them an individual performance plan. At lower down in grassroots, this just may be a face-to-face at the end of training. You could just send them their strengths and things to work on for them and their parent, who's their main support, to help them with as they go through the season.
There's always pressure from parents that they perform, particularly if a parent's financially giving up quite a lot, or their time and travel. They're expecting their daughters to play amazing netball every single time they're on that court, which is not healthy and it's not always going to happen.
They are trying to balance so many other things. It's about coaching the athlete, not the sport. So, you know, whether that be there are pinch points throughout the season when they're going to be doing exams, and actually May time is not the time to get really heavy with them with netball, because that's actually when a lot of them will sit exams. I think sometimes as well, working with adolescent females, it's like whether they have an argument with their boyfriend and then they come and you're like, oh gosh. But it's sometimes probably just being a bit more understanding that, you know, actually they're a person and there's all of these other things that contribute to who they are. And I think once you understand the person better, then you get better netball from them.
So here we go then, the penultimate game of day one here at the Wolverhampton University for the under-15s netball performance competition. And it sees Severn Stars take on North East. Both these sides have contrasting reasons why they really want to win this, don't they, Jill? Severn Stars, of course, wanting to try and get that first win, and North East, of course, wanting to try and bounce back after that demolition from Manchester Thunder. Who do you think actually sort of really needs it more, in a sense?
Well, I'd like to see both. You can't say you'd like to see both teams win, but I would, because some of the Severn Stars matches, they've been quite close, and I think at times, you know, they've been so near to a win and not got it. But the North East, to come back after that, you know, really heavy defeat against Manchester Thunder, I mean, it would show some real mental strength and resilience if they could come back and get that win. So, like you say, they've both got their own reasons where I'd like to see them get the win. But if we can see them both come back and put in a good performance, regardless of the score, I think that would be good for them to finish on for the day. Bit confusing with the colours, isn't it? It seems like the...
It is a bit of a kit clash, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've got the black bibs on. That's for the North East side. What do you think they would have said, the North East coaches, to their players after that game against Manchester Thunder? Because it was a really tough game. Of course it was. But, you know, they were up against a really good outfit who were just relentless and probably one of the favourites to win the competition.
Yeah, well, you've got to be honest, haven't you? You've got to say, yes, they were a really, really good team. You're absolutely spot on. Yes, they are. But at the same time, you're going to go out there. You've got to forget that game for now, or go back and look at that at a later date. Think about the next game and who we're playing next, and let's see what our game plan is for that. The most important thing is not to dwell on that last match and let it affect this next performance. Finish the day with a good performance.
Interesting enough, actually, in that game, they finished the final quarter actually getting 5 scores, and I think it was only 10-5 in the end in the final quarter, I believe. So they did build a bit of momentum coming into this one and looking to try and get level, and they have done just that. That will give them so much confidence now.
Yeah, absolutely. They can work on what they've had a chat with the coach about, and hopefully get it to the goal, and put a good score on the scoreboard.
Well, after a slow start, North East are really building up some good attacks now, and the passing is flowing. They know what they're doing, and it's
they're
really
looking
good
a bit
start.
more confident, aren't they,
Yes.
with what they're trying to do, and gone back to the game plan, as we said. Do the basics right, think about what you're doing, and that was a nice timed pass over. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to take the goal. They've got to think about as well, if they've had to stretch to get the ball in that circle, just a little bit of composure, deep breath before they actually put the shot up. Don't rush the shot. Think about it. Look to the post, though, to shoot. You may be able to pass it off to your teammate in there, or then take the shot when you're a little bit more composed.
It'll be interesting to see the fitness levels, of course. This is the final game for both of these sides, going after a really long first day here at Wolverhampton University. And do you think it's sort of a case for these players out there, for these girls, that they don't get frustrated themselves, because they could be a bit fatigued, they mentally could be maybe getting a bit tired, and they don't want to get too frustrated with themselves?
Yeah, but you know what, on the court again, if someone on the court can say slow it down, or you can recognise in yourself that you are getting tired. So what do you need to do differently? I've got to time my moves a little bit better. I can't keep running around a little bit like a headless chicken when I haven't got the energy to do it. Just be a bit more wiser with the movements and where you move and when you move, I think.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how both teams use possession when they've got it. And are they going to use it effectively? What's the movements going to be like? What's the passing going to involve?
Well, they're both none of the teams are giving up, are they? They're all working very, very hard and challenging each other. They've got nothing to lose now. Go for it now, because then they finish for the day. So they can go away and have their ice baths or whatever their recoveries that they're going to do, and ready to come back tomorrow. So they can go all out now with what they've got left, but I think they have got to be wise as to how they use that last bit of energy. But they are taking it steady, a bit slower, but shorter passes, which is better.
Yeah, nice slow composed build up, and now a chance for the North East to try and draw a level. Nice work, just good movement there.
She almost going to shoot and then saw that she could pass it off, and then they got the goal. So good decision.
Yeah, really nicely worked by the North East, and now let's see how Severn Stars respond. Actually, after that opening 2 scores, they've not really had much of the ball in the opposition third. So let's see if they can try and bounce back, and they have bounced back, and that actually again is important for Severn Stars. They've not had much of the ball in the last couple of minutes, but yet they're still clinical, they're still alert, and they're back in front.
Yeah, and the goal shooter did well just back then before she scored to get us work herself nearer to the post before she took the shot. But they've got the ball back again now, so a chance to score from this. Just nice composed build up down the court. That was a nice time run, but unfortunately the pass wasn't too accurate. Sometimes you do feel pressured to pass the ball just because you see somebody move, and if you're not quite ready and balanced to pass that ball, then you've just got to look for somewhere else, or just wait another half a second.
Lovely play from the Severn Stars, and all of a sudden, actually, they find themselves 5-3 up after some good work by the North East to get back into this first quarter. And it's almost that surge back from the North East has just woken up Severn Stars, and themselves now looking to try and create opportunities.
Yeah, and they want to build on this now. So if they can build on this and get a few goals ahead, which again helps with confidence and psychologically. Don't panic as much. Rebound, so that's where you really want your defence to box out. She allowed the shooter to come in towards the post and get the rebound. Had she boxed her out a little bit, then defence would have got the rebound for that, and the North East would have had the ball. That's a good choice to swing it back to the goalkeeper. There's nobody going forward.
So good opportunity now for the Severn Stars to really hold home that advantage, and they have a 4-point gap now going into potentially the end of this first quarter, and after being pegged back they've responded really well, which is real credit to the Severn Stars side.
It is, they're linking together nicely down the court. Unfortunately they lost possession there, and it could have been a goal. They could have been going in 8-3, but still a good quarter from them.
Absolutely, Severn Stars putting on a really good performance. They went flying in front by 2 points, then they were pegged back by the North East, and they've responded well, have the Severn Stars. So at the end of this first quarter, it is the Severn Stars who lead by 7 points to 3.
Well, I'm surprised you been around for this long, and you know, I would have said
So here we go then, just about to get back underway for the second quarter between Severn Stars and Netball North East, and it is the North East who will have the chance to attack first. And interesting, looking down at the results for the day, we actually just had a quick look at the North East results, Jill, at the break, and North East, we know this side, can do it. They've shown us that they can do it.
Yeah, they have. They had a really good first game. They're a new team, as we said. They came out against Loughborough Lightning, and really good performance, and actually came away with the win. So then they had a scrappy game against Leeds Rhinos, which Leeds did win in the end, but it wasn't anywhere. It was very close game on and off. So they've been a bit up and down, but we know it's in the performance is in there. So I'd like to see them just for this last match really just keep going for it like they are. Don't give up. They've won the ball back there. Let's see if they can convert this to goal.
Yeah, see if they can just work their way up the court then. And they've got an opportunity to do just that inside their own third.
Yeah, it's only 3 in it, so it's all to play for.
Absolutely. And of course, Severn Stars, they're looking for their first win, and if the gap produces, they'll be put under pressure as well, won't they? They'll thinking, we don't want to let this slip after getting ourselves into a good position.
Yeah, their target will be to win the day on a win. Have the one last win, so they go home this evening and they know they've won their last match. So that'll be a target for them. Oh, it's a really good interception there. Really got high, met that ball, 2 hands to take the interception. So this will be her goal if they score. And they're taking the time, playing it round the circle.
It just drops in. It's one of those ones where it feels like it takes an eternity to drop, but it does. And I think what the impressive thing about that was for the Severn Stars is the patience they had actually to build it up.
Yeah, she didn't take the shot. She wasn't comfortable taking the shot when she first got the ball, so she played it around the circle edge and then waited. The feed was really good going into her, waited for the defence to commit, and then she got the ball and in it went.
So Severn Stars have now put their foot on the gas and looking to try and add more after that early setback in this second quarter. And they're actually passing around the ball with a lot of confidence, actually, spraying it from right to left.
Yeah, use the backup as well to the goal defence, and just building it and waiting for the opening to come, which it has now. And they've got the penalty pass or shot. Really rushed that shot and didn't get the height on it that she needed to score the goal. Really would love to see the North East team now just score from this. See, arms over the ball will always try and force the ball to go high to help your teammate try and make the interception. So you've got to really be aware of that. Good choice there to pass to the shooter under the post, and they've been rewarded with a goal. So we're back to back to 3 goals.
Yeah, just what the North East would have wanted. A great response after some good build-up play, but then again the Severn Stars respond, and it's a shame actually because the North East would have probably been just thinking, right, we're back in this, let's try and defend and let's go again, and now they've been pegged back.
Yeah, I mean, the ability of the two teams is quite similar actually, and sometimes we say in these situations, who wants it the most? The team that wants it the most might just get that result in the end. Who's going to put that little bit extra in? Who's got a little bit left in the tank to really go for it?
Now, this will be interesting because the North East have now got themselves back to that 3-point gap. Can they defend again? Can they try and win the ball back?
Oh, and they have done. So now we don't give it away. We keep working, build it up down the court.
Get away with that one just about. They still have possession. This is good from the northeast. This is exactly what they would have wanted. The lack of communication there, surely, but they get it back again. Brilliant pass. Somebody managed just to get there. Will they finish it off? They will. Well, it felt like it took them an eternity to get there.
It did. So we're back to 2.
And here we go, northeast. Well, how much of an importance that previous score was, and now all of a sudden that gap has been reduced to 1.
It's a confidence booster, isn't it? Now, we're getting it in. We've won the ball, and we're actually scoring from it. Nothing worse than trying to win the ball and then you don't win, you don't get the goal. So they've responded really, really well, and which has resulted in now just 1 goal in it. So all to play for. The importance of having the wing attack and centre on that circle edge to feed the shooters. So she's decided to pass out, pass back, rebuild. Oh, that's unlucky. So pulled up for contact because it was a nice rebound.
Well, the Severn Stars hold their nerve and they have restored that 2 points advantage. Well, the northeast still have that gap, that 1 point gap.
Oh, that was unlucky because the defender deemed to have caught the arm of the goal attack, but she did well there, getting her feet round to try and get down to that bounce pass there.
Goal defence for the northeast, just having a quick word with the umpire, but nearly coming off there. You can see what they were trying to do.
Shame there that the goal attack didn't shoot. She was in a shooting position and decided to pass it, which has enabled the northeast to get an interception. And that decision could mean northeast could draw level. They can score from it.
Well, some turnaround if the northeast could. They've already actually done very well just to reduce that gap to only 1 point. If they can get to half time all square, which they have the opportunity to do so, and they take it. Well, it's 10 apiece looks like going into half time, unless northeast could suddenly get up the other end and go again, but Severn Stars defend well.
What they don't now want is for the Severn Stars to score. They can try and just keep it there, don't let them score, but they weren't even looking to score. They were going to keep possession till the half-time whistle.
Well, we go into the break at 10 apiece between the two sides, so we are back to all square. It's going to be a fascinating final 2 quarters. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. Both sides need this win for different reasons. It's going to be fantastic stuff. So here we go, back underway, third quarter then, and both sides locked at 10 apiece.
Again, that was a nice patient build-up.
Interesting to see how North East respond. They don't want to give it away. They want to try and just keep it score for score for the meantime.
And they do. So I say I do really think in this game it really will be who wants it the most, as it's a fairly level game.
Yeah, it might come down
really
to
going to
fitness
put
levels.
that extra effort in.
Absolutely. Yeah, it might just come down to fitness levels as well. Seeing who's going to really turn on the afterburners at the right time.
Only 16 more minutes really, well less than that now, so you know you got to push yourself. And again, that's the learning side of it as well. Can I make that? Can I push myself? Because you can, when your body feels tired, your brain will start to tell you you're tired. So you've got to learn to kind of override that a little bit and say, you know what, I'm not tired yet. I can still keep going. So you're mentally telling yourself that you can, rather than giving in to that, oh, I feel tired situation. And that is another mental strength to work on. Don't give in to it. If this was a gold medal match and there's going goal for goal to get that gold medal, it's amazing where some energy can come from.
Well, exactly, yeah, the adrenaline, the pressure, you'll be able to, you can almost probably hear the heartbeats go off. These two sides would love to get victory to round off the day. And it is the Severn Stars who are looking to try and get that 2-point advantage. They've just done that. So, well, the Severn Stars have been in this position before in this game, and the North East came back into it. So it's important now, from the Severn Stars' point of view, to really capitalise now on this situation.
It is to convert this centre pass, because that was a goal scored off the North East centre pass. So this is to go 2 ahead. So it really is crucial now. You convert from your centre pass. And then anything else is a bonus. Try and reduce any unforced errors if you can, even though you are getting tired. Keep working for each other. Don't overstretch each other, just keep it simple.
Need to respond. They do respond, North East. That was important for Netball North East, just to get that score on the board and reduce it to 2 again. And almost in a similar situation as we were a couple of quarters ago, in terms of North East looking to try and chase the game and get back into it, actually from right at the start of the game, in fact. So it'd be interesting to see if they can do it again. They don't want to be trying to come back from 2 points down more so in this game, as the energy levels will decrease, of course.
Yeah, and that was an opportunity then to pull 1 goal back, which unfortunately they aren't able to do. So they really got to pressure this ball, and don't let the Severn Stars get in the flow down the court. Try and put some pressure on in this end third first and see if you can win the ball back. But Severn Stars are dealing with the pressure at the moment and getting it down the court. Oh, that was a nice pass across over to the goal attack. North East get the rebound, so a bonus for them. Again, don't put your teammates under pressure with that really long ball and when there's no space really to catch it. And they've got to keep moving.
So just over 3 minutes then remaining on our clock. Can the North East get back to only 1 point difference? Still trying to manoeuvre the ball in tight space.
They've still got to really be careful of these arms over the ball, and they're not letting it put pressure on the pass. But Severn Stars win the ball back. So you've got to still remain disciplined. You don't want to give silly penalties away, really.
No, stay focused. Stick to the job at hand. North East now trying to build up some momentum, potentially.
I think
still with them.
We can see tiredness setting in, can't we, with both teams? And again, just be simple then. Don't overstretch your players by the long balls in. Just try and keep it simple. Well read there by the goal attack, though. She saw the ball coming in and managed to get in front of the player and take the interception. But North East won it back again.
Oh, just having that phase of play where both teams can't really keep hold of possession for that long. And I think you're right, Jill. I think it is that maybe that fatigueness, the mental side of it. Can they just hold on? Oh, that's agonisingly over the basket.
It is, and even with the shooters, you know, keep having to sort of look up and stretch and put the shot up all the time is tiring. So in training, they should be practicing lots of shots every day, so the body gets used to that shooting action and be able to do it for a long period of time.
Potentially important part of this game with a minute to go in this third quarter. The goal now for the Severn Stars, and that'll just open up the gap potentially going into that fourth and final quarter.
So a goal shooter contact there as the goalkeeper was going up for the ball. So they got a bonus. So 27 seconds to go. Let's see if they can score from this. They don't need to rush, plenty of time to play it in and score another goal. Oh, she's given a shooter contact, so.
Well, how crucial could that be in the context of the game? Severn Stars, surely they're not going to go up the other end and get a goal. There we go, that brings an end to the third quarter, and still all to play for, even though the Severn Stars have that 2-point advantage. It'll be fascinating to see who gets off to the best start in this fourth and final quarter. It could prove crucial in who's going to claim the victory and the points. Don't go anywhere. The fourth and final quarter of the penultimate match of day one of the Under-15s netball performance competition is only a couple of minutes away. So here we go then, the final quarter of penultimate game of day one, and it's the Severn Stars who currently lead by 14 points to 12, and you get the feeling potentially, Jill, that the next goal could be crucial.
It could be crucial psychologically, I think, as a team, especially if it's the Severn Stars score and North East go 3 down. But there's still a few errors in this game, and I really do think, I know I keep saying it, but it's who wants it the most now. There's just under 8 minutes to play for, and then they've done for the day. They can go and recover and rehydrate and walk off the court knowing they've done the ultimate most that they can do in this last game. That's what I'd be saying to them. Go for it.
Yeah, they've really put maximum effort into day one, and they've really given it all in every single game, no matter what the result has been. So for both of these sides, finishing on a high would be fantastic. And for Severn Stars in particular, I think it would be great for them to get that victory as well on day one. I know North East have already got one, but for them, personal reasons, in terms of trying to get a bit of confidence back after that loss, that heavy loss against Manchester Thunder. So both sides want this badly, and that potentially could be a vital score, as it just reduces that gap to only 1 with 6.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to remember that this competition is about the player development as well. And I do think whichever team does win it, as long as it's close result, they can come away and giving themselves a pat on the back that they have done all they can, and it still be a positive for them. So yes, Severn Stars want the win, North East want another win, but they have had a win. So, but as long as they put pressure on Severn Stars and doing all that they can, then I think they can come away feeling proud when they come off the court. Just that bit of extra effort now in this last quarter. So we're still defending, arms over the ball, putting pressure on the pass, hoping to lift it. Oh, and quick, see that, you can see the momentum down the court sometimes. It gets a little bit too fast, and it's a rushed feed into the circle when it doesn't need to be, overstretching the shooter for the ball. They've still got it though, so still got that opportunity to score. Now that was a nice jump to meet the ball then from the goal attack. And she got her own rebound, so just deep breath, take your time now.
Well, held their nerve they did, and Severn Stars lead by 15 points to 3, so that 2-point gap has been restored. So it's again, let's see how the North East respond. Oh, unlucky on the North East side.
Thunder did well to pick up the rebound, tipped it and then followed it up. A nice passage of play out of defence down the court. And pushing it back to rebuild, so there wasn't anything going forward. So she's made the decision to pass it back, which is a good decision, so they can shooters and the attack can reset again in that end third. Still playing it around. Again, just got to be really careful with that last pass into the shooters.
Oh, lovely from Severn Stars, and you get the feeling, well, what do I know, that first score could be crucial, and it is the Severn Stars who are trying to pull away.
Risky pass that, be safe, play it up to the circle edge and be safe rather than trying to force it in. So using the players on the circle edge to help feed the ball into the circle, and in it goes.
Well composed after the post was wobbling around. That's one of the first times we've seen that, really.
With the yes, you're not actually allowed to make contact with the post as a player. You can use it as a player to pass off for a throw-in, but you can't make contact with it. So we've got a 15-all game here now.
Well, it's just what we wanted going into the final 3 minutes. Both sides with the chance to try and win the game. They've both given it their all.
Cannot make any errors now, and even missing a shot, you just cannot. Good, and she gets it in. You can't afford to miss a shot.
Oh, that momentum change for the North East.
So Seven Stars know now. North East know they've got to win it back. Don't want Seven Stars to score. It's really got a tight defender. Oh, too easy that was for them to score. It's still 2 minutes. They could still do this. Now, if Seven Stars were sensible, they could just work on possession a little bit now. Don't throw it away like that. Keep hold of possession and let the clock run down.
And it's that crucial two words, game management, isn't it?
Yes. If they're sensible and they can see that they're 2 goals up, there's only a minute, 30 seconds to go. Just be sensible. Don't risk anything. Don't do too long a pass. Keep possession. It's something you work on in training, to keep possession against pressure. You might play 7v10 or really overload the defence so that the attack get used to passing it around under pressure. And that's a good choice then, to get it into the... Oh, unfortunately though, she misses.
Well, the North East have now really got a motor if they want to try and get back to all square in this game, but there's only a minute remaining. Work to do. Can they get up the other end of the court in quick time? It's actually a really nice build-up by the North East.
Yeah, but they have got to get it into the shooters, which unfortunately they've been unable to do. Again, this really is about possession now, so just Seven Stars, be sensible with the ball, play it around, use a bit of backup if you need to. Don't need to force it into that end third, and just keep passing it around, maintaining possession. If it can go into the shooter safely, then that's all well and good, but don't take any risks. Just under 20 seconds.
Well, Seven Stars are on course to record their first victory of the day. Can they finish it off in style? Bit of a battle going on. And they have the chance as well. Let's see if they can do just that.
Oh, should have taken the shot. It's a shame she passed it and there was not much time left, but didn't affect the game and the end result anyway, so.
Well
done, Seven Stars. First win.
Seven Stars, yeah, absolutely correct. They've recorded their first victory of the day. So that means all teams in Pool 8 have recorded victories today. But it was a sterling effort from the North East to bounce back from that heavy defeat.
It was, and to keep going for the whole game, because sometimes you can go down a few goals and then you do a few more and let another team pull away a bit. And they didn't let Seven Stars. Seven Stars had to work for that victory. North East made them work for it, and they just had the edge on them in that last game. But a good performance from both teams.
Good performance from both teams, but it's Seven Stars who just edge it out by 17 points to 15. Well, we move on to our final game of the day here at Wolverhampton University for the Under-15s netball performance competition. It's Manchester Thunder against the Leeds Rhinos. Stay tuned, our final game of day one coming next.
honestly, to be perfectly honest, I really well with you. You did really well. So I'm pleased with that. Pleased with the changes.
Yes, we've allowed that for a while. Amazing. Thank you so much.
And if you've got any for the coaches knocking about,
Yeah.
Putting on the red dress is...
God, it's amazing.
Pride.
It's just, yeah, amazing.
Yeah, it's just a really special moment.
Pride is definitely the one that stands strong.
Women's sport's so exciting.
There's definitely a lot of hard work put in that you don't get to see, but I love that. I like working hard, training hard.
The Roses Development Framework is an age-stage development process for girls from grassroots all the way up to senior level.
Ultimately, we're trying to create an oversupply of athletes challenging for places all the way through the pathway.
There's always going to be new girls coming through, and we want to create a legacy for this team.
As a coach, the framework will help in many ways. It will allow us to all be doing the same thing, so singing off the same hymn sheet. It also links into the What It Takes to Win document that we work in higher up the academy, and it just allows people to have that little bit more confidence in what they're delivering.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for my coaches. Like, the coaches here are amazing, and they developed me so much.
It's not about telling, it's about actually, you know, at the different age and stage, about eliciting different experiences by using different questions and different styles of delivering sessions or tactics or techniques.
The technical side obviously is what they're doing on the court.
We want them to have a tactical intellect that suits the way and style that we play. Physical competence is absolutely essential, so you know, the way they play at the World Cup is absolutely something that we wanted them to do on a training basis. And from my point of view as well, their behaviours, and a lot of that is to do with off-court behaviours as well as on-court behaviours.
I think we've got a really great bunch of girls, and you know, we set a lot of principles for what we want for this squad.
It's about understanding the human, but also some of what they're possibly going to start to experience as they go through their own journey.
2 minutes. It's 2 minutes. Maybe he knows when he's recording. He isn't recording all the time. Yeah. So maybe he goes quiet when he's recording. Yeah. I think he's been changing. Personal note of the normal, because she never does it. Again, she puts in and then does this. I don't mind though, she's still close. I'm very lonely, anything happen, on her lunch the whole weekend. She's just a confidence player, and she's got confidence. Well, I did say to Lee, because she's only had 4 or 5 training sessions with her, that's quite a lot. I know she knows that, you know, but that's not, unless she's private with her, she hasn't got those working relationships yet. But hopefully next year she'll have the way quickly, let's go!
So we are underway then on our final game of day 1 here at Wolverhampton University for the under-15s netball performance competition. And this one is set up to be an absolute belter between Manchester Thunder and Leeds Rhinos. Both teams have played 3 and won 3. And a bit like the game we've previously seen, actually, Pauline, it's a game that who wants it more? Who wants to finish the day with 4 wins out of 4?
Yep, it is, and Thunder have started well. A cracking shot there from the goal attack from distance. I think Leeds Rhino will give them a good game, but Thunder are such a well-drilled and solid outfit. I can't see beyond them really.
Well, they haven't managed to score 3 in the opening minute that we've seen in the previous games for Manchester Thunder. And Leeds Rhinos, well, at the start of the day their coach was saying that they'd want to get 3 scalps. They've done
right.
that.
Yeah.
Are they going to get a 4th? That's it. It'll be interesting. This will be a tough test.
They wanted to get 3 wins out of the whole tournament. So they've had 3 wins out of 3 in the first 3 matches. So they've exceeded all their targets, which is good. And if they sink this one, they're going to go ahead of Thunder.
Got another opportunity to do just that as well. Oh, they have.
I think fitness levels will come into play here as well, because this is both of them will be their 4th game. It's the last match of the day. It's 6:30 in the evening. They've been here since 9 o'clock this morning. We'll be interested to see how both teams get on with their fitness.
Well, Leeds Rhinos advancing into a 3-1 lead. And it'll be really interesting, actually, from a Manchester Thunder's point of view, how they counteract and reply to potentially going down to these positions.
Well, Thunder haven't really been under pressure yet, so it'll be interesting to see how the players react to the pressure that they're currently under. Rhinos are 3-1 up, and they've now got possession as well. So yes, it's going to be very interesting to see, and I think if they can overcome this and come back, I'm still confident about Manchester Thunder. Perhaps I shouldn't be, but and perhaps I shouldn't put it out there, but I am confident. From what I've seen today, they're an outstanding unit of players.
Well, interestingly, Leeds Rhinos have had the 1-game break before their previous game. Manchester have had 2 to recover. And it is Leeds Rhinos who are in the advantage, leading by 3 points to 1. Although Manchester looking to hit back straight away. Look, they've got the interception. And again, we've seen this time and time again. They are up towards the goal shooter position in the blink of an eye.
The goal shooter was under a lot of pressure there. She hadn't quite got her balance, and because of the 3-second rule, she was forced to shoot. I know it was underneath the post, but she made that look really easy then, the goal shooter.
Are they harder than they look, those ones where you have to sort of, you're almost underneath the net, aren't you?
If you're right under the post, we encourage them to take a step back, so there's a little bit of distance between the post and the shooter. But if a goal defence is behind, then you're actually stepping into the arms of the goalkeeper or goal defence. So you have to be aware of where the goalkeeper and goal defence is around you. It depends how clever the defence are, really. So the defence have to be 3 feet from where she caught the ball. There's a lovely pass into the goal shooter. The goalkeeper shouldn't really be allowing those passes, though. She should be really tight on.
Yeah, you can see she appreciates the pass in. Manchester Thunder, well.
Superb shooting from the Thunder side.
We asked the question of how they would respond, and they've responded in the perfect possible way.
Misunderstanding there, but there was some contact called. So Rhinos were quite lucky there, I feel. I also feel that the shooting is pretty good in here in this particular match. And when the ball has come down the court smoothly and it hasn't been hard work, then the ball tends to go in a bit easier. The shooters recognise that the ball has come down, and for some reason it lifts their confidence. The same as if the shooter gets the ball in the net easily, it lifts the team. So they sort of help each other, really.
Oh, nice composed play by Manchester Thunder, and they now lead by 5 points to 4.
Very vocal support here for Thunder, but there's been a lot of vocal support for all the teams today.
Yeah, it really has been fantastic to see the support from parents and family and friends. They've really got behind all the teams today.
So this might be where Thunder start to come away now. That's a turnover for Thunder. Will they sink this? Lovely split landing from the goal attack. Goal shooter wants the ball. I don't know whether she's any closer to the post than the goal attack was, but she's an accurate shooter, so they're obviously encouraged to make sure the goal shooter does get the ball.
So Manchester Thunder into a 6-4 lead. And they've really turned this around after being 3-1 down, and Leeds Rhinos now have to really think about how they're going to play this one.
It's a lovely understanding between the goal attack and the goal shooter. The goal shooter makes just that very small movement to want the ball, and the goal attack releases the ball. She's done that several times, and it's really nice to watch.
7-4 now on the scoreboard, and yeah, that partnership between the goal shooter and goal attacker for Manchester Thunder has been absolutely exceptional. And of course we saw in that game earlier against the North East where it was almost just like a training ground exercise at times. So their confidence will be at an all-time high, and in a way it's good for Manchester Thunder to have these games which are a test, because as much as it's great to to obviously roll over teams and get as many points as they can, these are the games that you'll learn the most, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it'll be interesting tomorrow. I think Thunder will go through as one of the top 2 teams, so they'll be playing their first match, will be a semi-final, which will be the second match of the day, against either the winner or the runner-up on the other court. And it'll be interesting to see. That'll be the first time, well, it depends on what happens in this game, but it'll be one of the first times they have been put under pressure.
Well, that brings an end to the first quarter, and it was actually a very topsy-turvy quarter indeed. Leeds Rhinos got off to a perfect start, and they were leading by 3 points to 1, but Manchester Thunder have really hit back, and they've asserted their control on this match. So at the end of this first quarter, it's Manchester Thunder who lead by 7 points to 4. So coming into the second quarter then, Manchester Thunder leading by 7 points to 4. And as if you were watching the footage at the break, you'd have seen a couple of the Leeds Rhinos players marking things down on a clipboard, and myself and Pauline you were just explaining to me the process of the players and coaches, of course, going through the game and how they really analyse opponents and their team as well.
Yeah, so the players on the sideline are often given analysis tasks to do, and one of them is obviously looking at the shooting ratios, and they'll make a note of every attempt at shot and when it's been scored and when they haven't been successful, and then that's how the coaches know what shooting percentages during a game. So there's analysis going on for them to look at after the game. But if your shooter the perception is they might have shot very well because they've shot some really good long-range shots, but the shooting percentages aren't that high, you might want to change that. And I've just been talking there about, if a goal shooter shoots well from under the post and not so well from the edge of the circle, that would be an opportunity for the defenders to push the shooter out to the edge of the circle and encourage them to get the ball in front so that they shoot and hopefully they don't get the ball in. So there are tactics being employed by the coaches.
And is that something that's come into recently, where you give the players these tasks to do? Is it just to help their understanding?
Yes, it is, and it's to... not all teams, club teams, don't have the advantage of having lots of spare players or lots of spare coaches or lots of different people on the court side. So they use the players as part of the squad to do so. It's also good for the players to get involved in something like that too, especially if it's the goal shooter that's off, and they can see it helps them analyse the game. It's helping them in their development.
Well, Leeds Rhinos have certainly come roaring back into this, haven't they?
Yeah, the goal defence was too close on her second jump. Too close is that they have to be 3 feet or 0.9 metres away, and she jumped and she started off 0.9 metres away, but when she did her second jump she was too close. Lovely interception there by the goalkeeper, great anticipation by her. But I'm impressed with Leeds Rhinos. It's now 8 goals each. They were 3 goals down, 7 goals to 4 at quarter time. I fully expected them Manchester Thunder to push on and pull away, but they haven't done so.
Yeah, and we're asking that same question actually about Manchester Thunder, of how they respond to that pressure from Leeds Rhinos. It'll be interesting to see how they respond. And, well, she's not missed a thing. Well, I'd say hardly missed a thing.
Shooting
She's
very
been
well.
fantastic all day for Manchester Thunder, the goal shooter.
Ruby Parker. So another interception by Manchester Thunder. So that was obstruction. She was deemed too close by the umpire. And all through the day, each of the teams and individuals within the team will have an opportunity to experience different types of umpiring. So the umpires have to make many thousands of decisions in a match. In an hour's match, you're looking at 20 to 30,000. They're not going to get everyone correct. They're going to get the majority correct. So it's interesting to see how players react to decisions by the umpires. Beautiful interception again by the goal defence. She's very, very strong and intelligent player. Lovely use of the space by the goal attack. So the goal shooter stayed underneath the post, which meant that the space further out was available for the goal attack to go into. And because she did a nice split landing, she's quite close to the goal. Interestingly, the Thunder goal shooter who missed the previous goal missed it because her feet were all gobbledygook really. They just weren't, when you shoot you should have your feet facing the post, and she missed that, but they did get it back.
Well, Manchester Thunder have responded again. We asked the question in the first quarter, we asked it again in the second, and they've responded well after being pegged back to 8 apiece, and it's now 11-8 in next to no time. And again, they want to try and add to that advantage. So Leeds Rhinos now with the opportunity to try and work something from their own defensive third, and it's worked well, moving the space around, pulling the Manchester Thunder defenders and goalkeeper around, trying to work the angles, work the space.
It was a lovely passage of play by Leeds Rhino there. And they've just got to do that a little bit more consistently, and these goals have got to go in. But well chased by both the Thunder and the Leeds Rhino player. And that's what I've enjoyed today. These girls, they're under 15s, and they're chasing down these balls. They've got really good attitude. Misunderstanding there between the goalkeeper and the goal defence. Hopefully their heads won't go down and they'll get that back.
In those situations where the communication isn't quite up to scratch, you just have to just put it out the back of your mind and go again. And it's unfortunate because they have conceded, of course, the goal, but they'll just have to regroup, I guess.
Yeah.
And the best possible way of responding.
That was the greatest decision in the world. There was a player behind her she could have used, and it would have been a safe option. We sometimes tend to, I've said this a few times today, they tend to put the ball forward when it's not a safe option, instead of putting it back where there is a safe option. And a lot of this is about keeping possession of the ball until you can get it into your shooter. The rules don't say you must put the ball forward. The rules are about, keeping possession of the ball until you get it into the circle and have an opportunity to shoot. You can put the ball back as often as you like. Fantastic shooting again by Ruby Parker. She's really played well this last 2 quarters.
Yeah, she's really come to the fore for Manchester Thunder when they really needed her most.
So there's an example. They've put the ball back because there wasn't the options, and as you look for your options, the seconds are ticking away, so you have to put it back.
So only just over 20 seconds remaining. Leeds Rhinos, can they just get this goal just to give them a bit of confidence and something to sort of hold on to going into the half-time break? Still with the opportunity to do so. opportunity goes begging.
Opportunity missed. It was an opportunity missed. They could have gone just within 5 goals there, but unfortunately they didn't sink that one.
So at the break then, it is Manchester Thunder who are in control by 14 points to 8. Again, they've been asked questions by Leeds Rhinos. This has been one of their tougher tests of the day. And at the half-time break, it is Manchester Thunder who lead against the Leeds Rhinos. 2 quarters left to come. Okay, then back underway in the 3rd quarter between Manchester Thunder and Leeds Rhinos. And Thunder, well, leading by 14 points to 8. And looking to go to the perfect start again. And they do just that. So they've extended their lead. That first point in the 3rd quarter, how crucial that could be. Leeds Rhinos looking to respond, and actually now the question is on Leeds Rhinos compared to Manchester Thunder, how they respond from going behind. Can Leeds Rhinos build up some momentum, create a siege mentality and go forward and get some quick scores? Oh, that was unlucky. That was a slip, and it almost felt like she had so much space to work with then.
Don't hesitate to send the ball, so that generally they're successful in their play. It's less time for the defenders to react when they give that first time ball. Lovely holding by the goal shooter. Yes, Emma! Inside, not outside. Very inside.
Yeah, and all of a sudden that advantage is just increasing and increasing, and are we going to get one of those quarters that we've seen many a time from Manchester Thunder today, where they get a double-digit quarter? That would really spell the end for Leeds Rhinos of any chance of victory in the final game.
Position in the team as well, so they're trying to work hard for themselves as well as the team, and that's really important. When you've got a lot of good players that play in the same team, they have to keep working hard to get that place on the court and not sat on the bench. So in this under-15 tournament, all players have to get at least 4 quarters of play, and that's a brilliant thing because it means that the players, all the players are being developed. It's not just that, you know, the top 7 or 10, it's all 12 players are being developed, gaining so much experience in a tournament like this.
Well, I know we've previously mentioned about Loughborough Lightning, of course, today. They've really had that policy, even though they've, of course, you want to win, you want to try and win the competition, but like you said, it's giving these girls the opportunity to play in these pressured environments and get that experience, and I think it's a great initiative.
I do.
And Manchester Thunder at the moment, whoever they put on, are having a great day.
Yep.
And it just really shows the depth, doesn't it, in this Manchester Thunder
ball
side.
By the goal attack. Yeah, it's a good ball by the goal attack, feeding the goal shooter into space, really accurate. And it's a lovely roll around by the goal shooter on the goal attack from the goalkeeper. She's getting free quite easily, and the goalkeeper needs to know that that's what the goal shooter is doing. That's 3 times now that Thunder have put the ball into the goal shooter really easily from distance. So she needs to think about how can I stop that ball from going in.
Well, all of a sudden, Manchester Thunder have raced into a 22-10 lead now. So 12-point advantage. It's going to be some comeback for Leeds Rhinos if they're going to come back into this one.
So the goal shooter, she's been taking balls behind her by rolling around. That time she came forward for the ball. So she's a really versatile player. It's lovely to see that she's got different skills and she puts them into practice. A lot of the time today we've seen players who are extremely capable, but they perhaps do the same thing time and time again because it's worked. That goal shooter has, you know, come forward for the ball, she's rolled around, she's dodged. So it's really excellent play by her. Great pressure on the ball by the goal defence.
And again, even though we're coming to the final stages of the day, it's incredible to see the energy levels and the fitness and the quickness in transition in this Manchester Thunder side. They're just relentless.
Yeah, and I think Leeds Rhinos aren't going to win this game, but hopefully they'll keep fighting. That's what they've got to do. They've got to show the spirit and keep fighting. They're also fighting for a position in the team tomorrow as well, because there's 12 of them and they want to be picked in their favourite positions. At this age, they should. Oh, beautiful take by the goal shooter, and a lovely goal. So we've had Ruby Parker on in the first 2 quarters. We've now got another shooter on for Thunder. Such a fantastic talent.
So 25-10, and as it looks like, you're quite right, Polly, it doesn't look like Leeds Rhinos are going to claim the victory, but they're going to potentially take so much credit out of really testing Manchester Thunder in the early stages, in particular even taking the lead at some points as well, which will, even if they look like they're not going to come out on top, that will give them huge confidence to say for the first competition like this to have, really challenge one of the top sides.
So interestingly, Thunder in the third quarter in an earlier game won it 12-2, and we were exclaiming how good that was, and it's now 12-2, 13-2 now. 13-2 in this. They've kept Leeds Rhinos to 2 goals this quarter, so that's some going really. It's really excellent play.
Well, incredible intensity levels, fantastic energy. And Manchester Thunder have raced into a 27-10 lead. Quite incredible. And again, it's that third quarter that's done all the damage for this Thunder side. Well, myself and Pauline will be back for the final 8 minutes of netball for day 1 here at Wolverhampton University. Don't go anywhere. This Manchester Thunder side are a genuine pleasure to watch, although Leeds Rhinos have put in a great effort to give us a good game. We'll be back in a couple of moments' time. So here we go then, the final quarter of day 1 here on court number 1. And Manchester Thunder currently hold that big advantage, leading by 27 points to 10. But that was all thanks to a brilliant quarter that we've just seen from the Thunder. And Leeds Rhinos, well, have started off this final quarter in good fashion, and that's what they'd want to do. Although, look at this, Thunder just responding straight away. But we talked actually before when teams have played against Manchester Thunder and it's not gone quite right, that Leeds Rhinos will just want to be just building blocks again. Try and restrict them to only 5 scores maybe in this quarter, and see if we can get as many as we can.
Yeah, and that's what coaches do in a situation like this where it's going to be really difficult for Leeds Rhino to come back. Their coach will be saying, I want so many goals from you. I want you to restrict the number of goals that Thunder get. And that'll be their target. They've got to have a target to aim at. It's no good them saying, I want you to win this quarter, or I want you to come back and win the game. That's just a little bit unrealistic. So they will have targets now, and they want to stick to those targets, and they want to try and meet them. But again, the amount of time that a coach gets in the end of the third quarter is 2 minutes. You know, she's setting targets. She's trying to tell them what changes she perhaps how differently she wants them to play, and they've got to get that over to communicate that to the players. The players have got to understand. They've got to show that they've understood. That's what they're looking for. So it's a lot, really. You know, again, I've said this a few times. So these girls are 13 and 14 years of age. So it's amazing, really. I love netball. I love sport. And I love it when young people are involved in sport. I feel that it gives them the confidence to do well at other studies, because they've had to do so much decision making on court. We've talked a lot about different decisions they've had to make during the day. And it's got to help them with their academic studies, their confidence, their teamwork, their social lives. It's just, I can't think of a disadvantage for these young girls playing sport. And I would encourage all young people to play, but particularly the young girls.
Well, actually, that's an interesting point you make there, Paul. And what, obviously, people joining us today and following our coverage, whatever age you are, what is the best way of getting into netball? How do you start? Where would you go?
So, depending on the age, really, we've got a new product called B Netball, BEE, buzz, for the under 11s, which is going down well. And then we've got, for example, in Birmingham, we've got over 100 junior teams between the ages of 11 and 15. They are all over Birmingham, and there will be similar leagues all over the country. You can go onto the England Netball website, and on the England Netball website, which is englandnetball.co.uk, there will be a regions. So there's a northwest, northeast, West Midlands, southwest. Go onto the regions and contact the regional office and see if you can get hold of the county. So within the West Midlands, you've got Birmingham, Shropshire, Warwickshire, Herefordshire, Worcestershire, South Staffs, and you can contact them and just try and find where the teams are, and they will train. And then you've got the senior teams, that's 16 and above. You've got the senior teams. Again, we've got a new system at England Netball now where you can find a club, and you can go on and find a club within your area. Then we've got different programs. We've got walking netball for the less mobile. We've got Netball Now, which is just a turn up, pay and play. And we've also got back to netball. We've had hundreds of thousands of ladies come back to netball. And that's about not having that commitment, being able to play in whatever clothes you want to play in, not about playing and having to attend training every week, making sure you've got the right kit. It's not about that. It's about coming back, you know, a lady with a couple of children who hasn't played since school, coming back, and it's a really successful for England Netball. And there's a session finder. So if you go onto Session Finder on the England Netball website, you can find a session of walking netball, Netball Now, or back to netball. So we have basically got netball for everybody. That's how I like to talk. It's not just about league netball and academy and elite netball. Netball is for everybody.
Well, it's a fantastic message, and it is such a fantastic sport, and I'd recommend anyone, any girls, young, old, to really get involved in the sport, whatever ability you are. If you're a newcomer, whether you're looking to get back into the sport, or even if you want to try and push and even get to inspire to try and get into these franchise sides as well. And the franchises actually show how far spread the sport is across the country. It's showing that, you know, you've got these sides from the northeast, you've got Leeds, you've got teams from, example, London Pulse. It spreads all across the country. So really do try and find a club, try and find a way into the sport. It's a really great way of, even just if you want to keep your fitness levels up, for example, it really is a fantastic sport to get involved in. And
we talked about the mental health of young players, but as you get older and, you know, perhaps you're in the house, being able to go out and play netball and then have a cup of coffee afterwards with ladies of your age, make new friends, it's a fantastic feeling. I run some walking netball sessions for ladies of, say, 50 plus, and the benefits they've got aren't just the physical benefits, it's the mental as well. And they've become friends, they go to choirs together, they go out even for meals, they go walking together. It isn't just about the netball anymore, it's about they have made so many new friends. I know that's not related to this under 15s, but I just wanted to get that in.
Absolutely, and why not? It's been a fantastic showcase for the sport of netball here at the Wolverhampton University, the under 15s performance competition. And in particular, if you have joined us here on court number 1 throughout the day, you have been seeing a fantastic showing from Manchester Thunder, have put in some fantastic performances for you. And again, it's been another great showing from Manchester Thunder, although huge credit has to go to this Leeds Rhinos side. They really put in a great shift, and it's only actually been that third quarter that's been a real stumbling block, actually.
They were restricted to 2 in the third quarter, and unfortunately Thunder scored 13 goals, and that seems to be the quarter where Thunder do pull ahead in each game. But they're still fighting. That's good to see. These Leeds Rhino girls are still fighting, are still trying to get that ball. So there's an example. It's a rebound for Leeds Rhinos. And that's the final score, 35-12.
Well, there we go. And it brings an end to what has been a fantastic day here at Wolverhampton University. And I think all the plaudits have to go to this Manchester Thunder side, especially on court number 1, who have had 4 brilliant performances. And actually, interestingly, they have gone on and improved as the day goes on. And it's been a real delight to watch Manchester Thunder, as it has been for Leeds Rhinos and every side that we've seen on court number 1, or if you've been following the action on court number 2. I'm sure every game has been fantastic to watch. Every team have put in a really good shift, and they've given us high-class entertainment at this age. It really is something to see, isn't it?
Yeah, thanks, Brad.
It's been an absolutely brilliant day, and thank you very much, Pauline, and of course to Jill, who's been joining us on court number 1, and we're ready to do it all over again tomorrow.
All over again tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be fantastic, and of course we'll have those knockout games as well, which will be an added dimension, of course.
So tomorrow the second games on will be semi-finals between the top 2 teams from each court, from each league. Thunder and Rhinos, I think Thunder go through as winners, Rhinos as runners-up. So I'm not too sure who they play, but I think it's Surrey Storm and Saracens Mavericks. And there's going to be really interesting games. It's the second game on at 9:50 tomorrow morning. So I'm looking forward to those.
Yeah, they're going to be absolute belters, aren't they? Early up tomorrow morning, so make sure you set your alarms. You don't want to miss those. And we're going to be setting for a fantastic day's worth of action. And just a reminder, of course, if you can't join us for the majority of tomorrow, then try and make yourselves available for 3:10, and that will be the final tomorrow. So if you can't join us for the majority of tomorrow, 3:10 will be the final. But we hope, of course, that you can be with us for every single match. But from everyone here at Wolverhampton University, from everyone here at England Netball, thank you very much for joining us here on day 1. It's been an absolutely brilliant day, and it's been a pleasure to bring you all the coverage from courts number 1 and court number 2 if you've been following the play over there. Well, do join us then tomorrow morning. That's when it'll get underway at 9 o'clock on court number 1 and 2. But until then, have a pleasant rest of your day, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.